Died a clock.
Yeah,
Kind of like
definitely deal with cogs.
some. Died a clock.
Yeah,
Kind of like
definitely deal with cogs.
some. Died a clock.
Yeah,
Kind of like
definitely deal with cogs.
some.
You know,
I never go for the
always the highest of breath.
For the end of this series. I like the Sven. You see the offlane duo most likely already. I'd love to see if Execration has something up their sleeve to potentially rotate Mars to mid and then mess with this Sven pick a bit. But you just have 2 stuns between the Hoodwink for the rest of his team. Yes, you are inevitably the carry, but like he can participate pretty early on in the game, and you're not meant to make space for the first like 20 minutes. All you need is other people to do it for you. So as long as you have a decent lane, and then the other 2 cores have much better games, Sven fits really nicely into that picture. I think giving him like the early game priority is not good.
The team enabling oftentimes comes from Warcry, though.
Yeah.
Warcry is not very useful this game. Like we said, his magic damage from this AA. Mirana also, and Mars is physical, sure, and so that does reduce his kill potential with God's Rebuke, but Arena plus Spear is still going to be difficult for a Hoodwink to deal with. So I'm a little bit
a hater. I don't appreciate.
I am a hater of Sven. I haven't been big on Sven. In fact, during SEA and China DPC, Black was saying that Mag is just like a better Sven from a carry role, which isn't 100% accurate, but like a lot of the stuff that Mag provides is quick farming with cleave, which Sven does, except Mag's stun is BKB piercing, which is pretty nice.
But it's on a
much lower cooldown, that's for sure. And then Sven, I still feel has kiting issues. Now that the Scepter build isn't that popular, I think that a lot of slows that will be coming out from Execration, Spears pushing you back. You can't really kill Mirana because she's just going to leap away.
And a hero I hate.
10 seconds
Let's hear it.
remaining.
Ursa?
Yeah, I hate this hero. I think it sucks.
Even with the diffusal build?
Yeah, I've seen it work sometimes. I usually think it works
Didn't you
off.
say earlier that you were a big fan of.
I liked how Secret utilized the Brood to enable the Ursa.
Okay.
I was going to say that the hero, if enabled properly, to take Roche. I think this hero purely relies on getting Roche around like 15 minutes, like really early on. Turning that first, getting like the Ag Shard Aegis at like 25 minutes for free. And then you hit this crazy timing where you have like Diffusal BKB and an Ag Shard and a Basher and just kill everybody.
Do you think that Execration can try to use this Ursa to that end? Try to constantly get the Roche?
I just think the hero has a really weak laning stage, and I saw them pick it with AA yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, it did not work because AA doesn't make his laning partner stronger. He like plays off the strength of his laning partner, if that makes sense. Like if he has a strong laning partner, they will be strong together. But if his laning partner needs assistance, do anything.
It's almost like a win more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't like the AA Ursa
Turn to ban.
anti-synergy that I'm kind of deeming that it is. Darkseer Clock, very high tempo. Like Sven Darkseer combo has been a classic. You vacuum into the Sven stun, super low cooldown to work with. I just think that Ursa is going to struggle to participate in mid-game fights, and because we're dealing with European Dota on the other side, and also just looking at the lineup, there are no cooldowns here. Like Sven, without God Strength, can absolutely participate based on the lineup that he's got around them right now. And then on the other hand, Ursa, like, he's just not the same. You don't have a stun. You don't have, like, you have to be hitting people point blank range. And if you think about being melee range against Darkseer, Clockwork, Sven, and a Hoodwink in the back pelting you with slows and kites, it's like, it just looks so much easier on paper for Sven to do his job. And So if the Ursa's not able to get that early momentum, I think the hero, like I'll add an addendum to that, right? I think if he's not able to get that, he sucks. If he is, then he's fine. But I don't think he'll be able to do that this game.
Yeah, and early momentum would ideally come from the laning phase, and against a Darkseer, theoretically, the win more aspect of Ancient Apparition will be like, okay, I've got Ice Vortex slow, you've got your Earth Shock slow. People won't be able to get away with that. You have to deal with Surge, which means
nice
that...
clockwork lane, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
I mean, Darkseer loves having these melee, like Nyx Assassins, Clockworks, just dump the Ion Shell on them and be like, great, what are you going to do about it? And that's going to be a big struggle for this safe lane duo of Execration with the AA and the Ursa.
Carl.
And Invoker gets picked up.
Is there a heavily favored lane matchup that they can pick mid for Execration? Or, like I said, do a little swip swap with the Mars mid.
Puck and TA are banned out. Lesh is banned out. Death Prophet's still in the pool. 2 of the spirits are banned out, Void and Storm. So Ember's still in the pool, but Ember into Invoker's not great.
Yeah. They've actually covered their bases really well here because you want one of those mobile heroes. I should have said it. I actually should have said it. You won't believe me now. Kunkka, I like a lot because it lanes well against Invoker. You lacked a bit of catch for the Darkseer Surge, as well as the Hoodwink. A lot of running away reliant escape, right? So the X is great against exactly that. My only concern is that you mentioned they had no physical damage against the Warcry. They literally have Kunkka, physical damage primarily. Ursa, physical damage. Mars, physical damage.
Yeah.
So I think that Team Secret, I think their lineup just functions with less. They don't need as many items, as many levels to do what they want to do.
Right out of the box assembled, and then on the side of Execration got the IKEA built, right? They need a lot of work to get it offline, but let's talk about what that's actually going to make the game look like. For Execration, how do they actually chart that path to victory in your mind, Tsunami?
I'm with Brian. You need to have this Ursa snowball early on, otherwise he's not going to be a threat to anyone, especially Invokers these days. I am not a big fan of this Witchblade build, and I think that it slows down Invokers big time, but it puts more late game insurance, and if Ursa's not able to snowball, and Invoker does not get punished for going a greedier build and goes Witchblade Midas, then I do think it'll be difficult, but I said it was going to be a draw. Secret's going to take game 1.
Yeah, Secret game 1.
Okay, well, it looks like both of our analysts are in agreement, but we've already seen Execration make some pretty impressive upsets. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again in our first game of the day.
Thank you, panel. My name is Sunsfan. Joining me is my good friend Jenkins. How are you doing, Jenkins Dota?
Did it actually say Jenkins Dota?
No.
Oh, that would have been funny. But yeah, that's a reference to yesterday.
So it wasn't funny the way I did it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, ready for a great game here. I think based on what the panel said, I think I agree with most of the stuff. I will say, I think I picked Secret to win this game 2-0 today. Not because Execration didn't impress me yesterday, they really did, but I was expecting Secret to come in with some improvements and having learned something from their series yesterday. And I think one of the things they really took away was that they need to have stronger teamfight and late game insurance. In this game, they've got Darkseer Invoker and a Sven to scale with. So, and in addition to that, they have some pretty good targeted stuns way of starting fights. But I gotta say though, I love the way Execration played many of the games yesterday. I think the thing that really stood out for me was their spell casting. I think they're playing spells, and they keep picking to their strengths. I love to see it. Kunkka is a catch, Mars is a setup, AA once again, they have Arrow to follow through on multiple things like Arena or X-Mark, and I love seeing when a team has a clear identity and an idea of how they should play and they really execute it. I guess the one limiting factor is maybe they're a little bit pigeonholed because of that, if they want to play like that every game. If they execute like yesterday, they could definitely take this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see that they they only split all their games, because right now Execration has 3 ties, Secret has 2.
Yep.
I mean, to get top 2, I would think you need to go 2-0 against somebody.
Yeah, you need to win.
You got to start racking up these wins in quick succession, or else you're going to be, I mean, it's only the top 2 that move on. So for a team, especially like Secret, with all these expectations, obviously we talked about they've already made it to TI, so maybe the pressure isn't on, but you need to stay in good form. And to do that, you know, you need to start winning. As we're going to see, Yowei is going to be playing the Kunkka mid, which I have been waiting to see. I've heard about a lot of different potential builds. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything crazy, but I think the offlane Kunkka is what I've been hopefully going to be, or what I've been hoping to see in this tournament, where you go for like the Torrent Storm and the Shard, and you go all these weird items that you're not used to seeing in a particular game. But I'm guessing this will be just more of a standard Kunkka build.
Yeah, you know, something I was hoping we would get to see, because I'm really impressed by that route. So to clarify, Kunkka with the new talents and the setup, the way that he can do it, he has a level 10 talent that gives him Torrent knockup/stun duration, and then he has a level 15 talent that gives him Torrent damage. And combined, those 2 talents makes every Torrent deal 500 damage, and then you get the Axe and get Torrent Storm. And then on top of that, you can get the shards. You have like all this repositioning magic damage utility build, which I think can be really cool if your other heroes can carry. But in this game, with a Mars offlane, like you said, it's more likely Kunkka will go for more of a right-click heavy build with something like maybe an Armlet, Daedalus, these kind of items that core Kunkkas will usually do historically to dish out the damage.
Well, he's dishing out a lot of damage right now against Nisha, who's already relatively low HP.
It's a great Kunkka matchup.
I mean, look at the CS right now, 7-4 versus 1-1 for Nisha. So, I mean, he's not Exort, obviously, so this will be a little bit more difficult to come by. Well, what are your thoughts on going the Quas-Wex build this game for Invoker?
I think it's decent. If you were to go Exort, I think your lineup would be too slow and too greedy. You already have a Sven. He wants to farm Ancients. He wants to play jungle. And you want someone to pair with your other heroes that want to be active. Clockwork plays well with Invoker, in my opinion, when he goes Quas-Wex. It's a great setup for EMP. He does a lot of damage with Cold Snap together with Battery Assault. It's a good hero for Hoodwink to play around. Like, basically all of Secret's heroes except Sven really just want to group up and find kills with Invoker. So... and in addition to that, EMP is amazing against non-int cores. And you have Mars, Kunkka, and Ursa. These heroes get EMP'd, that's all your mana gone. Like, their mana pools are like 500 or less in all 3 heroes when you get to that early mid-game stage, so it seems pretty solid. But yeah, he's getting absolutely annihilated in lane.
Yeah, it's not remotely close right now. I mean, look at the last hits in general. Right now, Execration's owning all 3 lanes. Even the Mars is having a great time. He's pretty much even with
Nisha's
position 1.
Die.
Yeah, Nisha gets hit by the... No, he will go Invis, so that'll save him. No sentry there for Yowei, but still, crushing this lane. In fact, getting something like that off where you have to walk back to base or wait for a salve to come sometimes just works out into your benefit if you're Kunkka. I mean, the thing about like the Quas-Wex build, you have this regen, but against the Kunkka, he's doing tons of burst. So you could get this kill theoretically if you're Yowei.
Yeah, and not just that. It's not just the burst, it's also just, like, mathematically in the start, Quas cannot keep up with Tidebringer. It's just too much early on. When Invoker gets level 5, I think he stabilizes a lot more here. But this is definitely a Kunkka-favored lane, and Yowei is playing completely to his strengths. Like, he's doing exactly what you need to do. If you're playing Kunkka against Invoker, you ensure the CS, every single Tidebringer needs to connect on Invo, and he has to buy a salve, like you said. So not only is he behind by 10 CS here, but he's also expending gold into regen, whereas Kunkka can just buy all these stats with a double bracer into bottle build.
Oh man, double bracer. That's like an, I'm going to say old skill. That's like a year ago. People were getting this literally every game, and then they nerfed bracers. I haven't been seeing it as much as we're going to see. RR inside some cog action from Yapzor. I mean, Yapzor, how greedy can you be on a Clockwork? I mean, when I think of him, I don't think a Clockwork just because it's not really a greedy support.
Definitely not. The hero obviously does have farming potential globally with Rocket Flare. When you get levels in that, you can take some farm, and you can push waves and kill jungle camps with Battery Assault, but it's definitely not one of the best heroes to do it with, man. Nisha is just non-stop getting pressured here, which is...
I mean, if you're Secret, do you think they should make some sort of rotation? Oh, as we say that, I believe we do see somebody there, but see if they can actually help out. It might be just ferrying at the bottle there.
Yeah. Clockwork level 2 is not very scary. And the thing you do ensure by going these 2 bracers is multiple things. First of all, you have the regen, so if Invoker pokes back, you're still going to stay relatively healthy. And just this massive boost to your flat HP makes it way less appealing for Clockwork to come gank. You saw there's a level 2 Clockwork. If he's level 3, I still don't think they kill. Like, it's just cutting through 1200 HP with these 2 heroes is really, really difficult.
Yeah. Oh, Matu. Oh. I thought that was going to connect from Puppey, but not to be, and the right click will be enough. So after all this, First Blood is top lane. Still for Execration, though, as they're still doing very well in all 3 lanes, as we can see. Matu, 27-0 in terms of CS. We're going to see Zai get pressured out now. I mean, these are pretty tough lanes for Secret.
This is the most one-sided first 5 minutes we've had in a game so far. We cast 4 games yesterday.
Hey, it's 2K already.
Goal lead minute 5.
Yeah, that's
Secret are
gigantic.
Bodied.
Now, one way back, of course, is Ancient Stacks for Sven, which I'm not sure if we're seeing that come to fruition as of yet. But I mean, there's already a set to make sure that's not getting blocked for Secret, but in that triangle.
But yeah, great stuff from Execration so far. Can't see a little bit of pressure coming onto Yoe in mid out of Nisha. He's trying to at least stand his ground, but didn't really accomplish much except just do a little bit of damage. And another benefit, just to finish off these bracers, is whenever you get max HP on Kunkka, you just make your ulti that much stronger, right?
Yep, so damage mitigation.
Having base HP on this hero is really, really good. Nisha. Gonna get X'd. They have an arrow ready to connect. This is problems.
Yeah, no mana on Yoe, but it's not really going to matter too much as more rotations come in. So an easy kill to add insult to injury. BDZ, he's just going to get barely pressured here from YapzOr. Rune is bottom. It's an illusion as we see bot lane. Zai getting chased by Palace, who I believe has that Orb of Corrosion. So yeah, this is looking very rough for Secret. Not exactly what I was expecting to see. I mean, this is a team we talked about how they get off to really good starts just by out-farming the opponent, but they're just losing, it looks like, every single lane right now.
I'd say just theoretically, the lane that surprises me the most is bottom. I think the other 2 lanes, Execration, are inherently favored. Kunkka, at this level of play, a good Kunkka beats Invoker every time. Like, it doesn't matter. If Invoker goes Exort, it's the same story. He will still lose. And in the top lane, Hoodwink 5 is just weak.
Palace, he already has his ultimate, so pops the Enrage, going to mitigate a lot of that damage. Gets vacuumed back in, though. Does Secret have enough damage to actually... No. YapzOr is not fast enough to catch up.
Somehow got away from the Clockwork there, and that's kind of surprising. They must have had some bad luck with the vacuum. He must have got behind the tree line or something to not get caught in the battery. But
oh, look at these stacks on Matu. We see Yoe now here with the boat. Arrow's going to connect as well. Oh my, this is so bad for Secret. They're going to get the stacks and the kill. Yikes.
Oh my goodness.
And they get a Possessed Mask. Unbelievable trade here, Cinder. And holy jeez.
At least it's their own. If they stole Secret's Possessed Mask, that would have been even worse. But yeah, awesome stuff from Execration. Who was it we saw yesterday with the Morph invasion? That was Gambit, I think. It was Lorenoff who made a similar play against the
Medusa.
That was
right?
Secret as well. It was the same story. Secret had stacked the jungle for their Medusa play by Matsu, and then Lorenoff just went in there on Morphling and stole it. And Execration were like, that's a cool play. We'll do that ourselves today. Seems like Secret have this approach to it. But yeah, this is one of the things, in my opinion, that you sign up for when you pick Hoodwink 5. I think this hero is just not very strong in lane as a 5, especially if the carry in lane is not a true bully. And Sven is not strong. Like, this hero needs time, he needs to build up. You have a bit of a stun and a right click, but you're not like, let's say, Gyrocopter or an Ursa that can really just get in there and do all the damage. Because what Hoodwink will offer you is a little bit of a slow and a stun, but its damage is not wild until you hit that level 6 mark. So the Execration know this very well and are just taking advantage of it. Puppey's in trouble.
Finds Puppey again. No need for the Mars Arena because he had just used it to kill Puppey a couple seconds ago. So no TP for him. Well, he'll get a new one. That's one of the great benefits of dying these days, I suppose. But what position do you like the Hoodwink? Because every game that I've seen, like in the NADPC, which it was picked, I think, more than any other region, was position 4 almost every single time. And it looked, at first I was a little skeptical, but it did look pretty good as BDZ getting pressured here. Of course, YapzOr are only level 4 right now. And top tier 1 tower will be taken out without any defense from Secret.
In my opinion, Hoodwink is just not a first pick hero. I don't think it's good enough. I think it has too many weaknesses against specific heroes, like heroes that cut trees, heroes that have a natural way of being mobile, like fast traveling, or heroes that are strong in lane. You're seeing
Large Arena. Zai's in quite a bit of trouble. Into the arrow. Great setup. It's going to be more than enough damage to take out Zai. Now the tier 1 tower does fall. Actually, no, they defended it with just a little HP here. It's Yapzor now. This will be Yowei with that X into boat. Nico will not fall for this, so it's going to be a 2-for-0. Feels like Execration's just getting literally everything they want.
Yep. There's only one hero thriving right now in Secret, and that's Matu. And he is still behind the Ursa minute 10 as Sven. Because his big stacks got largely stolen. He did get some of the first stack before he got killed by the boat the previous fight, but yeah, Execration is just doing everything right. It's what I've been talking about. They're just doing such a good job rotating and casting spells off each other. That was what impressed me the very most with them yesterday. It wasn't like the drafts are solid. They're not like super creative or innovative. They just work. Like, it's heroes that combo. It's heroes that have stun. It's good lanes, and then they just execute. It's nice and it's straightforward. It's very easy to understand as a spectator what they're trying to do. And sometimes you can say that's a weakness. It's like, well, then the other team obviously understands it too. Well, you got to outplay them then.
Right.
It's one thing you know what they're going to do, but can you beat it, right?
Yeah, and we're continuing to see this build from Ursa where you go for the fast diffusal blades. You're not going any type of farming mechanic, because that's kind of his, that was his biggest weakness for a long time, not being able to farm the jungle. And then you just start getting Battle Fury as of the last 1.5 years or so. But this feels like it's more of a snowball thing where you're up, you're going to be able to continue to chase. You have Orbit Corrosion on top of that, so it's going to be really difficult to get away from Ursa.
Diffusal Blade is super good against Sven. I think something to keep an eye out for Secret now is when they identify that this build is coming out, you need to reserve... I think you need to reserve the Surge for Sven. He has to be able to reset out when he gets diffuseled, because it's one of the few carries that Sven can't just fight head-to-head if they have similar net worth at this stage of the game. Like, Ursa's going to just destroy you. You're not winning the trade. Whether you have Warcry on or not, it's going to be too much, so...
Nisha already expended the tornado. Yowei is here. He's going to get hook shot. AA Blast is coming. It'll connect on basically nothing there. The boat comes out. It's only going to connect on one in the meantime. This will be a big kill for Secret. They have strength in numbers, so they do take out Yowei, and it looks like it'll stop there. But Matu did pop that out. We'll see if they try to go for some more. Maybe there's some stacks in the jungle for him.
Yeah. Good call from Secret. That's the kind of move that you don't have very much time to make, but Kunkka was just out of position for 2 seconds there, and they immediately pounced on that, so very nicely done. And they're going to try to snowball a little bit off it. Immediate follow-up smoke. No hookshot now, of course, so I'll have to do it the slow way with engaging, and I don't think they're not really primed to find anything here, but they're at least going to get out some vision.
Now, what do you think? Like when that hook shot is down, they don't really have much initiation.
No,
unless
they really
Darkseer
don't.
goes for some like a blink dagger build.
Yeah. And I will never really consider Hoodwink a catch. It's like, she's a really good follow-up, but it's not reliable, right? You have a spell that needs to be around trees. It has a projectile that is relatively easy to dodge.
The great thing is you can place a tree, Cinder. I don't know if you know about that.
It takes so long.
I know your favorite mechanic in the game is the fact that you can eat the tree from a bushwhack and it takes off bushwhack.
Yeah, I think that's completely unnecessary. I don't know.
I mean, you think the hero's not good anyway, right? But I mean, we see teams picking it up, so maybe there's something there.
No, so the thing is, I don't think Hoodwink is a bad hero. I just think it needs conditions to be met, and that's why I don't like it being first pick. There are some, like, say a hero like AA, you don't, in this patch, I feel like you don't feel bad first picking AA, because you can pick, like, some sort of combos. You know you have something against healing, which is an integral part of late game, so you have, like, that in shot.
Oh, boy. Mars Arena, double damage on Nico as well. Rebuke and the AA Blast. Very easy killing. Yapzor just going to be the food to clean up the play for BDZ. That's a double kill for him.
Gets a 13-minute Vessel on Mirana. That is really, really good timing with these 2 kills coming out.
What's your condition here for Secret? Obviously, Matu needs to farm. He needs stacks, but how do you stack for him when Execration is being so active? I mean, they're getting Roche, for God's sake.
I think it's pretty difficult right now. When the lanes go this badly and the enemy team is just running at you like this and take the top tier 1 tower, your options on the map are very, very limited. The way I see it, you got to try to get Sven a BKB before you fight even. I don't think... Oh, he's farming enemy jungle.
Yeah, caught. X marks into boats. TPs are coming as well. And this is going to be a very, very easy kill, again, for Execration.
Diffusal Blade just go to work. He just absolutely slapped him. There's nothing he could do.
That didn't really look like a slap, but maybe we come from different backgrounds, Cinderin.
A mauling.
Yeah, that's more like it. I mean, have you seen a bear in real life? They don't slap.
We don't have bears in Denmark.
Oh, that's interesting. Tell me another interesting fact about Denmark. We're making a joke that in America we call it Danish, like pastries, just Danish, and you guys just...
We call them Vienna bread.
Yeah, you call them Vienna bread. It's very odd.
Nobody wants to take credit or responsibility.
Hookshot actually connects with the cogs there.
Aegis down.
Yeah, the ult from Puppey, that's the Aegis. They can still technically fight here. Yowei comes in, still no boat. AA Blast coming in. There's the ult from Matu. Matu. They're going to be able to take out the Mars very quickly, but it's going to be a trade for Zai. So off lane for off lane, and I believe both teams will just go back to farming.
That's pretty decent for Secret. I think at this point, if you trade even, they didn't even trade even. They got an Aegis too. So that's 2 for 1. Matu gets to access his triangle freely for a bit. So that's a little bit of a breather for Secret here, a little bit of space. They definitely have some work to do. So I'm still, Hoodwink is really a hero. I've played it quite a bit, right? And the reason, what I think about it is that the primary reason it gets played more successfully on average as a 4 than a 5 is that, in my opinion, the 5s are, it's more important that you have good laning presence. Whereas for the 4s, in a lot of matchups where you have another 4, there are some 3s in the game that are relatively self-sufficient. Like, let's say you're playing Hoodwink with, I don't know, a Centaur, right? If the Centaur gets off to a decent start and has a good matchup, the Hoodwink might not need to be a very big threat in the lane, but therefore he can start taking some space on the map, get some levels, get maybe one key item and start having a bigger impact. But if your 5 is weak and your carry, in this patch the carries are, for the most part, not extremely strong laners, you're leaving yourself susceptible, basically. So on average. The other thing is a lot of the offlaners combo well with the Hoodwink because they have kill potential, right? Like the Centaur, again, being a great example. You have a lot of spell burst, you get kills. Hoodwink with Sven don't really have the same thing. And we've definitely seen Execration so far in the game take full advantage of the fact that Hoodwink just isn't a very powerful laner.
That's just one lane, though. I mean, they did lose every single lane. Right?
Yeah. But
invisibility.
It's
I mean, either way, 4K net worth lead for Execration. I mean, this is 16 minutes. That's quite substantial.
It is.
I mean, if you're Secret, what do you need to do? You just need to slow the game down. I mean, Matu's trying to go for a BKB, so that's obviously a fighting build. That's not really. It's just Echo Saber BKB. It doesn't really have that much damage yet.
And he has Alacrity though. That does help him quite a bit.
True.
It's a Quaspex Invoker, so the attack speed will be there. Yeah, I think the name of the game is still just slow it down. Defend your mid tower. Try to defend the bottom tower as well because it gives an access point for Execration to get into the triangle from 2 angles. And if you can successfully slow it down and maybe, like all it's going to take in this game is to get a couple BKBs in one good team fight, right? One thing that the Radiant does not deal with very well is BKBs. It makes Mars very weak. It makes Kunkka relatively weak. It makes Mirana weak. AA, you only have Ice Blast. So I'm not going to say that a Sven with BKB is invincible here, right? But it at least simplifies things to an extent where if the Ursa is accounted for, I don't think he will die. Sitting in Shadow Amulet.
Yeah.
Very.
Is this an Overwatch case that I'm watching right now?
Very peculiar.
Okay.
Well, it gives him experience.
Yeah, that's true. He's getting something out of it at least. And I think the big fight's going to be for this second Roche when it's eventually up. You have a Halberd on Kunkka already, so Sven, not even with the BKBs. We're going to see the initiation from Nico again. My goodness, Nisha is just getting wrecked this game hard. Kill after kill. Pretty much the last 3 arenas, I feel like, have been reserved for him.
I think this is kind of a pattern that we've been seeing in some of the games. I want to say the SEA and the Chinese teams have put more emphasis on destroying mid than the Western teams have. Like there was a game yesterday as well with Miracle against Emo where they ganked Miracle's TA mid like 3 times and the Ember just took off completely. So they seem to be drafting a little bit around these combos that give them the potential to kill mid. And I think that's a really strong way of playing the patch just because, once again, there's plenty of offlaners that can hold their own, right? You have this Mars who gets off to a good start and then he's free to move. Oh, Puppy could be in trouble here. If there's a good Enrage, use it. Oh, it doesn't.
And no Enrage needed. It is a Hoodwink. That is truly unfortunate. Now we're going to see Yowie X back to base here.
Oh yeah, Puppy didn't have his stun ready. He used it to farm, so.
He got a couple creeps. I'm sure it was worth it. I mean, see, when I look at this net worth distribution for Secret and Yapzor is literally last in the game, that's never a good sign for Secret.
That is usually trouble.
All right, we're going to see Moonlight Shadow. Nico with the Mars ult again. Looks like he doesn't really want to go for Yapzor. He's like, I guess. Sunstrike is there, but a little bit of damage to Mars in the meantime. But here's the counter initiation. Mars ult finally comes out into the boat. AA Blast to follow. So they finally do get the lowest net worth hero in the game. It takes quite a bit of effort, though, as Ursa disarmed for the time being. There's the spear, and Puppy's going to die again. That's 2 back-to-back deaths. And here's the X into the Torrent. Looks like they'll find Zai as well. As Matu pops the ult and just immediately gets disintegrated by the bear, who does not slap Cinderin. How dare you?
Close call.
Yep, Sunstrike not quite enough. And I mean, Secret get literally nothing out of that. And now the Sven ult on cooldown.
I don't know how you re-access the map right now. I really don't. Like, I can tell you from playing games in this position, if you're a lineup that needs to wait for a specific item, and the key to getting that item is having access to your triangle, but you're playing into a team that has twice as good catch as you and better team fight and are an item up, you're kind of in desperation mode right now. It's not like coming back from 8K is impossible, but I'm trying to, like, you know, when you're behind, you try to communicate and find a recipe, right? You want to dumb down the fight so that everybody knows, okay, how do we the fight so that we win? Oh boy. Goodness, not again.
I mean, he has to do stuff like this, so that's the thing. It's not like he's, like, once you're down, you have to try to make space where you can, and I mean, you got to give Execration credit. They are just shutting this down hardcore.
Not running him over. Like, I can't really put a finger on what they've done. I think the only real mistake I've seen in this game was Kunkka's death mid. Like, everything else has been super clean. The way they drafted to their lanes, the way they played said lanes, the timing that they got Roche, when they invaded, they stole stacks early. Like, this has been top tier stuff from them. This is Execration's best game so far. I think they're looking really hot today. But you gotta wonder for Secret as well. Like, I picked Secret to win this series coming into today because I was like, okay, they're gonna have learned their lessons from yesterday, but they might have overcompensated a little bit in some areas. Like, to me, this looks like a very untraditional Secret draft, right? In the sense that usually Secret will ensure their lanes and then build a farming lead, but they just have the weaker lanes all around, and Execration are just taking everything they're given all the time.
Yep, taking full advantage for sure. And this is just going to snowball from here. The tier 2 tower looks like Secret might want to defend here. Nisha, you know, a couple levels behind his counterpart Kunkka mid. And Fortification's already popped. And keep in mind that Roshan is coming back shortly, so that's a big contesting point. Obviously, Execration can take it way faster. And in terms of, I mean, Secret have some good counter initiation. If you get a good vac wall, I mean, that's the beauty of Darkseer. The stronger your opponents get, the stronger your ult becomes.
Yeah.
But it is difficult to kind of combo with the heroes that they have. It's not like they have the Exort, like Meteor, into all that wombo combo potential.
And I think it's also worth keeping in mind when it comes to wall. Something that's often overlooked is the enemy team's ability to kill the illusions, right? And they have it. They have a lot of AoE damage. All right, good cap.
Hook shot. Matu's going to pop the ult. Sunstrike to follow. Air's going to come and connect onto Yapzor for now. Nico actually gets Force Staff to safety, so he's perfectly fine. Matu pops a newly picked up BKB, and that's it. That is the fight from Secret. That is truly bad. Now Execration just needs to wait out this BKB and or the Sven ult. There's a double damage, though, so poses a little bit of a threat, I suppose. But yeah, this is all about Roshan. Another minute and a half to go, so kind of a later spawn. But Execration still looking like they're in the driver's seat right now.
For sure.
What, do you know anything about being in the driver's seat? Do you drive?
No, I don't.
Do you have a license?
No, I don't.
Like, if I gave you the keys to my car, would you be able to drive?
No, but I know what it's like being in the passenger seat, and that's where Secret is. So I can relate.
I'm pretty sure they're in the back seat right now. They're
in the trunk.
They're in the toddler little thing.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And what I was trying to get at before is if you're in this position, you try to make a plan for how to access a fight, right? Like, okay, we're going to jump this guy, we're going to cast our spells this way. This is the key hero that we need to shut down. I'm looking at Secret strategy, and I can't really come up with a very good attack plan right now to entering a fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, who do you go on with who so that it's successful? When you're playing into Boat, you're playing into the BKB, you're playing into an Ursa that's just killing everyone. Moonlight Shadow is a problem. You have to be able to handle getting ice blasted on your carry, basically, when you go in, because...
I mean, what do you think about, like, Secret's lineup? I mean, it's easier, you know, this is hindsight 2020 stuff, but, like, their initiation relies on Yapzor, who is the least farmed player in the entire game. Like, how much of a factor is that? Because he's going for Aghanim. Imagine he had Ags already, which he normally would probably around this time. That gives you double initiation. It gives you so many more possibilities.
It's not necessarily a problem to build a strategy around the 4 being a bit sacrificial. The problem is, again, how badly the lanes went. Like, let's say Clockwork has a bad game and everyone else is doing great. I think it's okay. Like, you can even play Clockwork position 5 in some games if your carry is strong enough. Like, a lane like Gyro position 1 Clock 5 can totally work, even at a pro level. But again, recovering from this tough of a start against a team that has so much catch and so good spell casting is always going to be a major challenge. And
I mean, look at Zai. He has a pipe. That's it.
Yeah.
This is not normal farm from Secret, that is for sure.
And they don't have good physical mitigation, right? Like these Kunkka Cleaves, the Ursa are the Rebuke. It's
we have a smoke from Secret, and well, the Mirana ult as well. But they're going to catch out the Mirana, so they start this fight off 5v4. And of course, Roche is up, and they have to go for this, I feel like. And there is a buyback available on a Mirana.
Yep. They're going to take a risk here. This could
Power jumps in right onto Nisha, absolutely destroying him, but goes in. Biz doesn't have any vision for now. Finally finds it. Nico with the Marzel just to ensure that they take out that pesky Invoker. Mirana did buy back. They found the AA as well, so this is now technically a 4v4. The arrow does connect on Matu. Expect a buyback here on the Invoker potentially. The Ghost Ship coming in. Connect into the Spear as well. They have more than enough damage. And with the dust, Matu finds his way to the grave, and now Execration can do whatever they want. Still buybacks available from Secret, but they're not going to expend them. So they can find one more kill and likely Roche to follow.
I love watching Execration spellcasting. It's like a well-oiled machine. It's so good to watch.
Do you know anything about a well-oiled machine as well?
I do. I have been in the passenger seat of many a well-oiled machine in my life.
I see. Interesting.
Yes. Now, well, what's so beautiful about it is
you have a lot of car references. It's interesting.
Machines don't have to be cars.
I know, but that one, when you think of a well-oiled machine, you think of a car. At least a normal human does. It's wow. All right. Well, he's actually going to tick out in the fountain with the Ice Blast.
I don't know. I think of a machine, and a machine could be a lot of things.
So when you say a well-oiled machine, you think of a coffee machine? Is that what you're trying to say?
A meat grinder.
A meat grinder.
Yes.
That's very specific, and it actually speaks volumes to your person. It makes a lot of sense now.
Yes.
Your upbringing.
Yes.
Nice. As Palos, well, we have the Aegis, we have the Shard now, so anytime he uses Earthshock, he will get a 1.5 second enrage buff, which, again, we talked about this yesterday, I think is a top 5 Shard in the entire game.
Very good.
Extremely good. I mean, it's always nice to... Like when you get this second rush, you want to give it to your carry or your mid, typically.
Usually, yeah.
But sometimes there's better shards to give it to, technically, right? But this is the best shard, and it's on your carry, so it works both ways here.
The Kunkka shard could have also been interesting. I think it's...
You actually think it's good? I feel like it's a meme.
It's really, like, I feel like on any hero where you just get an additional ability that has damage and repositioning potential, that's powerful, right?
Yeah, but the repositioning could, like, screw everything up, right?
It can.
Because it's a well-oiled machine, and if you add patch notes to a well-oiled machine, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Have you seen Execration spellcasting? Do you think that's going to mess them up?
Yes.
Okay.
If you've never bought it before and you buy it for the first time, yeah.
Yeah. Of course they've played with Kunkka Shard.
They're assuming a lot of things.
I've seen some Kunkka players with a lot of games that are buying Shard this patch, and they just have so much control. Like, the fact that you can... It's kind of like a pseudo X-Mark, even in some situations, where you can torrent and then tidal wave people into the torrent. And I think tidal wave gets a lot better when you have Axe. So I guess from that perspective, since he went for the physical build with Halberd, maybe he doesn't take it, but when you have Torrent Storm, it's actually super annoying, because usually, like, in fights, people will
it's very
navigate
chaotic.
the storm, right? They will try to get around it. Okay, Puppy's dead again.
It's fine. Keep talking.
How's Puppy doing this game? I feel like he's only died. Okay, 1-5-1.
He has more farm than Yapzor still.
Yeah, he has. Well,
I mean, he's basically positioned for Hoodwink.
I think this might be Yapzor's lowest CS ever, minute 28. No joke. It might be the least CS he's ever had. He has 18 creeps.
Yeah, that's...
I don't remember seeing... Like, when he plays Clock, even, he'll usually have at least, like, double this or triple. But there's just been nothing to claim. The map has just been on lockdown.
I mean, again, this is less about Secret playing poorly, in my opinion. It's more about Execration just playing godlike right now. They're doing everything right.
They really are.
I mean, plenty of time on Aegis. You really hate to lose it here. Nice sidestep of the Sunstrike, which he definitely knew was coming. And we'll TP back to base.
X-Mark for the refill.
And a Titan Sliver. Very nice.
Is very good. Okay, serious time.
Okay. That means not serious time.
Exactly. Out of your teammates that you get in your pubs, how big a percentage do you think call it Titan Silver, and how many call it Titan Sliver?
I would say more than half say Silver.
Yeah. Even in
when you asked what that was that a test for me?
Huh?
Were you testing how I would say it?
No, I mean, I said it for you. I said Sliver.
Oh, did you? No, you said what neutral item is it?
Oh, I did. Actually, true. Yeah.
It was. Yeah. You always test me. And I love it. Initiation on Tanisha. Enrage is popped. That was actually the ultimate and not his shard. They're going to reset here as the cold feet onto Yapzor. And it will actually proc. Coming into the X, and that's an easy kill on Yapzor again. So tier 2 to fall in all likelihood. I mean, the wall has already been placed as well, so Palace with that Aegis should be able to go in anytime he wants. Oh, nice tornado actually disrupts the Nico Mars ult, so wasn't able to get that off, but...
That was very fortuitous. That tornado was actually not intended for him. But he blinked into it.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
Oh,
Puppy. Yep, looks like he's donezo. Needs the help from Nico, though, so that'll be an easy one inside. Kind of on the outskirts of this fight. I mean, they do have buybacks on Secret, so they probably have one fight in them here.
They forced the BKB on Matsu as well with Ice Vortex into Arrow. He had to BKB that. He was scared of dying.
And look at that. He's actually going Ags, which is like not the typical thing on Sven anymore because they just lack initiation right now. I mean, typically, if you're going to get that, you want a lot more farm first, right? It feels like kind of a desperation mode, which obviously pretty understandable.
They need the big combo, right? They need vacuum into Stormhammer, and they need, the moment that Stormhammer connects, they need a big amount of damage, so...
That Crystallis, oh, here's the Mars ult onto 2, no BKB for Mr. Matu. The Ice Blast will finish him off. Yapzor next on the list, and this is a huge stomp in Execration's favor. It's going to be a 1-0 start for them. Again, both teams have split every single series they played so far, and they both desperately need a 2-0 at some point. As Nisha, they have the vision, and they have the kill.
If Secret don't clean this up for the next game, this is going to be a 2-0. They look absolutely just lost.
Yeah, they look pretty lost here.
But the thing is, I feel like it's very easy to look lost when you lose all 3 lanes and your tower and Roche this fast and your lineup works like this. So you got to draft differently. Like for me, this really, it comes back to the draft that you're setting yourselves up to kind of have to massively outplay. Whereas Execration, if they perform their strategy well and do the lanes well, which I think they overperformed, maybe not necessarily for them, but they won probably by more than I would have expected on average in these 3 lanes, especially bottom. Like the Ursa was 1,000 net worth ahead of Darkseer minus 6 or something. It was pretty crazy. If you're going to show up like this today, Secret really needs to get back to the drawing board. And I think what they should adjust for game number 2, they need to have stronger lanes and they need to be able to fight them head on. Like they actually just have to.
Well, they're going to hold on for one more potential Wombo combo. Matu about 1,000 away from finishing up his Ags, so he'll be able to travel with his Stormhammer.
He almost needs to do it on his own, though. Invoker's damage.
I mean, even with that, I mean, again, obviously they're severely underfarmed, but just a Crystallis, that's not really that much damage. Oh, Spear will miss. AA Blast coming in, though. Matu getting chased. Yeah, he's inside the arena now, and this is going to be a relatively easy kill. The BKB is popped by Palos, and he just absolutely crushes them. Buyback onto Matu, so the dreams of an Aghanim Scepter are long gone. Vacuum into basically nothing. Boat actually hits 2, and it looks like Execration wants to reset now that the buyback has come to fruition for Matu. And they technically could go back in if they really want, but they have expended most of their ults here. Let's see if Secret can find any outskirts here. All right, Bushwhack connects on 1.
Radiant's top tower.
I think Execration. Yep, X marks into. Yep, BKB for Nisha. And yet another BKB usage just to run away. That feels like the whole game has been like that for Secret. Defensive BKBs, can't use it to fight.
Yeah.
Not able to really connect on their, like, the quote-unquote combo or Wombo combo potential. And Palace has played extremely well on the Ursa. Has the Satanic now. As we're going to see... Oh, that... I'm not sure if that was intended, but that worked out relatively well. Here we go. This is the potential here inside a closed corner area. Back into the wall. Yeah, the cogs are just screwing everything up. Nobody can figure out where the hell they're padding. Matu pops the BKB, pounding upon Yowie, but now he's stuck inside the arena into an arrow. That's technically a dieback, and I expect a GG here at any moment.
I've been there as clockwork. You know, you get this 3-man catch you really want to cog, and now your Sven can't get in it. Yeah, Matu was actually blocked out from getting in. Damage that he could have maybe found 2 kills, but yeah, at the end of the day, I don't know if that would have really cut it. Execration just, that was like, was that the most one-sided game of the major so far?
Of the games that we've capped,
of ours,
sure.
easily, that was a total stop. Yeah, like Secret didn't get.
I mean, it was a 2K net worth lead at like 6 minutes. It felt like 7 minutes. Maybe that's a little early, but it was super fast. Which again, like against Secret, that is literally, I cannot remember the last time I've seen something like that. Because typically they'll get the
to say in a defusal patch that
Exactly. That's
good,
why.
but they also buffed defusal on non-illusion heroes,
Right.
And then
it's better on heroes, worse on illusions. Yeah.
Yeah, they pretty much said screw you. They gave PL the remember when they reworked Ethereal Blade to make it so it was worse on Morphling but better on everyone else.
Exactly.
They kind of did that to PL when it came to defusal. So
it used to be pure anti-multiplier, and now it's like primary attribute multiplier on E-Blade.
Yeah. No, what they did was they made the base damage. They did that, but then they also made the base damage higher and the stat multiplier less.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, having 300 agility on Morphling is just not as great anymore. Yeah, that's crazy when you backtrack through all the patches of like what little changes here and there have led us to this moment and seeing an Ursa with a defusal run over the game with 2 Roches. The Ag Shard itself makes a huge difference. The fact that you get it on the second Roche, because out of all the heroes that never want to buy it but love having it
and are able to take it back quickly.
Yeah, Ursa's that I'm pretty sure if they were to remove Ag Shard from the second Roche, people would stop picking Ursa.
It's interesting. I guess TA would be the second most viable, but she doesn't really care that much about the Shard.
Her
not as much
Shard's
as Ursa.
pretty good, though.
It's good, though.
It's not nearly as game-breaking as Ursa's. The fact that, like, what I see in this game is that Ursa will Earthshock on top of people. The Ag Shard, just to make sure, it gives you a second and a half of enrage after you Earthshock. You Earthshock on top of people, and then Sven's like, no, don't kill my hoodwink. And then the stun lasts for, 0.8 seconds or whatever.
Invoker will tornado. Don't kill my Sven. And he just sucks back down immediately. Yeah, I'm preaching the gospel of Ursa. Maybe you'll slowly become a believer. Who's your favorite carry of the patch, though?
Faceless Void.
Okay.
It was Faceless Void, and then, like, when you say favorite, you mean, like, who do you think's the best?
Yeah, who's the
If I say favorite, it's definitely not Dusa, but I thought she was the best last patch.
Yeah,
and
I see for sure.
I think Faceless Void, Wraith King, and Dusa are the 3 that really stand out to me.
Okay.
We pretty much see Medusa, Wraith King banned second round 80 to 90% of games. That's what I'm seeing. At least we saw it even game 1 here. And we'll probably see it in the game 2 draft. That is
along with the first phase Broodmother Nyx Assassin bans. Those will be mandatory.
Nyx is an interesting one. Surprised about that. I know it was really popular in China, but I watched the entire DPC.
What? We're here.
And EU just didn't care much about it as we continue to see it banned again.
Okay. First phase, of course, the Templar Assassin Nyx, Brood Timber, and Secret Pickup Enchantress, which I'm much happier with than Hoodwink. I think Enchantress can fit into way more matchups and is way stronger, in my opinion, than Hoodwink.
Did she get nerfed in 7.29D?
No, she didn't get touched. And people were suspicious about that. Yeah,
I'm so surprised because Liquid really Taiga popularized her as a 4 position.
A damage dealing 4 position.
Yes, a damage dealing 4 position that the entire premise of her, so she does damage, but she also is a hero that can run anywhere on the map with like pipe, treads, and a solar, and you're just like, well, we can't go on this person.
You're never afraid.
That doesn't die. He goes like double Fluffy Hat and even like a Dragonlance sometimes. And the whole idea is this, like, the power of having a mobile ward is pretty insane. Also a ward that will probably kill you if you don't.
Not even factoring in her creep. If she gets a creep, then she has 2 mobile wards.
Yes.
She puts 1 elsewhere on the map. She's split pushing. She's one of my favorite heroes of the past.
Information game. I think Enchantress is an incredibly high skill cap hero, and I love seeing how people do it.
Yeah.
Because it's the cool thing. I was playing offlane maybe about a year ago, and it was a Nature's Prophet patch and an Enchantress offlane patch, and I realized that these heroes, the reason why I never played them well was they take like this very unique mindset. It's not about doing anything specifically correct. It's about never being out of position.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. You have to constantly be in the right part of the map pressuring, and eventually the opponent can't deal with you anymore. Like you have a bunch of free summons, very efficient trading, and eventually they're going to have to dedicate their resources to something else, and you're going to kill them, or you're going to take their towers. And so I always like to hit Power Spike. I'm one of those guys, get that BKB, get that Blink Dagger, go for a big fight. But Enchantress, I consider it very high skill, because if you're not constantly doing that, eventually the opponent will hit their timings better than you do, and then you're just a creep.
That's why I feel like Invis Heroes fell off big time, because Invis Heroes, their whole thing was like, oh, I can get information very easily.
Yeah.
But they're also dedicating their own time to not doing anything other than getting vision and stuff like that. Whereas these summon heroes, these heroes are difficult to kill. Like, it's like a secondary factor for them.
Yeah, Baden kind of went up in the difficult to kill ward category. Yep, there's the Wraith King ban.
And Grimstroke Doom, a classic Southeast Asian combo, double Doom. And now who is Mag going to be empowering? Can't empower Void, can't empower Ursa. Is
probably
that Arc ban next to Ursa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably Jug based on the fact that they banned Void Morphling.
Jug.
Surprised that Execration is leaving it?
Or PA.
Wait, what's that ban? Is that Arc Warden?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I think it's Arc Warden.
I definitely haven't seen that one yet.
I can't imagine any hero has like a big
why
face.
Arc?
Yeah, that was the question I was going to ask. I was like, why Arc Warden here? What do you think is going on?
Power the Arc Warden. Maybe they've done it to him in a scrim. It really could be that simple.
If they want maybe a Drow Ranger on Execration or Medusa.
Terrorblade, maybe?
Terrorblade, yeah. So one of these ranged carries.
I feel like based on Secret's bans, they're just going to pick Jug.
Why do you prefer Jug over PA?
I guess those bans would be... PA against Doom is a yikes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. The laning matchup's like mediocre because Doom has like 5 armor now.
That's true.
And then he heavily benefits from the stick charges. And then it's just really difficult for PA to enter fights ever. Jug, on the other hand, you can doom him, but if he's got a healing ward or spin-off, he's probably going to be able to disengage. And he also healing wards his teammates. So maybe I'm just oversimplifying this. On paper, it just seems really nice.
Or if they want to go for full-on cleave, I guess they could go for the Sven again. Although Doom does dispel, so the Warcry kind of loses some efficacy.
So they were thinking... Secret took, I think, a minute and a half of their reserve time to come up with that DK ban. So I think that was largely due to the fact that they were deliberating what they were going to pick third. There's a lot of different options. I think they were either going to pick carry there and then save the mid for last, or vice versa. Looks like they chose the...
And the DK ban is just to protect that puck pick, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, because they were thinking about what they had to pick, that ban had to cater to that. So you notice how they immediately picked right after they banned.
Yeah, they burned a lot of reserve time on that big decision.
It couldn't come back to bite them.
How would it come back to bite them?
Just in case if Execration throws a curveball in the draft and Team Secret's now down to the last pick and they're not sure, you know?
Which I think is a very real possibility, because you don't ban Arc Warden unless you have a curveball up your sleeve. So Execration may be planning something a little bit off the wall. And even though you protect the puck in the mid lane with the DK ban, the puck still has to be pretty careful now that there's a Lion on the side of Execration.
I feel like Ricky would be kind of cool here for Execration. I think it's a really nice Ricky game.
Yeah, great pairing with the Grimstroke in lane. And
nice against the puck, the Cloud against the Mag. It's really hard to lock you down with the lockdown they have.
10 seconds remaining.
You have decent wave clear with the Doom and the Grimstroke, but they just go... Yeah, go for the boring route, Lifestealer. He's nice. I think it's a good pick. It's less about the lane, more so about the ease of execution of the game. You have this Doom hero that's going to run in for you, and Lifestealer is so good at enabling the guys that run in for you, because you never want to go on them, because Lifestealer will join the fray. He'll pop that rage, spend the 6 seconds doing as much damage as he can. You can't hit the Lifestealer because he's raged, and then the other person that you're forced to target, which is this Doom, suddenly gets this burst of health from Infest. So you really want that like partner in crime that you're going to run into the fight with. And
it may be easier to hit the Lifestealer in rage because at least you have a Spell Immune Piercing disable with RP, and maybe Puck gets a Coil Ag Scepter.
You have like no damage though is the problem.
With Empower though, Empower plus the Jug that you were talking about, which is still available. PA gets banned out, Slark gets banned out. So yeah, the Jug is still in the pool.
Yeah, it is. So Team Secret has overall last pick. Is there anything other than Jug? It's not the greatest Troll Warlord game. It'd be okay though. Like, I'd be okay with Troll Warlord. Thinking they need heavy single target physical damage.
Terrorblade?
Turn to pick.
Okay. I do like Terrorblade a bit more because of the bristle, but not against the Lion.
Yeah, especially if he gets that shard.
Yeah, the mana drain against the illusions is just so... It just slows down your farm a lot.
I do like this bristleback a lot,
10
though.
seconds
Doesn't really
remaining.
have to deal. It isn't really worried about puck. It doesn't provide very much lockdown,
5
though.
seconds
So this
remaining.
Lion has his work cut out for him.
Oh, they're going Monkey King, I think. This is secret. They're going to pick Monkey King.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought that's a dead hero.
Yeah. Do you think that this is a good game for the Monkey
It's
King?
Jug or Monkey King. I think it's really nice against all 3 cores of Execration.
Good call.
Great call.
Yeah. I was concerned about the Lion, but I was like, you need a hero that capitalizes on sustained, long, drawn-out fights and just gets free damage. You actually need free damage because they need a lot of damage. You're dealing with a Lifestealer, a Bristleback, a Doom. That's so much raw HP.
You're talking about the free damage from the Jingu?
Yeah, I'm talking about just by hitting you multiple times.
Yeah.
Like, notice how they ban out the Ursas, the Slarks already. PA just kind of dumps out damage anyway, so.
Well, let's think about what the path to victory looks like for both of these teams, because keep in mind, folks, if you're just tuning in right now, this is the wild card. We're trying to figure out the 2 teams that are going to make it through to tomorrow. We're going to be getting rid of 4 squads by the end of the day today, even if it does go to tiebreakers. And right now, Secret just lost an important first game up against Execration. Execration is trying to keep this upset going. So what does the path to victory actually look like for Execration? How can they keep the upset alive?
Same thing as the first game, honestly. I think that as long as they step on the gas, then this puck is never really going to be able to split people apart, get ganks, because everyone's just going to be grouped up all the time. Monkey King, great in pick-off situations, but if he has to deal with a Doom and never gets Wukong's command off, then he's kind of paralyzed. But I am more encouraged with Secret's draft this time.
Well, last time, Brian, you were looking at the Ursa. You were like, okay, this Ursa is what needs to snowball. Is there something in particular that you're looking for to snowball this time around for Execration?
Yeah, I think the recipe is very different because you have very elusive cores in the Puck and the Monkey King, and if you're stuck chasing them around with the draft you have, Doom, Lifestealer, Bristle, lacks mobility at all, you're going to have some issues. But if you're allowed to just walk at them and kind of corral them into their side of the map by virtue of simply ramming it down their throats and not actually having to kill them, but just pushing them back into their side of the map, that's the recipe for Execration to win this game. I think it falls heavily on the Bristle getting a couple early Ancient stacks and him being the catalyst for making that happen.
Completely different recipe to actually pull this one down. It's time to see
and doom them both with an infested lifestealer or infest yet. And man, their supports are just absolutely dumpster. Neither support is level 6 minute 11:30. They're both level 5. Grim is barely level 5.
I'm guessing the tome is already used.
I think so.
By one of them, I assume.
Yeah,
I would hope.
I think Lion took it because he was like, "Hey, dude, I'm level 3."
Yeah.
And like, it's such a tough call to make because getting Soulbind here really feels like a potential comeback skill. But who wants to be level 3 Lion? Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing with this tome.
I mean, keep in mind with the standings right now in the wild card, if Execration continue to, you know, come to a deficit here as the game goes on, so you could take this victory, it's still just a draw for both teams. I don't think either of them will get top 2 if they just continue to draw.
Right. They would need to win their last. So Secret has 2 series after this, right? And Execration has 1. Because there will be 4 draws for Execration and it would be 3 draws for Secret, I believe.
Right.
So there's definitely more space for Secret.
Here's the timing you were talking about. Blink Dagger on Nico. There's the Inkswell combination. They find the Magnus. That's going to be a nice easy kill for them with the Infest Bomb into the tier 1 tower. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you're talking about. And in terms of like cooldowns, you didn't really have to use anything crazy. Right? No. Doom is still up. Bristleback's ult is still up in case you're wondering, so they're very important.
Is under attack.
Why does it even have a
That's
dot at the top, actually?
Well, it's just to show that you have it skilled, right?
I guess. True.
It's Grim. So Grim is closing in now on level 6. I really want to see him skill Soulbind on 6. You, in most games on Grim in Pro Dota, you actually don't do that. Just because at the time in the game that happens, it's rare that you find fights where Soulbind has really high impact versus having that little bit of extra stroke of 8 damage to push waves, or having more points in Inkswell for more reliable stuns when you play low cooldown lineups. But in this game, it just feels like an assessment.
Matu again with the Wukong's command balance strike to open it up on top of the coin. They just have all the easy setup to take out a Bristleback, who just isn't that tanky yet. He has a Vanguard, and that's pretty much it. As Palos has to use Rage, and looks like that'll be enough to get away. Although Matu's continuing to chase. Finds Palos now. Zai's coming in from underneath as well. And there's RP. Looks like the Phantom's Embrace is going to stop that for now, but they might not even need it. Palos continue to armlet toggle as they find the line on the backside. He's going to be found. RP perfectly timed. And Zai and company continue to snowball this game.
I like Matu's build of going Echo Saber. I thought he was going to rush Diffusal, but the Echo Saber has paid off time, and he's not even getting Diffusal, as a matter of fact. Now he's just going S and Y. Feels like he doesn't need the Diffusal in this game. I mean, at this point, he can probably buy whatever he wants as long as it works on the hero.
You could buy an Aether Lens, probably be okay, right?
Would not recommend that one.
Well, they're going to get
at least it built into Octarine now, so, you know, it's...
I mean, if you go for the Tree Dance build, you can just jump like the Shard, makes it even easier.
Yep.
One day. One day.
An actual monkey build, just jumping from tree to tree, and that's all you do.
That's what he was built for, right? They're just making the slow transition. As we see some TPs, I believe that's going to be a smoke from Execration in all likelihood, as they have basically everything up. Like you said, Soulbind's still not skilled here for Grimstroke.
This play needs to work.
Yeah, for sure.
If this play fails, they are almost out of it. Did he actually not skill? Oh, he did skill it. Okay, he got Soulbind just now. He got level 6. So
very nice.
I think the ideal way you do this is you...
It's actually inside Grimstroke. Interesting.
It's kind of challenging because you have to try to find 2 heroes close by. I think the Soulbind is a necessity to win the fight. So maybe what you can do is you can either bait the Bristle, get him jumped, and then find the Soulbind combo, or you have to sacrifice the Lion to get the fight started, and he has buyback. Like, one of those 2 options are probably your best shot. The play has failed, they've retreated, and Secret realized that they have just made a move that didn't succeed, so they're going to make their own.
Yep, they have the counter smoke coming as Yapsor.
Good play from Yowie here.
Pop, and they're focusing on the Lion to start with. He's going to be a very, very fast kill. I'm sure they're just looking for enough. There's a buyback on the Lion. A lot of minus armor onto Yote. Now as the Monkey King ult comes out, and again, it's so squishy.
This is no longer possible.
Yes, they've killed basically their whole team. They can rush whenever they want, and well, BDZ is just going to stand here, resigned to his fate. Understandable. An ultra kill for Nisha. That's a dieback on Lion.
Great skewer from his eye as well. It's just so hard, but you have to try for it, right? I think this is the first fight that Execration took where I really think that was... It was the best choice they had. There's a couple of moments earlier in the game where I feel like it wasn't the best choice, like BDC's death's bottom, the Doom going back down to bottom to die again. They've just given Secret so many advantages before, and now they're making the correct move, but it's just mounted against them. It kind of started in a way that made me hopeful for them, because Bristle broke the smoke, he got spotted, they do have a bit of information from their vision, but they just didn't get an opportunity for a two-man soulbind into Doom. Secret with a good positioning, and Zai with a great skewer just made it super easy.
For Bristleback, there's just a threshold of items that you need before you can really feel online, and this Secret is just playing way too fast. He just hasn't enough time to farm yet. It's just a Sage and a Vanguard right now.
Yeah. Is under attack.
But the Aegis is now on Mr. Matu. As he continues to farm, so he has the Echo Saber, Orb of Corrosion. Will be going for the full SNY this time into a Desolator, it looks like. I don't know if he's going to change his mind there. Maybe just wants to get this game over with as fast as possible with the minus armor to buildings.
What the hell?
Nico initiated and then ran away, perhaps scared that somebody was close by.
I mean, he blink stomped the Ench and then he got the hell out of there. But that was like, I don't think there was a play.
Yeah.
Puppey, by the way, rocking the massive healing build. He has Mech and Holy Locket.
Oh,
so
very nice.
And maxed out Nature's Attendance. So his healing, if he doesn't get killed...
Wait, you need Shard, though, to cap it all off. That's the extra 3 wisps that just follow you everywhere.
I forgot what her Shard does.
Yeah.
Is it 3?
I've definitely never seen it before, actually. It's, I don't know, maybe it's okay.
Yeah. He's actually queued up.
Hell yeah.
You know, like, how much healing can I do? So
hell yeah.
That's obviously a really good build against Doom and Bristle.
That's true.
These heroes do damage over time, but Enchantress can mitigate a lot of that with this build. And since Puppey probably feels like if they go on me, my team gets a free fight. If they don't go on me, I'm literally going to run next to the core that gets doomed and just heal them for as much as possible. And Matu can heal by just attacking, because obviously the Jingu Master will not be broken by anything. So I actually really like this build from Ench this game. It's I'm not going to say it's super rare to see Ench go Mech Locket, but it's like the Shard is rare, and in this game there's just so much added benefit to
looks like he bought something. He wasted a lot of gold now that could have been used to invest in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
He bought a cloak.
Unbelievable. That is unacceptable, Puppey. I have to scold him. Actually, I would never talk down to Puppey. It's too scary.
Pretty hard to talk down to him.
He's huge. Well, if he's sitting down and you're standing up, you're basically eye level. So and that is a tough one. But yeah, pretty cool. I mean, like if this, let's just assume as well. We're gonna see Lion get dropped here. Oh, Doom onto Pup. He's pretty fast, and there's some Puppey healing coming in from the side as well. He did in fact use the finger, and the mech is gonna keep him alive even longer. Skewer away, Nico.
Look at that healing.
Yeah, he's just not taking any damage, it feels like. And I mean, this is kind of what happens when you're at this sort of a deficit. You just don't do damage. I mean, it's a level 1 Doom still.
Yeah. That was a nice showcase of the Locket mech against it, though.
Oh, Snapfire ult with the Boundless Strike. And that looks to be probably enough. Is Yaoi just one more right click for Matu? No, make it 2. He actually missed there. All right, he's going deep. Rethinking life decisions here, but this would be huge. Problem is, they've used Doom, he's dead. Bristle's super low.
Yapsar missed a lot of kisses there. I
don't
know if he's an experienced kisser.
I'm not going to touch that one, Synderen, but I appreciate the attempted alley-oop. I'll just let that go out of bounds.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Middle tower has fallen.
Just sail away, sail away. As now, what is Palace working on? So he's still working on the Deso. Has the Sage, of course, which we've been seeing still despite the nerfs. Yeah, getting initiated on again, and even the RPUs that will ensure the kill again from Matu. We're gonna find somebody else. Oh, the Bristleback wants to play. Yowie. He has the casual Sage. I don't think it'll save him this time around. Minus armor applied, and that is a double kill for Matu. As it is the 20-minute point, and the most exciting part about this game is whether Puppey will get that shard or not. Very exciting stuff. Nice skewer. 300 away, and a skewer, triple kill. This is the slowest kill streak ever. And it's going to be, at the very least, a set of mid-racks. I mean, 30-4, not remotely. This is probably a bigger stomp than last game.
I was going to ask which game do you think was most one-sided, and I kind of feel like, yeah, this was a bigger stomp. Last game was 33 minutes, by the way, for Execration.
Yeah.
But Secret with the 21-minute barracks absolutely destroying all 3 lanes. Although they did destroy top, in fairness, but they held their own.
Yeah, I mean,
they destroyed the other 2 lanes harder than the sum of the 3 lanes last game.
All right, Aegis has expired, and Secret's going to respect this.
Gonna take it
a
easy.
Lincoln Sphere, very nice, just for that Doom.
He's so farmed on puck.
I mean, he knows that he's not going to get any item like a halberd or anything like that to break the Lincolns because he's just so poor right now. Nisha trying to bait this out. He's going to get hook stomp though. Then they actually popped the Lincolns. It wasn't a surprise at all. This might be a very valuable kill for Execration. They'll find it with the finger of death, in fact.
I get it on Lion. Does he get dagger from that? Almost. 100 gold.
All right, almost.
All right, this is the start of the comeback.
Wait, is that Puppy Shark? I believe those are 3 wisps. Hell yeah. All right, is he killable? As Matu gets a kill, not important. We're focusing on Enchantress, right?
Just soloing the Doom casually up here. He's going to get BKB in... Oh, wait, that's the Doom. When is Matu getting? He's getting... Is that Deso? Oh, he's only queued up. Yeah, it's Deso.
It was, yeah, he was working on it. I don't know if he changed, but...
He didn't. He has it now.
All right, so Orbital Corrosion and Deso, SNY, Echo Saber. Yeah, he takes buildings fast.
And Empower. He hits so hard.
This is true. I mean, if this was a normal game where you're, like, let's say it was relatively even, how much would the build change here? Like, I'm assuming Ags would be something you pick up on Monkey King. It feels fairly standard.
Scotty is very good against both Lifesteal and Bristle,
Yeah,
so I think that's something you could have considered. And maybe if the early game didn't snowball this hard, he might have considered the Diffusal, right? Because I still think that would have been good. But at this point, you wouldn't buy it anymore. I'm leaning Scotty, probably. And I don't know if you want BKB even in this game. Like, it doesn't counter the Doom. It's good against Lion and Grim, but I don't actually think you're going to die as long as you've got a lot of stats and an Enchantress covering you and your team playing around you.
Yeah, I noticed Enchantress, you can't see what the HP regen is with those 3 wisps. It just shows her normal base reach.
True. And maybe they don't even work.
It could be a bug. No one's ever bought it before.
Exactly. They haven't tested it.
Yeah, this is a beta test for Valve if they're watching. Is Nisha going to be able to take out a courier there? And Nisha's actually building a Dagon. Always nice to see. It's actually not even that troll even item. Like, if Puck's having a pretty good game, I wouldn't say it's standard, but it's not super uncommon either.
Oh, Nico.
Yeah, Boundless Strike. Man, Matu does so much damage. I guess at 15k net.
Yay!
The celebratory kisses from Yapsor.
He's spitting on them. I love how happy Mortimer looks when he uses all. It's like, my turn. Yay.
I mean, he's getting rid of a lot of disgusting liquids from inside him. I've been there before. That's something that would feel really good for sure. And I think Secret's probably going to wait for the second rush, I would assume, if they're playing super disciplined. I mean, they don't need to, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. Gonna get the respawn timer for us in 2 seconds. They obviously don't know that it is spawning in 1:26, so pretty much average.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon they're going to control the map until that, and then they're going to go for the killing blow. And Execration, the play is the same for me. It's been the same for 10 minutes. I think you still have to execute this combo, but compared to the combos they've had to pull up in the past games of this tournament, this one is very, very hard. Not only because they're behind, but also because meeting the conditions of landing a Soulbind with a Grimstroke with very limited farm and getting a double Doom, and then getting other heroes on top is not an easy task. They might find Zai.
Yeah, they get the hook stomp off.
That's something.
Yeah, they finally get one. No finger used.
They can buy back Outpost here if they want.
All right, tell me about the meta with Lion. You play a lot of Lion. Do you finger there just for the stacks, or are you just saving it?
I think you save it. The stacks are relatively insignificant, especially you have 1 stack, right? Like, what's it going to do? Stacks get interesting.
I mean, you get the HP talent potentially, right?
Right, but you're level 9 minute 25. So
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think it's better to save all the potential enemies.
So they're silent. That's off. He has to buy back up the game. X1 does connect. As Doom just trying to trot away here. BKB'd right now. Actually getting Doom himself. I believe it's a Lotus Orb Reflect or something like that. As we have the Doom still applied to Matu in the meantime, but he's fine just right-clicking. And Zai has come to the rescue with the RP, and they die back on the Lifestealer, and that's just GG.
Damn.
Yeah, the Lotus Reflect was pretty clutch, although not really.
What's pretty cool about this series is when you combine the KDs from both games, it was really even. I think Execration won by about this score as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't far off.
It was about 10 minutes longer, though.
So draw is a fair result.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. In a 2-game series, it's not often you get 2 stomps and each team has one of them. Right? Typically, it's like one team just overmatches the other.
Right.
Like, this is kind of weird territory, I feel like.
I think the most common one where there is a stomp in a 2-0 is that the first game is relatively close, and then the team that won the first game just runs with second game. Like, momentum, have a good idea of what they want to do and do better in game 2. But this time around, Secret just... If this was a best of 3, I would be really curious.
for Miracle, is this a good Evoker game so far?
Yeah, for sure. Like, if he plays Wex Invoker, he can run around with his Mars. He can set up with his AA. Like, AA loves to play with these active heroes, like I said yesterday. And Wex Invoker versus Wraith King solves one of the reincarnation problems that they have very early on. You can also Tornado scout out the Magnus, who could be setting up for an RP. It's a good hero. I can see it working here very well. But I can also see Execration responding to it, so...
They respond so far with an Abaddon, so keeping it a little up in the air. Do we want to see Yowie on the Lina? Is Lina versus Invoker a decent matchup, or do we want to see him pick something else up in the last pick?
It is a decent matchup, for sure.
Yeah?
For sure, but it also still be... It could still be their position for hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're definitely keeping it flexible. I personally am leaning more towards the 4 position just because I'm a little bit scared of any of these intelligence-based like burst heroes.
Versus Mars?
They're naturally, Mars, right? It's like Mars is really good at being able to hunt those heroes down and 100-0 you.
He also has an AA, so...
Yeah.
It's a guaranteed kill with every arena. That's for sure.
You ever catch a spear, you're just done. Winter Wyvern. That's it's interesting because that does mean you're. Well, okay. So what is this? Are they gonna do Winter Wyvern 4?
We saw Secret play Winter Wyvern 4 yesterday, Yapstor, but this was a very different game that he played because he went straight Ags, as Yapstor does, but it was up against Bristleback, so you kind of needed that % damage. I don't know if that would be the case here. Also, now you've got an Ancient Apparition Winter Wyvern combo support, which is not feeling great.
I mean, it's not bad. You're playing Winter Wyvern versus Magnus, which is really good. You have Save for the RP. You have Curse for the RP, right? If let's say Magnus gets an RP on 3 of these heroes, Wyvern is out of it, he just curses, and no one can actually hit them. It's a really nice hero versus Magnus. I think that's what they were going for.
Yeah.
Also, he plays very well with Mars online. I mean, she plays very well.
I think
I think it's a bad pick at all.
In some ways, Nigma, like they opened with like a very burst combo, and then now it feels like they're making sure that longer team fights are still going to be okay with them, right? Winter Wyvern's really good with that, being able to offer you cold embrace. It gives you like the second life in team fights. It does mean that laning phase is going to be a bit awkward for them, right? Because no matter who the matchup is, whether it's Ancient Apparition or Wyvern, either one of them's going into the Abaddon, right?
Yes.
And so they both have this debuff that they apply that is easily removed by Aphotic Shield.
Also, Shield is quite good for the Spirit target. In Arena, it's a hero that I like to play versus Mars as well.
Yeah, it's great. Like the arena itself, when you're pinned to the wall, it does a lot of the damage when you're talking about that combo. So even anything that can get you away from the wall is really nice. Even like Cookie is great in that situation. But yeah, long drawn out team fights. I mean, Nigma, they said combo first, you know, we're going to burst you. And then they're like, okay, we're going to go Wraith King. And they're like, oh, you want to play long fights? Oh, we can play long fights if you want.
Does Void Spirit fit in the long fights? Because Void Spirit, we now know that the Lina is indeed going to be a 4 and that Yowie will play the Void Spirit.
I look at this Void Spirit and I say, I think Execration says we need somebody to kill this backline. Like, look at the Ancient Apparition, Winter Wyvern, right? I mean, if you're the Void Spirit player in here, like if you play into this match, like you're gonna have a lot of fun with this game, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like you love to play Void Spirit versus these squishy backline supports. You like to cause chaos in these long team fights, but also I like Void Spirit because he can play a more team fight, help the team oriented kind of role when he has a hero like Wraith King who needs a bit of a slower game before he can come online. So I think this was a really, really, really nice pick coming out of Execration.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think there's going to be a lot of the burden of this game resting on Yahweh's shoulders. Meanwhile, Nigma, it feels like in some ways inevitability between the way they can kite out the Wraith King and then the power of late game Spectre that they will eventually win this. So it does put a lot of pressure on Execration. But honestly, they have impressed me with so much of their mid-game team fight. I just still see a bit of weakness when it comes to their point from laning phase into mid-game. Like, I want to see them really be dominant because it's so important to take control of this game.
Also, something interesting for me to know is that Nigma yesterday, while they played very well mid-game, they had difficulties like closing out these late-game
Yeah.
Yep.
Like versus these late game lineups like that Doom Void. Forward or like helps them get past that point. So I guess we're in for a good game.
It's a natural game win.
It's a fun game. That's what it sounds like for sure. We have got game 1 of Team Nigma versus Execration coming your way right now with our commentary duo of Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I think it's a great point Effie makes there. We saw Nigma struggle a little bit after, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
The comfort here is there, the Mars, AA Invoker, lots of team fight. That's I think that transition towards late game is going to be something very important for Nigma, where this Execration draft has that empower to really keep things going for them.
Mind Control will need to do a lot of heavy lifting this game. If the laning stage doesn't go too well for Nigma, you have Ancient Apparition position 5, you have Winter Wyvern position 4. These heroes are really not good at rotating. They're more like counter-reactive, even though you have a global presence coming up with the Ancient Apparition. Two of these heroes, very squishy, very burstable. One of the reasons why they decided to go with the Void Spirit, Yaoi Void Spirit, something that we discussed in one of the interviews, like why is this hero not good anymore? Why is he not being picked? It's one of his favorite heroes, and like compare him to, let's say, Ember Spirit. He's like, Void Spirit is just a faster Ember Spirit. Yeah. He comes online faster, and that's exactly what they need here. They need someone to go in and create space. Mag on the offlane could also be a bit slow. I want to see what the skill build's going to be on a Mag this game. He also gives two of the cores actually a lot of farm tools where you get Empower on Raid King.
That steroid ability.
Yeah, that steroid ability pretty much that they need to match up the farm with the Spectre. Just overall, a lot of team fight. The one good thing is they have something to split the fight with, and that's Wyvern ulti.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that. I think the panel also mentioning against the Magnus in particular, stop the RP combos from coming in, maybe even scout them out in the trees when they are looking for those openings. An Execration on this Radiant side. Aura's going to try and snipe out one of those bounty runes. He is all alone. No contest from Nigma there, so the 2 for 2 should be spread very evenly across the two teams. And that's the Miracle Invoker. So we've seen him go for that Quas Wex build, like 4 in Quas, and I think it was like 5 or 6 Wex, and then back into Exort. He went Spirit Vessel into Hand of Midas, so he can transfer his early game tempo into a bit more mid-game focus.
My problem with Invoker was, at least from the games that I've seen in other regions, like, what do you build on a hero?
Yeah.
I've seen Hand of Midas, Boots of Travel, Witchblade. It's a lot of gold, Hand of Midas, Boots of Travel does not get more greedy than that. It's just 4K gold. Main 0 team fight, more like preparing for the late game. Let's focus on the lane. Nico on the top lane, definitely a player that stands out in the Southeast Asia region. He improved quite a lot. I remember his Doom performance in Tiebreakers. He just popped off. He's definitely the player to look out for. Has everything. I think this player actually does not have any weaknesses.
Wow. That's definitely a bold statement there. I mean, he's got a great laning setup here as well. Shockwave, Skewer, Light Strike Array, tons of ways to catch out the Ancient Apparition. I think that's why Kuro, for now, not really showing in lane and immediately going for that single pull from his small cap, leaving RTW to tank through the initial onslaught, try and gather up some last hits under his tier 1 tower. But then you're going to see the pretty immediate drag back with that Skewer. RTW body blocked. And BDZ Lina trying to close the gap back onto him. Maybe can cut through the trees here, but yeah, they're going to have to let him escape for now because of that pull.
To go back to Nico talk, there was an interesting post on Reddit about one of his friends who posted it, that back in 2014, they were both stuck at 4K.
Oh, wow.
They were both stuck at the 4K, and he kept improving.
Now he's a major player.
5K in 2015, and then he just popped off. I believe he was like 7K 2017, and then...
Did he say if he had any coaching, or...?
No, he just,
self-taught.
He said that one day he's going to play professionally. So for all the people out there in the chat, if you want to pursue the dream, this is, I think, Nico's story pretty much confirms that you can do it if you're being persistent.
Yeah, exactly. I think persistence there, the real key word.
Because not all pro players started at, wow, I'm immortal suddenly, because you're not. But yeah, definitely the standout player for me. Same goes for Yowie in the second season.
Yeah, watch pro games, watch some replays. Make sure you can pick a role, pick a few heroes.
By the way, Chad, I'm not saying quit your jobs, leave your girlfriends, boyfriends, and just play Dota. But, if you're feeling it, go for it. Like, don't let that dream just be a dream.
Go and do whatever you want to do. And right now, Yo in that mid lane up against Invoker. Very even farm trade between the two of them. I don't think there's too much kill threat until maybe, you know, we hit level 6s on these guys. That's primarily going to be the rotations into side lanes off of these active runes early on. And RTW doing a pretty decent job, even under all that aggression, farming away 10-0. There's good pressure, of course. The free farming Magnus is that real point of contention there, with BDZ also contesting the pools of Kuroki. So an uncomfortable laning stage top in their safe lane for Team Nigma. So it feels like bottom lane has to be where they find the action. Get it onto Palos. A decent save with a shield and a heals. Palos Fairy fires up and Mind Control and GH back up to them with GH. Oh, he's going to get away with Mind Control, isn't he? RR. Does he have a missed coil? I think he's still level 2, isn't he? Yeah, so
325 against 310. God's Rebuke ready.
The one hit. Yes, the one hit he needed.
RR will also pick up the Pantheon. Palos will TP bottom after dying. He was so close. How's mid doing? 21 on Invoker against 16 on Void Spirit. Miracle double null talisman. A lot of mana regen, a lot of damage early on.
And a ranged hero just pummeling into that Void Spirit over and over again. And Void Spirit obviously very reliant on casting his spells to secure the CS early on. Even though he is that melee hero with a Quelling Blade, he can struggle when he's being tornadoed to deny out range creeps, and the like from Miracle can cause a few small problems. But again, quite a dull lane between the two of them. It really is that bottom lane where we see that push up, the pressing forward from Execration, shove the wave out, get a few stuns forward. They can't drag the wave back. There's no large camp there for RR to pull, and he hasn't made his way back towards that small camp fast enough either. So that allows GH to start playing a little bit further forward, and this Winter Wyvern Mars lane. Level 4 Wyvern already 5 minutes in. Level 2 Splinter fast, yeah.
So that hurts quite a lot. We said that Mars needs to have a good game, and he is. He's having a really good time on the bottom. A lot of damage. And that next one just gets blown up. Didn't even pop it.
Annihilates the Race King. Palos really starting to struggle there, but top lane RTW also taking the brunt of that damage from Execration. The tanky Spectre with, 10 wand, raindrops, fairy fire, and 2 points in dispersion. Not something they can actually finish off.
The importance of the raindrops. We can see Mind Control holding one. Just does not want to die in this lane, and they can put a ton of pressure on it. Miracle hitting level 6. Void Spirit, he needs a rune. He definitely needs a rune, running out of mana. Also, Resonant Pulse Shield is dispellable by Tornado, so something you need to be aware of.
It feels like Yoei is going to need a rune and a rotation.
Need someone to die.
Come into mid lane.
If your support dies there, he gets free TP.
Look at this.
And he can refill the bottle.
Skewer disengages Nico. And BDZ is going to TP. There aren't any actual stuns there from Team Nigma. And very reliant on the Mars, like we've been saying, his Arena Spear and that Winter's Curse, the majority of their control. But Miracle now, an unexpected TP bottom. They see the Wyvern top, and they feel safe bottom as Palos just gets speared after that EMP Tornado combo. And the Wraith King, is this the third death in quick succession from him? They've been saved up by RR with a good shield. Palos with no one charges, and the remaining right clicks coming through. Miracle Ghost walking to slow him down. Mind Control should get the finishing touch. Shield of Spear, oh, not quite enough damage. They need to dive from Miracle to take him down. And RR is looking to try to trade, but it's good Tornado, stopping Yoei's aggression. Into the trees.
They need this kill.
But Miracle's dead. That's great for Yoei's Void Spirit.
Yoei, he was in the base, regening mana. Like, you can see that he needed to TP at the exact moment. Did not want to refill the mana fully, otherwise he would not be able to get the kill. Palos, the laning stage, can't really do too much. It's actually a tragedy. He's 0 and 3 at the moment, level 4, so they need to enable him. Magnus will definitely need to maybe rotate a bit early, because his laning stage is not going well. Give him that empower and allow him to come back into the game.
Yeah, maybe even think about stacking up some jungle camps for you. Get the Abaddon over there, maybe the Lina can do that job. But Miracle's so very active early on. Goes bottom, goes top, he's everywhere on the map, finding openings. It's a good Light Strike array. Nico, unfortunately, though, out of mana, so he can't get any more damage onto RTW, and just drops
is under attack.
And this has all been about Miracle. Out of that mid lane, he's finding the perfect rotations to really upset the balance of Execration.
Creating a lot of chaos on the map. First rotation to the bottom lane, now to the top lane. Meanwhile, all this is happening.
Mind control.
He's level 6.
In comes Yoe. They find the Mars. Palos finally gets the help he needs. So equally with Miracle's great rotations, Yoe is reacting beautifully, but look who it is again. Oh, he's done it one more time. Onto BDZ. The Light Striker Ray will buy a bit of space, but the Winter's Curse, it comes out. Final damage needed, and Miracle turns back, so BDZ, into the trees. Miracle's projectile.
He was trying to hide, but there is already an observer ward. 8 minutes in. Check the wards. One on the high ground bottom, one on the high... Like, this is going to get the D-warded because there's no way that he can see him there. Nico doesn't have a sentry, so Lina is going to buy one. D-warded.
And a stack that was made up by Execration going to get taken out a little bit by GH. Steals a couple of creeps out from that. Or does he snipe the courier as well, flying overhead? He's going to go for the TP home instead. Yoe doesn't get the takedown, but you were right. There's the D-ward. They knew exactly where it was. Still reasonably even game here. I mean, Wraith King, even with his struggles, net worth-wise, looks pretty solid. 3rd position, barely behind his Void Spirit. Spectre, dead even in the net worth.
Because the first couple of waves were really good for Wraith King. They didn't really put too much pressure, but once they got the levels, Yoe, once again, gotta go in.
Straight towards Mind Control. Keeping this action-packed game going. The Cold Embrace is there, but MC stuck between 3 heroes. Execration, they bring the numbers they need, but a Horde. Spectre jumps into the back line, snipes out RR, and Mind Control, he's still alive. Palos, he is level 6, so reincarnation will come, but MC is still alive under his tower, bottling up, and Nigma that wants to bring even more. 4 more than 3. Spear him up, capture out the Wraith King. 5 people.
5 people rotating bottom, 9 minutes in. Nigma, they are not messing around in this game. They're just allowing team to get the farm. Spectre, I believe she also got a kill. Yeah, LTW got a kill on RR. So some free gold, first good usage of the Haunt. Also going for Echo Saber as the first item. Yeah, this is the build that I believe it was Poyoyo yesterday who did it.
Yeah, a couple of times. Miracle into the Remnant. Yeah, has GH and Mind Control backing him up. They probably realize Yoe there, very limited on mana pool. Might consider a little smoke maneuver back into mid to try and pick him off. But so far, Nigma very good with the reactions. You know, we're praising Execration, bringing the 3 heroes bottom lane. The 5-man reaction from Nigma with that Haunt leaves a little bit of space for Execration here. Magnus farming away tremendously top lane. But you can start to see the gap building now for Nigma's cause with that Spectre and the Invoker up at the top.
They have this global presence, something that we didn't mention, but everyone who plays Dota pretty much knows. Wyvern, Spectre, plus a Sunstrike later on. No points in Exort at the moment.
First arena.
It will come on.
And that's an EMP Ice Blast. Chucking a kitchen sink at Nico, but he'll dodge away from it. Still getting tagged by the Cold Snap. Tornado going to stop and he got a shield heal play. Buys a bit of time with the Winter's Curse as well. They're focusing Nico, but the shield did come out as they turned back towards RR, but that's a tank bad, and borrowed time has already been expended, sure. But that Shockwave Light Striker Ray not connecting. He will have a short reset as RR needs to shield himself. Try and dodge out of Miracle's damage. It just keeps on coming, but no one in the end will die.
Execration needs a Void Spirit to be active. He's the one who can actually set the things up. Magnus still very tanky with that hood, with the Soul Ring, a bit limited on the mana. Magnus is definitely a hero that consumes a lot of mana, and you're also playing against the mana burn, as we see BDZ on the mid lane getting his mana burn.
Invoker going to go double null into the drums, it looks like. Not going to go for that Urn or Spirit Vessel. Definitely does still have the Midas queued as Yoe makes that move forward. Jumping Invoker, RP expended, just a little pirouette, spin around from Nico. And him close to the tower with a skewer.
No mana for Laguna, they still gonna get the kill.
Yoe, that Ice Blast is on him, but it looks like he'll survive through it. And DD Rune as well.
Nico. First, the Yoe set things up. One step into Remnant, into LSA, and then skewer back into RP. Quick pause. We don't know that, but we always love to say that it's quick.
That's what we hope for. So, yeah, put positive thoughts out into the world, the cost, and they will be returned to you in kind. Kuroki ready to get back underway immediately. As the Radiant team, they are rallying around this Wraith King now. What's the build from Palos? Is it the expected phase boots? Yeah, it looks like he considered the armlet with another blade of attack there, right?
Yeah, he went for 4 armlet.
He's got the armlet, yeah.
Because you deal a ton of damage, especially with the Empower, which is maxed out, and then you can go back into the Radiance.
A little bit risky against the AA, would you say?
Sure, but you don't lose as much HP as you did before.
Okay.
I've seen even players picking up armlet.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Still a solid
Not
option.
as bad as it was before.
That's fair. And good aggressive farming from Yoe here. Not only taking farm away from Nigma, but playing up a jungle area. Means that he's able to kind of use this as a platform to jump into top or mid, depending where his team wants to smoke or maneuver into.
Middle tower is under attack.
And the rest of the squad, they can aim to defend that mid-tier 1 tower. Well, Nigma are the ones yet again making that first step. They are the aggressors. They are the ones taking the initiative. Looking to catch them down and slow this Empower Magnus draft down a little bit. Knowing that Wraith King, Magnus, and that Void Spirit can scale very quickly with that steroid ability.
For those who are just tuning in, this is the Echo Saber Spectre, something that we didn't see a few days ago, but now it seems to be the thing. You get the damage, you get a bit of a tankiness, you get the mana regen that Spectre needs.
It's a good all-round item, yeah.
It really works well in Spectre. How, this is the thing. How did no one think of that before?
I bet someone was like, why am I buying Echo Saber on Slark and not on Spectre? You know, it's the same kind of deal. Do a lot of damage, tank myself up, something like, I need mana regen, yeah. Perfect item. Yoe smoked up with the Lina and the Magnus.
It's also a double hit. Let's say a hero is isolated.
There's the jump.
Combined with Nasol. Good job.
Tornado got dodged out as well. Yoe can't finish. GH slips away over the trees with the Arctic Burn. Miracle. Might be able to turn this one around under this tier 1 tower, but there's a lot of execration heroes around here.
Nigma is all about that early aggression. You can see the itemization. You mentioned the drums on Invoker, Phase Boots, Magic Wand, Double Null Talisman, then going back to Hand of Midas just to be able to scale, get the levels. But right now he wants to be able to fight with the team because Spectre is a bit slow. You know, you need to buy time for your own Spectre.
AFK Spectre farming that bottom lane. Still near the top of the net worth though, 6,200. You mentioned the Echo Saber heading into Radiance next. As it's a very similar setup here to the Wraith King and what he's going for. Armlet Radiance farming that opposing portion of the map up towards top. He's going to get there a little bit faster though. We'll start to see that gap increase with the Empower now. Look at that damage, just cleaving through a creep wave in a couple of hits. Farms out the large camp in a second. And then back into the triangle where it is very safe. And quite a wide spread here from Execration. They're not playing tight together. I assume they're ready to react onto any of their tier 1 towers. But they're farming all 3 lanes, farming 2 jungles, while Nigma kind of grouped up in pairings here, expecting a battle to come.
GH hiding in the trees in the top lane, one of the best heroes to defend the tier 1 tower. Not easy to kill, can set things up, especially after level 6.
A bit of aggression.
Magnus has RP, a bit low in mana. Once again, he's always low in mana. I'm just going to keep saying that. Let's see what they can make. Wind Driver, one of the best heroes against the Magnus. You can just split the whole fight. You go in, set up kill, because you know they're going to be grouping around that RP.
And Mind Control slipping deeper into those trees. You mentioned GH's positioning, but Mars also in a similar spot. And Nigma bringing that Ancient Apparition top. The combo they've got, if they can catch a couple of people inside the arena, could a beautiful setup for them. If they get BDZ and Palos here, and Nigma, they do set up with a 2-man tornado. Arena catching out Nico and BDZ, the Ice Blast on the Mars, and they blow up the Magnus. Now the Spectre haunting in towards RR. He pops his borrowed time, they just need to get Palos and Yoe out of there. 3 heroes pummeled as Nigma bring everybody in yet again. The numbers advantage and the setup from Nigma spot on. And they're not done because they want Palos. They want to get more core heroes. Great spear after that chilling touch and the cold feet coming. Palos turns on his armor, still has that level 2 reincarnation, don't forget. So first life sure is expended, but Nigma, they don't want to stick around. They know that people are respawning. So the tornado TP.
He actually hits him with the tornado while he is trying to TP out. Churro will be the victim, eats Laguna Blade in the end. But overall, good fight from Nigma. Their vision game is super strong. In the team fights, they had a high ground board. Also, they're ready to take the fight. You cancel the Blink Dagger on the Magnus with the Haunt. It's going to be easy to fight. Like, he tried to skewer. Miracle spellcasting has been on point this game.
Oh, it's been phenomenal. And yeah, he's going for that exact same build we were talking about. There's the 5 points in Wax, 4 in Quas, and then back into Exort to try and ramp up your damage. And he's got some exceptional setups like this. He doesn't have Cataclysm yet, of course, on the Invoker, but they've got Ice Blast, they've got Spear back, the RP being picked up, Nico, Sunstrike coming, RP's the Mars. It's a solo catch, but the Cold Embrace, it delays the damage coming from Execration, so MC is absolutely fine. They've got some Skellies following him. Mind Control running forward incredibly aggressively here. Arenas, 3 of them. Follow through a little lacking though. They're focusing onto RR off to the right-hand side of the fight. And Miracle can't get the finishing blow on the Abaddon. So Execration, they hold out. Even losing that rating there, they could still keep the pressure on and push towards that tier 1 tower. Onto Kuro. Nico with a great blink skewer back. And that now surely should secure them the objective they've been waiting so long to claim.
He makes it look easy, but this is definitely not easy to execute. Blink Dagger into Shockwave, into Skewer back. Something that I believe Poppy pioneered, at least it was the first time I've seen it, is this build of Wyvern. Just brown boots and then transitioning the Holy Locket, maxing out the Cold Embrace, lowering the cooldown on it, 15 seconds. It's a lot of value coming up from that spell in this game.
Oh, with the Spectre on your team especially.
Yeah, they have no real burst damage. Like, their damage is more like over time until they get some damage items. Like Lina, she uses the combo, damage output, let's say Void Spirit go in, uses 1 or 2 steps, plus a Resonant Pulse and Assimilate. Damage output is going to be very limited.
And while this has all been happening, ILTW closes in on that Radiance. Relic should have the money for it after this creep camp. And Nigma even going to scan the Roshan, expecting Execration to make some kind of sneaky play in there. Sunstrike sees there's nobody in the pit, but this now could be an opportunity for Execration to walk in. I think better of it. Instead opting to go towards the tier 1 mid lane. Start prepping for that fight around the tower. I like this from Miracle, yeah, into the Aghanim Scepter. Cataclysm into that Winter's Curse and the Mars ulti. We were starting to talk about that earlier on before the fight kicked off. So many setups here for Miracle to be able to blow people up.
It will be chaotic. Spectre haunting in, Mars Arena bouncing off the walls. You see Cataclysm, EMP.
Where do we run?
Yeah, you will need the BKBs. What's the Nico building? He's going into full pipe, just taking up for his own team. And finally has Arcane Boot, so a lot more mana pool to work with. Another RP, Skewer back, away from the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, good little stun with the Light Strike Array, but there's the Curse now with the Arena on them. Nigma captures and the Cold Embrace. Healing Miracle, he's still alive. He's half HP. Turn it around, finally blowing up the Invoker, but it's a tragic fight here as they take down BDZ and Nico. The buyback for Miracle now, wanting to extend this longer. Reincarnation from the Wraith King brings him back, and now the heal onto the Spectre. ILTWC is fine and dandy until BDZ with a Light Strike Array stun, connecting onto him with a Deafening Blast pushback. It's a triple for Mind Control. They're going to get the 4th kill here. Lina dieback, BDZ's done for.
That's what we talked about. They don't have enough damage. They decide to go in. Is it going to be a full team wipe?
They want the 5th one.
Oh, what a spear by Mind Control.
Sunstrike a little off the mark there. Yoe, a TP. Oh, that tornado was close. Ooh, the butt clencher.
Yeah, this build actually making the difference on GH, amplifying the healing, coming out from the Cold Embrace, and he also went for the Cold Embrace talent on level 2, just keeping people alive. Miracle bought back. He's not afraid to use it, just to win a team fight off of that. There was a good RP once again by Nico. Skewer back, try to go as further away as possible from that Winter's Curse. In the end, it connects, so you kill one of your teammates, but the Miracle still dies in the end.
And look at how bold ILTW can be now with his Radiance up. Straight into that Radiant Triangle, and Mind Control Invis here. Gets Spear towards Parlos, but a Skewer back. 4 men in the Shockwave, but Nico has no RP. So he's going to get definitely blasted and chased down by ILTW. The damage substantial from the Spectre. Picks up a killing spree on a 2-man Curse. They find the catch onto their faces, onto the Void Spirit and the Sunstrike. Not quite connecting perfectly, and Yoe will slip away. Mars Arena onto RR.
Azure will fall. follow, but it's not enough damage.
Take down the Abaddon instead.
Yep, RR will pay with his life. Just all over the place, going in and out multiple times. As you mentioned, LTW pretty much having a perfect game. Once he has that Radiance up, can go in. It's very hard to focus him. Now 2k gold lead, and it feels like it's more of a 6-7k gold lead right now, considering the amount of farm that Spectre's got.
Yeah, that late game potential and the scaling from the Spectre. Yep. Savi taking her out very early on, but given a pretty free game there. 11,000 net worth as they catch up Palos. Wars and the Remnant not tagging Miracle like Striker Ray towards Kuroki, but they heal once again from GH. They buy so much time and extend these fights that Palos dies twice. Now move in with Nico, but look at the damage from LTW shredding through this Execration side and the spear from Eye Control. Secure the BDZ leader, while RR is left stranded. The borrowed time will only delay the inevitable death of the Abaddon. MC's in once again, and a triple kill for the Spectre.
It's just too much damage, too much control coming out from Team Nigma. Cold Embrace used multiple times. They actually caught Misclick. Never mind.
Well, that's interesting. I was wondering if we had someone muted there. Execration had called it already.
This is not offensive GG.
You can't get away with that one.
It is a misclick. Happens to the best of us.
They are in the lead and they are pushing up high ground.
I usually misclick my abilities. I don't misclick GG, but
he's got it on a macro. That's what we'll say. And Glyph used up there by the Radiant team. Try and hold back Nigma. And there is still that top lane to go and clear through for the team.
They don't have that one hero that can deal damage while they're Cold Embrace. Like, it's not even Ursa that can burn mana with the Diffusal Blade, get some stacks up, not a Slark, not a Lashrak that goes in and just feeds off that.
Or an OD or something, yeah.
And for that Roche fight, of course, they picked up the Illusion Rune on Spectre. All the abilities pretty maxed out. Version plus Desolate, everything works on the illusions. They go in. Now he's even going for the Manta Style himself. Level 18. Haunt, 140-second cooldown, and now they can be anywhere on the map pretty much with their lineup.
It's going to make him so very powerful. On that scan, connecting onto Execration with Nigma smoked up. Sliding their way into that bottom jungle.
Nico, King of the Hill.
He is up there on the top hill. There's the nice arena towards the Lina, but jump back in from Nico now.
No
follow-up for GH, but the Winter Wyvern just turns around, casts the Winter's Curse, and Kuroki saved once more. This Cold Embrace Holy Locker you've been talking about has been spot on from Nigma. Kuroki, I don't know if he'll even die here. Shockwave back, but still alive, finally. Picked off by Yoe. LTW now, though, free reign in the fight to chase down any targets that he sees fit. Palos, daggered up, slowed down, struck and killed. He's only got to done it. Miracle snipes the Wraith King. Nico,
nice
shockwave skewer. It's great back towards the tier 3. Mind control, heal again.
They do not have the answer for this ability. It's actually ability, like one single ability on top of them playing really well, executing spellcasting is what's winning them these team fights. I think they need this Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit. They need to be able to jump him and silence him, maybe even silence him 2 times, follow it up with potentially Lina, even RP. We've seen a solo RP on Winter Wyvern. That's how strong Wyvern feels right now.
He's got 4 staff now, so yeah, trying to catch the back lines and get onto that Winter Wyvern, even more difficult for Execration. Now 6k net worth lead, but like you were saying, that we could talk about inflation of Dota 2 with the heroes. They've more like 10k lead now for them. And Spectre sprinting towards the Radiant team. Aegis in hand for what, a minute and a half, so doesn't mind too much losing that first life if it can set up for a proper fight.
Can they zone the team?
They're trying to catch LTW still with the chain stuns. Nigma coming in little by little onto Nico. They find the Magnus, they bait Execration. Ice Blast flies and trails over the Lina. BDZ gonna get hunted into the trees now. Sunstrike, it's not gonna hit. They scouted Lina out. They won't be able to kill her off.
Aegis would run out in a minute, so a lot of value that Nigma got from it. Now Spectre finishing Manta Style, going into Basher next, also 400 HP talent on level 20. It's going to be much harder to take down. LTW this time around was a bit isolated from the team, but a lot of time and Execration, respecting the respawn, not want to go for it.
Get the objectives, run back, reset. they've got that realization, you know, mid-wave is near the tier 1. They can clear that out for 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Bottom lane's going to get pushed by the Skellies. Void Spirit is there also, cutting back across the waves. We'll see if Nigma want to traverse across the map or if they're just content here, holding that high area. Some drawing on the map coming out, saying side lanes need to be pushed.
Dire's bottom tower.
Still a fair amount of time for that next Roshan to come back up.
Yowie has 0 deaths on Void Spirit. This is definitely his best hero, on top of Puck, I would say. They this Aghanim Scepter, they need it fast, like they needed it for the next fight. They're getting very close, just 100 gold away. The timing that they're looking for is that plus a BKB level 18 on the Raid King, lower the cooldown of Reincarnation and have spell immunity. Like,
but look at this.
Again, going in.
Hey, Palos, he's got his Reincarnation, sure, he turns and whacks Mind Control. RR's helping him out too, but it's a BKB MC, and Palos, he doesn't have the mana, he's been burnt off it, so there is no Reincarnation. They've got an RP on the Spectre, but Nigma just diving the base, a double for Miracle. They are spot on with these initiations, all set up, but Mind Control with this Winter's Curse towards the Void Spirit. They're going to find all the core heroes. Your Scepter into the air, the Renan drop down, but Yoe's gone. Execration look pretty done now, a godlike streak. LTW's in that
fountain, but the difference is he is not dying. They just clean them one more time. 5-0 fight for Team Nigma.
At this point, it feels like a foregone conclusion. LTW unkillable, the cold braces keep coming from GH. And the top laner Barracks disappearing before our very eyes as Nigma with a 31-9, 14k lead in this game 1 of a best of 2. Really asserting dominance. Again, the draft, AA Mars with that Invoker, real comfort stuff. And the transition towards the mid to late game with a Spectre Wyvern have been really spectacular.
This whole fight could have been a lot different. Raid King is level 18. Even at the 3 points in Reincarnation, he respawns there. Nigma would definitely have to respect it more. Hero back into tier 4. LSA misses.
And now they've got an arena. RTW half HP, but look at that. The Cataclysm comes. Nico down. They'll find that first Reincarnation. And a Deathling Blast. Meatball clears through his second life. He's got no buyback. And probably no chance now for Execration to hold. Second lane gone.
GG's goal on the bottom, but they're gonna call it.
It doesn't matter, look off.
Not enough damage. Vector Wyvern's pick with his item belt. GH pretty much single-handedly winning them the game. Those crucial heals coming up in the team fights. Some really good Winter's Curses on top of it. And you can see them smiling, you know.
because Nigma also first phase Morphling quite often, so they just took it from them.
Yeah, and Nigma, like, they're going to look at this and say, yeah, I was going to say, like, just go for a similar opener when you see a Morphling, right? Go for as much burst damage, bit of initiation. You can't get the Ancient Apparition this time around, which obviously would be the preferred hero against Morphling, but Lion gives you instant initiation, where you can get the Hex off before he morphs into Strength, heavy amount of burst damage, and just in general, good combo with Mars. Except for that slight bit of dysynergy where, you know, sometimes you Earth Spike and Spear at the same time and he flies over the wall. But, you know, I'm sure GH.
I can tell you're a Mars player just because you got that.
Yeah, every time. Don't impale, I'm spearing him. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for Dark Willow is like the go-to against or with Morphling. I'm not sure how I feel about this Morphling.
I have a question.
Yeah?
A technical question.
Yeah.
If they would go for the Willow, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, Morphling turns into Willow, but Mars puts his arena down. If you get the Shadow Realm out, does the arena wall...
That's our block.
They block it still, so you're safe inside the arena or on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until he gets level 20 and he gets the waveform attacks targets, and then he waveforms over you, and he...
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
It's not as fighty and brawly and fast as the heroes that I like to see Execration play, so I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't pick up their Grimstroke or their Snapfire or Earth Spirit, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it's always about the Morphling player themselves and how active they feel like they can be, because you can see some Morphling players, they especially the mid Morphling players, right, they like to play pretty active, and it's all about who they can turn into. They like to get real tricky with it. You know, and he may be able to do some of that this game, but yeah, it definitely feels more so like Execration is trying to secure both his lane and a bit of late game with this pickup. Warlock is also a really nice combo breaker, right? You're going to be jumping in on this hero. Warlock naturally just sits behind cores because he's got nothing else to do. That's just his job. Yeah. So he just drops the golem. That's going to give Morphling enough time to be able to waveform, morph strength, those sort of things.
We're probably going to see a lot of stacking coming out from Warlock too.
Yeah.
That's kind of just what he does for the first 10 minutes of the game. Yeah, but we see a Doom Ban and a Void Ban both to protect the Morphling. Obviously, like nothing out of the ordinary here.
Yeah, Warlock is a surprisingly fun hero, but boy, he is just everyone's servant, you know? Heal me, stack for me,
so
sit behind me.
It's so boring. I don't like watching Warlock games.
You know what that is? That probably means you're a nice person and you don't get the sadistic enjoyment of upheaval, slowing people and watching them just slow down to a
I get it.
I enjoy that. I'm just like,
with Warlock, also one of the things that is always brought up, I mean, obviously his ultimate's great, we like that, but Fatal Bonds, I want to talk about those. Do Team Nigma need to, do they need to get something that is able to get natural dispel, like a hero that actually has in mind, like, okay, we can deal with the Fatal Bonds?
So, I hope this is okay to share. Nigma, way back at TI7.
I'm sure TI7
yeah, I feel like
should be safe.
Right?
Should be safe.
So part of the reason I went to that story about Curl was the fact that they didn't like Ancient Apparition back then either, and they let people have it all the time because they said, what he does, if you run fast enough at a team with Ancient Apparition, he can't do anything.
Yeah, he dies.
Right? Yeah, there's just like, it's hard to hit Ice Blast when people are running at you. It's just like, just the speed of a team fight. If a team fight's over, but the Ice Blast is taking you down, like, okay, it doesn't really matter, right? So if you always take the initiation away from that lineup, it's going to feel good. And I think it's very similar to this Warlock situation. You don't necessarily need natural dispels, but if you play a fast enough pace of game where you're always in their face, you're always pressuring the Morphling. Your Warlock maybe stops a combo with his Golem, but he doesn't actually get a good team fight for you. Well, guess what? He doesn't have the Golem next time that you try for that kill. I think it's very much play in their face over and over again.
You got the Willow.
We got the Willow. Now we just need to extend the game for Morph to get an Axe, and I think that's going to be maybe a difficult one, considering we got another Miracle Invoker coming out.
I like Invoker here.
Yeah.
He's good here. Wex Invoker is very good against Morphling also. And Miracle plays it so well, and it's a very, very fast hero. It fits the style of play that you mentioned Kuro wanted to play.
Yeah.
Also, the Elder Titan pick is definitely nice versus Morphling, but I'm not sure who they're going to lane it with. Because having they still need their safe laner, right? And having a 2 melee safe lane can open you up to scary heroes like Darkseer, maybe. But traditionally, Elder Titan versus Morphling, he just melts all of his armor. It's all base armor, right? It's It's a good hero versus him.
Yeah, no, they've got a sick, if they can actually, so Faceless Void is banned out, but yeah, magic damage is so amped up whenever you have an ET, and the fact that they're going to be able to take away all his natural armor, this Morphling, I don't know what exactly you do if they get a nice, physical damage dealer. Because right now, BKB may be a necessity for him at some point in time. Lincoln's very likely just to be able to deal with the Blink Hex from the Lion. I don't know. Execration is going to have to run a lot of heroes in front of this Morphling. So that's why I like this Tidehunter pickup. Still not amazing just because Quas Wex Invoker, EMP, just sucks to play again.
Their lineup is very slow, and that's kind of concerning for me because you're going to have this Invoker, Mars, and Lion running around. Do they have the tools to fight back with this Tidehunter?
Yeah, I'm concerned that they won't be able, that they're not going to have anybody who takes the tempo of this game whatsoever. It's just going to be Nigma running at Execration, and a win in the first 25 minutes for Execration is going to look like not losing a hero. You know, that's what it's going to be. It's not going to be about them actually killing Nigma. That being said, we did say that was their weakness in the first place, and they are better at playing the later team fight.
Also, there's so high cooldown on the side of Execration that I'm concerned for their ability to actually have this Morphling go out and farm, because typically when you play these really high cooldown drafts, you get choked out on the map very fast by heroes like Invoker, ET, Mars, Lion.
So what solves that? Can they move their Morphling to the safe lane and pick something that is maybe a little bit more active that can create the space that you're talking about that he needs?
In my head, it's already kind of a safe lane Morphling, but Nigma are banning out safe laners.
Yeah.
It's still a safe lane Morphling. Okay, they do pick the Queen of Pain. That's their response. They want a hero that can kind of match their pace. I still don't know how good Queen of Pain is as a hero.
Yeah, no,
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he was telling me that he thinks she's actually underrated because her Ag Scepter is very good versus these really tanky heroes like Mars, Bristleback, Elder Titan. That might be true, but I don't think it's enough.
How does the mid lane match up? Queen of Pain versus Invoker. I feel like that's a very traditional mid lane that should have a clear outcome.
They drafted an AniMajor.
Oh dear.
I mean,
yeah, whatever, you can.
It's a legit anime.
You can play it. They're not going to suffer, I think. The Queen of Pain Invoker matchup, if it's a Quas Invoker, he sustains quite easily. He can lane against her.
Okay.
Once he hits level 5, he does not get bullied out of that lane.
Yeah, it goes like the Quap, he's like, I think I'm going to dagger you. And she starts running forwards, to get in range. And Invoker's like, all right, hold snap. I'm going to right click you now. You want to play this battle? Because I've got natural sustain.
I've got a question. Does Palos not play Morph? It's a Palos Queen of Pain, and it's a Morphling for your way.
Palos does play Morph.
So why did they swap it for this one? Why are we going to see potentially a Palos mid? Or is Queen of Pain safe lane? Please tell me that's not a thing.
Maybe.
Is it a thing?
I saw them play, I think, safe lane Death Prophet once.
Okay.
Something weird like that, so it could be. They could just be swapping. Maybe he prefers the Queen of Pain, but I don't know how I feel about safe lane Queen of Pain either. I don't know. This Queen of Pain really threw me off. I'm gonna lean towards Nigma, for sure. Their draft just makes more sense to me.
They just opened in such a passive way and such long cooldowns. Then they picked the Tidehunter on top of that. They didn't pick it with a hero that really takes advantage of Gush, like a Mirana or something. So I'm heavily leaning towards Nigma.
Main idea behind this safe lane Queen of early Orchid and just leads the charge. She can definitely like secure her farm a little.
So you still want, for them to have a good game, you still want that Queen of Pain. Let's say regardless of where she goes. She sets the tempo, she creates a space. There's a lot of pressure on Palos.
It's that early Orchid.
Okay, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, this is the final game of Execration, bar tiebreakers, of course, but the final one in their wildcards round robin matches. Let's find out how it's gonna play out for them against Team Nigma Game 2, together with Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, a lot of pressure on that Queen of Pain, trying to remedy some of the draft issues there for Execration. A lot of long cooldowns, like the panel was explaining, against Nigma's fast-paced draft, and an anti-mage at the end to round it all off. Lacoste, are you leaning towards Nigma like the panel were?
Yeah, the Queen of Pain, a new hero. Definitely, there's a reason why hero hasn't been picked that often. They're swapping the lanes. They're gonna put the Morphling on a mid lane. It's a much better matchup against the Invoker.
Okay.
And have Queen of Pain on the side lane, safe lane. Because Morphling is like half-range hero.
Oh, they're fighting. Well, Nico is already dead. The Tidehunter's gone. LTW gets first blood, yet your safe lane carry's already picked up a kill. Just like that, Nigma kick off this second game with a bang. And like the panel was saying, Execration's last potential chance to get another victory up on the board. They've drawn everything, and we'll see if they can pick up a win here against Nigma, but not a great start for them, and some tips already flying out, some camaraderie tips there.
Yeah, I guess the reason is Queen of Pain doesn't get as pressured as Morphling would be on a mid lane. So with this swap, they have a win-win situation pretty much. They're setting themselves up for two very good lanes. But, as you mentioned, first blood for Anti-Mage. So that's a big chunk of gold for him already.
Yeah, great start. So that's going to be that nice quick move into the Ring of Health. That'll give him the sustain, and you really do start to think about the snowball from the Anti-Mage there as we take a peek into that mid lane. Miracle against Yoe. Already just harassing back that Morphling with his right clicks.
Also, Enigma deciding to swap things around. We have GH playing position 4 Elder Titan in the safe lane. Wouldn't be able to do much on the top lane against two range heroes. It just completely shuts down the ET, so there are swapping things around. Kuroki right now will block the big camp and also do the pull. A lot of stuff happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Dota, straight up efficiency. Kuro, very good at it.
Everyone already getting off to a great start. And I guess also, BDZ dying bottom. GH there with his bonus damage out of that Astral Spirit, just runs the Dark Willow down. Finds a nice pick-off. And I guess Kuroki here, the Lion, also, you know, it's not a sad thing for him to be able to swap into this lane, right? Because they'll have the double stuns with that Earth Spike into the Spear from Mars. They'll have set up and catch onto people. And GH doing a great job bodyguarding the Anti-Mage, bullying back both Nico and BDZ already.
Nico already out of mana. He has phase boots in his quick buy. I would prefer if that's a soul ring, maybe he decides to swap. That way you have a bit more strength, more damage, and could potentially use your spell this way. You don't do anything. One thing I would love to see is them bringing out a bit more region to the bottom lane. Elder Titan bringing us out. He is playing a position 4, but will need to do a position 5 jobs for the first couple of minutes, bring those healing salves so that the Anti-Mage can sustain.
Salve spammer, that's the name of the game for him. And Yoe very low in the mid lane, has a Fairy Fire, and of course...
Lowy, very low on HP there on the mid lane.
He's got a Fairy Fire and Strength Morph. Now his bottle arrives. 2-minute water room, bottom one for him. Top for Miracle, of course. And Mind Control here, contending with Palos, Queen of Pain, who has come back to try and contest the lane dragging, which Kuro has been so successful in. Something Quap, of course, can do, being able to blink around the map. While that Warlock is trying to drag back and pull some camps for himself.
Warlock, Queen of Pain, you don't get too much out of that lane. It just doesn't sound good. You want to pair him up, but we already discussed why they decided to swap lanes. It's just the lane does not feel particularly strong.
Yeah, I guess, all that talk and potential negativity around the long cooldowns and abilities from Execration, when they do have team fights with the Fatal Bombs, the Sonic Wave, the Aghanims that Effie was mentioning as well on the Queen of Pain, they've got a lot of burst damage and the ability to bring these heroes down incredibly quickly. So when they get team fights that go well for themselves, they could start to build up that critical mass they need on the Morphling.
Bottom lane is pretty much won already. ILTW, Ring of Health available, has 6 stick charges, no mana on Tidehunter, does not feel pressured at all.
Yeah.
At this point, Tidehunter puts another point in Anchor Smash.
Is that early
too
ring?
Much value. I think it's better if you just get a Kraken Shell since you're not going to have mana anyway.
You may as well just start tanking up, beefing up in that bot lane.
Just get stats and Kraken Shell.
Is that the build?
No, I'm kidding. I mean, I have to explain myself. I'm being sarcastic.
Really?
A lot of times, so people, don't know if I'm joking or not. Someone might do it in pub and then quote me, slide into my DMs, send some angry messages.
Now they'll be thanking you, and you'll be congratulating them for winning with such an amazing build. Nico, yeah, he's dead down in the bottom lane, caught out. Kind of wanted to die in that situation. He'll respawn with a nice double wave coming his way, and of course, full resources again for him. But like you're mentioning, it's a victory for Nigma no matter what way you look at it down in the bottom lane. GH pulls back, LTW spamming denies, trying to get rid of all the resources that they wanted to claim, and a good little tornado there. Did that bottle refill? Did Yoe's bottle get refilled?
Did.
Okay. It was close though. Good attempt from Miracle to stop it.
Yeah, it's a nice try, just try to disable him, send him up in the air so he can pass the bottle up. Queen of Pain on top of the CS board. You definitely need to get, like Orchid, might just get a power treads, but Queen of Pain's strength is jumping on a certain hero, blowing him up. Orchid just feels natural.
Yeah, early days, Invoker, AM, Lion, probably the big targets there for you as the strength's more from Yoe, gets him out of danger. Out of the grasps of Lion, who did rotate into mid, while it looks like GH's Courier, sniped by BDZ.
We see a lot more just mana burners being picked up. Like Lion, in this game, Nigma, they got 3. You have Mana Drain, you have Anti-Mage, and you also have EMP. Nyx Assassin super popular. Before, like this was one of my most annoying combos to play against. She's gonna be fine. Nyx Assassin plus Medusa, when she was stealing mana, you weren't able to use her abilities. Mana burn plus a snake, whole mana pool gone.
Especially like Wraith King before he got his Aghanim shard.
Solo kill.
Miracle killed Yoe mid. Well, he deserves that's it for mind control, that's for sure. So what was that? Just a shift down through the Morphling and
shift down, got surprised by a tornado.
Complete surprise, yeah, for everyone.
Dire's
Nico chased down again, not really having a laning stage to himself, and a surprise that he's got 20 CS, honestly, the way things have been going down bottom lane. 7 denies as well. Right, it's down to BDZ pulling and dragging the wave back, allowing the Tidehunter to get something, at the very least. And apparently the game really wants us to know that GH's Courier was killed a while back with his wind lace and his Ring of Regen on it. It's been there for a while. It's stuck.
Guys, please talk about it. GH feeding away the Courier, not intentionally, but
it's a kill.
He got it off. He got it off. All good, but whole mana pool is going to be gone.
Yeah, he's got 7 wand, but this is not comfortable for Yoe whatsoever. Being chased and hounded by the Lion every step of the way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good pressure from Nigma across every single one of their lanes.
Bit of a different build from Miracle. Understandable, playing into Morphling, wants to get that Urn/Spirit Vessel early. Just reduce the healing and have that kill threat, especially on the supports. Also reduce the healing coming up from Warlock.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Get rid of some of that sustain. Level 7 Invoker, almost level 8 now. Sticking in that mid lane, not really bothered about rotating too much. Just keep sticking it onto Yoe's Morphling, who did get the shift off. Inside that tornado, and healed up by the Shadow Word of Warlock, who comes in to try and react to some of this Nigma aggression in the mid lane. Oh, the stun again. He's going to be all right for now. Still holding out, but GH's arrival should be able to force him out of the lane now. BZ and Nico both reacting to the ET's movement. Curse Crown into the Bramble Maze with Miracle and Kuro. Here with the stuns and the stomp from GH. Nico being drained of his mana. BDC still aiming for the GH kill. Although there's a ward there.
He was just checking if there's a ward there, and now he pings it. Like, before you die, be efficient. GH is a god.
Oh,
neutral creeps actually get him.
The God Gamer Saturn takes him out. And a good spear back from Mind Control top allows him to securely TP back to Fountain. So some good reactions from Execration, you know, needing to bring the numbers into that mid lane to defend their Morphling. But an Invis Invoker might be able to find the takedown. 2 earned charges. Cold Snap Tornado at the ready. Aiming in towards mid. There's the stun. The chain disables. Perfect execution from Nigma.
Mind Control, he's very quick. He's paying attention. Whenever Miracle gets a kill, he's always ready to tip him.
He's got nothing else to do. Is AFK walking back to back to lane, all the way from base.
You heard it. If you got nothing to do, tip your teammates. But when they're doing well,
keep that morale high.
Yeah. That ward that we talked about, the GH move, when he was hiding near the trees, got devoured.
That's a good spot. And he'll know about these stacks as well. Warlock and Tide trying to pick up the pieces in their own triangle. And GH sees them. Spirit comes across. And bot lane, I mean, it's just completely free for this anti-mage. There is no contest whatsoever.
The only hero that AM needs to be afraid of is Queen of Pain rotation, possibly like Tidehunter Ravage. One of the reasons why he decided to go for the power threads, it will increase his farm early on before he gets the Battle Fury. And then you have tankiness, like you have extra tankiness from the power strike trends, mid lane,
5 times in a row.
Karoki's just being annoying. He's on the mid lane using mana drain and getting a couple of kills. Stuns people while EMP is there. And it's gonna be a fast Spirit Vessel. Miracle just needs 900 gold to finish it off.
And that's the thing, you know, these 4 heroes here outside of the anti-mage for Team Nigma, they're going to be ready with their level 6s. I mean, Mars drops up in the top lane, dies to Palos after spending his arena. That Sonic Wave looked like it was able to take him down. Oh, Miracle in towards the Dark Willow. Quick little Bramble Maze onto him and Kuroki. Shadow Realm to try and split away from it. But Kuro gets the final touch there as RR dies solo. LTW. 252 gold for your anti-mage.
Do your job, you're dead. You got nothing better to do.
He's run out of tips,
your teammates. Do you think he already used all of them?
Yeah, I think so. He's out of tips already. First 10 minutes, they're all gone. Oh, we see the natural. What's a long TP? That's a long TP. Queen of Pain speared. Miracle Kuro have the stuns. Palos down, and that's meant to be your main tempo setup. Dead for 30 seconds, and freedom for LTW continues.
He's gonna be fine. He knows that Sonic Wave was used, burns mana on the Tidehunter on the bottom lane, and he's good to go. Dark Willow maxing the Shadow Realm in this situation as a Dark Willow just feels bad. You know,
not a fan.
Not a fan. You want to be able to have that Bramble Maze, long duration latch, especially against the AM, even Elder Titan ET going into drums. Something that isn't really too popular. We've seen one on the mid lane in the previous game, built by Invoker. And I believe it's mostly like crit. During the last major, he was always buying it on a Tusk. Tidehunter bottom, no mana. Has Soul Ring if he wants to pop it. An Anchor Smash, but
he's going to die anyway, isn't he? LTW have the chase down. RR dead to GH's stop. Invoker gives that little hit to LTW. And Nigma 10-2 with a 3k lead, really starting to run away with things here.
You can see Mind Control. He's out of tips, but every single time that they do something good, he goes with the well play.
Oh, okay. He's replaced it then.
I'm finding a pattern here, Gary.
Oh, it's a very good one. Very good one. But yeah, think about the drums, you know, in the previous game and even in this one, marching to the beat of your own drummer. Yeah, they're playing fast, they're buying fast items, giving them that speed to just run at their opponents. And I think it was an idea that Cat brought up. This move in particular, when you are running at a Warlock, similar to what he was explaining about the Ancient Apparition, was that you don't get the chance to set up for a proper 5v5 team fight, which is what Execration are built around.
This is what they want to do. While you have Nigma's draft, they don't really care too much about their cooldowns. Finger is okay, but if can reset, get 2-3 stuns in a team fight, that's also perfectly fine. Arena, like even without Arena, they can take these fights. Spirit Vessel about to be completed on Invoker, actually flying on the Courier.
Oh. But it really does feel that way, like Execration, very much like a jigsaw puzzle. You need all of the pieces there to make the picture, the grand picture of the plan, the directive of their draft.
The problem is the factory forgot to send them that one piece.
And then Nigma's like a set of Lego. Sure, you might not be able to build the pirate ship or whatever you want, but you can turn it into something, your imagination.
Yeah,
put these pieces together and do what you want.
Stepping barefoot on Lego.
And Nigma, the one that put the pieces on the floor.
Yeah, they're like all around, we forgot to pick them up. Yeah, sure.
It was accident, we promise. They do have this Orchid on the Queen of Pain, though. Definitely a significant moment for Execration to try and launchpad themselves towards some form of victory. Whether it's a team fight win, an individual pickoff, they need something to be done reasonably soon. But Nigma are doing such a great job hiding off the map right now. They know this timing is coming. AM is the only one showing out on the map down in the bottom lane.
Warlock is still level 5.
Look at that.
You can't even team fight when he doesn't have a rock.
Oh, he doesn't have rock yet. It's 14 minutes in. And Miracle, he was spotted under that sentry. But in comes the RTW anti-mage. Parlos barely linking back. Spirit Vessel low, ticking him down. The damage is enough. He's killed off. Sunstrike's coming, doesn't find the touch to him.
It is not necessary. Now RR needs to run away.
Well, that's your Queen of Pain we were just explaining. This Quap needs to get something done. Dies. And AM was 8,000.
He got something done.
I'm sorry, Lacoste. You are correct. Technically correct. The best kind, of course. I can't believe, honestly. 8,500 net worth on this AM. 14.5 minutes in. He is going to be hitting some sick timings this match.
This is Power Treads, Battle Fury, full Magic Wand, and Yasha. This might be one of the most farm anti-mages I've seen in a while.
I think he might be hitting record. Like when we get to that 20-minute mark, he might be hitting records, honestly. We'll be looking at like 15k net worth anti-mage 20 minutes in. It's going to be that insane, especially with Ancient Stacks and with his team smoking up in front of him. GH Miracle Kuro, the gank squad extraordinaire coming out into this dire jungle.
Setting up some vision. They want Morphling. They understand if Morphling's not having a game. And so far, he isn't. He's sitting at the mid-net worth. As Yasha completed, Yowie understands something's cooking, something's going on, goes all the way around and farms a big camp close to tier 2 tower.
Goes from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And the pings do come out. Smoke wears off. Dire Observer, what I believe, spotted a little bit of that maneuver from Nigma. And 5 heroes converging from Execration in towards the Invoker. A little combo there with the Fatal Bonds and that Golem dropped in. BDZ down to Miracle and the Sonic Wave pushing him to high ground. Invoker gonna die. Finally down to Yoan. Morphling with that Adaptive Strike gets a sweet pick off, and Kuro has been left stranded here. So 2 for the price of 1. It's a good stun. But
No TP on him. Buy time. Courier will scout him out.
Go on.
Get it. He needs 3 hits. Not gonna happen. Good usage, like first rock, 15 minutes in, they got a big kill on Invoker, they kill a Lion on top of it. Problem is, ILTW, anti-mage, not contested, not a single death on him. This hero actually fits the whole style of the tournament.
Yeah.
Anti-mage, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup there. I mean, I think you can't
I don't know if anyone said it, but it just came through my mind. I'm a bit slow sometimes, apologies.
He's not got the proper setup, but looks a little bit like Cap with some of the cosmetics. It's a good arena. Nico and the Golem trapped inside of it.
A bit of an overkill. They even bring Miracle to the mid lane.
Dead is dead. ILTW, what are we at? 10k now, 17 minutes in. Blink Dagger up for mind control. So it's not just the AM. Also the Mars and the Invoke are picking up these pieces that give them such tremendous team fight. And the ability to reset as well. I think that's another point we should touch on here. Now, the arena, the stomp, the stuns, they've got Tornado, another good example.
A lot of stuff that they can just throw. Well, Execration, they need to go in, they need to get stuff done. Rock, Ravage, 1-2 quick kills, and then go for more.
Yeah, once they commit, they commit. BDZ.
Done. Actually gonna die.
To the Spirit Vessel.
Tornado does not hit, doesn't even need it.
Another one for Miracle. Another notch. And Tidehunter still hasn't been able to get a good Ravage out, or any Ravage really. Shows himself in that mid lane. Immediate stomp.
Can they burn his mana?
Spear back.
Into drain. Keep draining.
Under the Spirit.
No mana.
He's tanky, this fella, though. You can't really bring him down unless you want to expend some big ultis and cooldowns, which they don't really have too many left of. And this is all space creation. Defender mid-tier 1 is Team Nigma, and that's exactly the man we should be looking at. ILTW continuing to race ahead and become the unstoppable force AniMajor can be as Yahweh, he picks up Kuroki. Lion stepped out a little bit too far. Tornado misses out. Mind Control spears back the tide, but still chasing forward. Turning into the Mars and spearing him back. Yahweh going to find the kill on Mind Control there.
2 good kills. Double damage also spawned. Yowie will pick it up. Yowie, he is recovering nicely. Has SNY done plus a double damage, some status resistance, always going to be much better than building up Manta style against the Lion, against the ET Stomp, Cold Snap as well.
And this is where Execration are meant to be really strong, right? Ravage ready, Sonic Wave coming up with enough mana for Palos in a second. Golem is at the ready too. And when the Invokers deny that tower right under their noses.
Free gold. You get a gold for denying a tower.
Easy money.
Not a lot of money. Decent amount of money. Nothing too spectacular, but I like that it's added to the game. You know, gives you a bit of something for trying.
Yeah, a little bit of something. Feels nice.
Maybe a mango on top of it would feel also very good.
Radiant are scanning.
So a little cherry on top, mango on top. Tier 2 items starting to be picked up. A little bit delayed there. Bullwhip comes out for the Morphling. Nico grabs his Blink Dagger, so that's Phase, Hood, Blink. And Miracle. Another move into mid. So that's a Golem Terrorize. Feared up and into the Bramble Maze. Under a Sentry Ward, Miracle. Do they have the finishing touches though? Yoe's completely out of mana. GH and Mind Control have soloed down Palos, and now Yoe's on the run. RTW's decided to join in this battle, and he is at that 14,000 net worth point 20 minutes in. Not quite the 15k, but definitely
they're gonna
up there.
Go inside a pit. He's just staying 5,000 gold ahead of the enemy carry. I'm talking about the Morphling, even though he played the mid lane without Warlock Golem. They're not gonna take the fight. Ravage finally, you know, might be used. We have a Blink Dagger available on Tidehunter.
It's been a long time coming.
He's just building up the damage. You know, the longer you hold it, the more damage it does.
Stacking the tentacles. Lacoste, we need another warning for your sarcasm meter. Yoe, stunning out the Lion. Does claim. Oh, good spear. Big rip back.
Not enough.
Yoe dropping. They get the Morphling. Couldn't even kill Kuroki. And RTW with the Aegis now, just running straight towards Execration. Whip towards it, movement speed forward. On to BDZ. Not the Bedlam off, but it's a dying move. The last breath here. The spear onto Oro. Yeah, I don't know, but he's caught up against the tower. Now an arena from Mind Control as well. It's all falling apart for Execration. Nigma have their number, a double for Miracle, and this one looks like it might be over already.
Roshan, Nigma controls the team fight. They stomp or lion stun into mana drain, into EMP. Tidehunter tries to get some mana, uses a magic one plus a soul ring. Not enough. Skip the mat school. That one class, you know, when they were talking about the soul ring, how much he needs for it. Can't get it off. Like, even if he gets it off, it's just a complete waste. Team fight already over.
Yeah. And now this entire map, I think Effie brought up that point about long cooldowns. Once you have expended them, you can get choked out very quickly. The map becomes small. You can't have anyone showing on the lanes because you don't have the ability to fight as a pairing or as a trio. You need everyone together as a 5-man unit. And Execration don't have that right now. Their arsenal is depleted.
Now you have all these small buffs that you can throw onto AniMajor.
Oh, they missed that spear. They won't miss the stun from Kuro, though. And RR, an absolute freebie for them.
So you have Solar Crest, which is not a small buff. And then you have ET popping the drums, possibly using the Bullwhip on top of it, giving AniMajor almost max movement speed in the team fights.
Look at RTW. Dragon Scale onto the tier 3. Chips away.
Scotty, I just stopped paying attention after he got like 14 minutes Battle Fury, Yasha, and yeah, it was a 17-minute Manta style on top of it. Not a single death.
I was going to ask, what's his score right now? It's like 4-0 something? Or?
Yeah, 4-0-4 at the moment.
Death's not found?
Nope. Error.
Beautiful stuff from RTW.
That was a nice one, Gary. I hope chat appreciates it.
Thank you, thank you. Definitely never used that one before. are now out of towers. Final one remaining is the bottom. But there is a wave pushed pretty hard out across the Radiant side. And Execration know that their only option right now is to bunker down in their base, hold out for dear hope that they can catch Nigma unawares with some kind of reactive play or a smoke to move out and get a proper team fight going.
Maybe that's the turning point. You know, just gotta stay positive, find something good that could potentially happen. Morphling building into Aghanim Scepter, turning into Dark Willow.
Oh yeah.
We've seen so many times Morphling winning off by getting the Aghanim Scepter, let's say having Earthshaker in the team, now with the Dark Willow.
Look at LTW, man.
He doesn't care, like they cannot kill him.
Not a solitary damn given by this man. And RR flips by that Tornado, Cold Snap and that Earth Splitter. While Anti-Mage moving forward, but they blink away. Nico and Yoe retreating from Nigma's grasps. I mean, Aegis, what, a minute and a half left, so they can go high ground here. Get back onto the tier 3. Not much you can do to RTW. Yule's a Cursed Crown. You'll irritate him. You'll be a nuisance. But there is no stopping this man. Let's counter spell spamming at this point.
He's just sitting there. He's 36 armor with the Solar Crest. How much is that? It's 64% physical resistance.
That's quite a lot, Lacoste. And he's jumping for the BDZ. He might be able to get the solo kill. In comes Mind Control, secures it for him, forces the buyback. The Sonic Wave there does claim the aim.
Will he pop it?
It will. They want to focus the AM. Nice terrorize after the Ravage. The chain stuns. Do they have them? The Curse Crown's coming, but he managed to get out of it. Blinks away, and now Nigma can turn and face Execration. Burst through every hero they've got. Morphling gone for a minute. Time's done. No buybacks and no spells to be cast, even if they had them. This is it. Nigma will take them out. 2-0 as GG is called.
They call it. That was the first Ravage of the game, right, Gary?
Pretty much.
I believe so, yeah. They try to go for a play. You know, the execution was not bad. The Ravage into Terrorize, into Stun. In the end, he dispels it. A bit too many items, too tanky. In the end, Team Nigma came very well prepared for this series.
Well deserved as well. Nice to see them all cheer.
And a hex.
That is
2 stuns and a hex, I think.
3. That counts as 3.
You can pick up runes.
Yeah.
I already like
if you get surged, you're really fast.
True. That's Darkseer coming in.
I don't know who would play the Mars. Likely MC, but I wouldn't put it past Nigma based on their read. That's another. We've seen this quite a bit, but I wouldn't be surprised to see ILTW perhaps even on a Mars because they really have started to like this semi-carry / double offlaner style with Miracle on the hard carry mid.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that, but it's the fact that they've got stuns means they have a lot more options to pick for the lanes.
Yeah.
The other game where we saw the ILTW Tide, we're being a little bit hard on the Tide. I think the fact that their lineup was so poorly put together before the Tide made it so that they had to pick for the lane and the game, which is almost impossible most of the time. So now that they've got all these stuns, you can purely focus on your matchups. And in that case, if you're able to swap up the lanes a little bit, put the heavy hard carry in the mid lane, get some good matchups on the side lanes, that's much more viable.
And from the secret POV, they're still using the only 2 real pieces of information I was able to gain from the week in the hotel quarantine, just kind of trying to get info, which was control the armor, you're going to win the game, and TA is really good. They've already kind of doubled down on both those concepts. They're playing Dire, so definitely more important, I think, to try to exert control of the Roche area. And I think also a better Ancient Triangle, at least from what I've seen. You only need 1 ward. You can secure it pretty effectively. And I think it's just easier for the offlaner to stack.
Yeah, it is. It's just a slightly shorter distance to make it to. It makes that big of a difference. I think it's the combination of the distance being shorter in regards to going from lane, but also the rune is just right
rune's
there.
Closer, rune's right there. I think it's also easier to double stack the camps because there's certainly less travel time there. But either way, now from what I think we saw, was it yesterday on the other stream, might have been this one, can't even recall, in the IG game, they were really effective at invading enemy triangle, controlling the ancient camp, either blocking it or trying to apply vision. And the alternative as well is like Secret, they're going to look to guard their own hill and ensure that TA gets that 7 to 9 minute run through and just quickly gains like 1,400 gold from a quad ancient.
The fact that TA went from irrelevant last patch to where she is now is such a tribute to how meta changes influence how a hero is viable or not. The fact that mid lane is so much more farm oriented now with the way they rework the water runes, that alone was like, yeah, TA got some small buffs, but to go from zero to hero and
and Secret also, they're learning from yesterday because when they it was IG against Nigma, absolutely destroyed Miracle's TA with Ember Spirit mid and a Lion from Kaka. Like, they just ran at the TA, killed him over and over. There was no recovery mechanism. Emo is nuts also. Like,
the biggest thing about Ember and Bat, out of all the heroes that counter refraction, is their ability to just kind of constantly follow you around the map. And that's what TA hates. She doesn't even mind getting ganked once or twice if that means you're going to have to leave her alone in the future. But that's you never get the break when you're dealing with these local down heroes.
One thing that IG also did, if you want to reference the IG versus Nigma series, of course that's the only series that Team Nigma had 2 losses in a row. IG banned out IO every first phase they had. They did not want to let that through, and we are going to see an IO coming out here. For the record, I know that there's people tuning in that don't normally watch as much Dota as we do. So, IO, only support, viable as a core, yes or no?
I think the core nerfs were too much. I would be surprised. I think it's just going to be a Gyro 4th pick. I don't think it's going to be anything.
The IO Gyro?
Maybe Luna IO, but
I was thinking Luna and then was like, please no.
Yeah, I think Gyro's like a pretty decent counter to the refraction. TA doesn't love playing against Gyro specifically.
Yeah. You can also build this like really tanky style. I think TA also prefers not to have to buy MKB. Gyro with either a Halberd or Butterfly will force that. It's also just incredibly durable, and you already have such great setup. Like, the team fight and the pick-off potential are really high. My concern would be that makes it a Kuroki Lion. Like, it's one of his staples, but really just rough.
And I love the Ench pick. Incredible laner, right on the gyro. But Secret kind of would say saw this coming, and I'm very concerned about Nigma's lanes right now.
Gyro, the reason why I emphasize the gyro out of all the pairings is I think it's the least matchup dependent in lane. I think if you pick Iroh Gyro, there's pretty much nothing that crushes it, let alone beats it. It's such a scary lane. The biggest thing that's really put it over the edge from the recent patches in the last 6 months is that now Io's overcharge gives spell amp, which for Gyro specifically is pretty insane.
That's a good point.
It's just that rocket barrage when they're chasing you down just does that much more.
Oh, and that, talk about one of those legacy comfort heroes. It'll take him an extra 7 minutes to see this, but I know Bulldog's going to get a smile on his face. This is one of the better heroes against Wisp, applies a ton of tower pressure, but more importantly, it accelerates Secret's 5-man, because that's really the thing that deals with a Wisp lineup. So now I have this super durable tower hitter that also gets to buy like cheaper items. You know, it's not a traditional hard carry. You're going to get a power spike every 3 to 4 minutes when you pick up your next item. Everything Lone Druid likes is like 3,000 gold or so. So big fan. And also, I would say one of Matu's top 3 heroes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can't spear the bear either, which is kind of annoying. It takes the damage, but it never gets sent back from the tree. So it usually Mars has that defensive aspect in the lane where if he ever does get chased down, he just says, "Get away from me." But that doesn't work against the Lone Druid. I like it for that regard, but they have pretty instant disables and setup that I'm concerned that Lone Druid can just die if he tries to hit buildings. So I don't know too much about the hero. He's one of the heroes I'm less familiar with in regards to how he works in certain matchups, but I'm hesitant that he'll be able to apply the pressure that you're talking about.
So if he needs the space, which basically what you're saying, right? He needs to be kind of left alone. So they need an offlaner. They need a Zai hero that takes a lot.
That goes 0-8, but you know.
That goes 0-8, but make sure that there's 5 heroes.
Exactly.
4 heroes needed to make it go 0-8. What hero is that?
Centaur. Let's go.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it.
That hero just dead? I feel like it didn't get nerfed that much.
I see it effective when people make the mistake of attacking it, which unfortunately for Nigma was exactly what they did against IG. Where JT, there was a point he had brown boots, he had a Vanguard and a hood, and they just went blindly. It didn't work. You got a lot of options for Zai. You can even theoretically make the Ench your core, but I don't know if that's.
I don't know about it against Gyro.
Yeah.
Too much magic damage. And the Ags.
You buy the hood, you get a Dragon Lance, and you just can't die. Then all of a sudden, all 3 of your cores are really tough to take down. But
I would be the 4 that would make that worth it. Like if you're gonna rotate that to a core.
Be like I was thinking Earthshaker.
Okay. Earthshaker or Spirit maybe.
Just because you are immediately online with just a Blink Dagger. I really like heroes with multiple stuns in synergy with a TA, because you have the potential to just execute somebody in a couple of meld strikes. And also very nice with a Lone Druid with an Ench, you know, like creating longer fights, more distance is really effective as well against Wisp Gyro. One good block, you just straight up win a team fight.
I think with the lack of mobility from Team Secret's lineup right now, Centaur is the prime candidate because they need to collapse on the Wisp. They need to be able to focus a single target because they have so much punish on the side of Nigma. If you don't bring a certain hero down, all of them are a huge threat. And also the way they're setting up relocate gigs right now, at least in the early game, is the hex instant hex from the Lion and Centaur Stampede you mentioned.
Good point.
Counters that.
Team Secret.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting game to watch though, because Secret, they have a lot easier time taking objectives.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Leave this line.
Radiant
laning phase kind of has to go well.
Ooh.
Swap it up. They go for the Axe.
It's surprised by Axe against Gyro. I really like Gyro with a save against Axe. If I'm playing Gyro with no save, where I just get Blade Mail called and die, yeah, different. But you have so much magic damage that even if you get called, you're still, or even if you do call on Axe, you still die to it.
Yeah.
Which is the
5 seconds.
He's also really good at punishing you from cutting, and that's what Axe wants to do for the first 8-9 minutes. We'll see.
We will see. What do we want to see for? Oh, we're gonna get an answer straight away. It's gonna be a Razor for Mind Control. Happy with that?
Could be a mid-razor.
It's a mid-razor.
Yeah, mid-razor.
Mid-razor? Oh, sorry, yeah, Microsoft's playing Mars, of course. Miracle.
They could have swapped that up. So
yeah, but they probably wouldn't. That was my bad.
I think the bear, theoretically, too. Big game fights.
So, in my heart of hearts, I never like seeing a Razor, but we watched the last major and EG just kind of picked it when appropriate and got all the way to the finals. Arguably, should have rode it all the way to a 3-0 win in the finals. But in this spot, it's good to have a link against the bear. A big link to start the fight will really help you out. The matchup against TA is Razor favored, but I don't think it's as bad as it used to be with all the water runes.
It's not. A lot of TAs just rush boots.
Yeah.
You'll get like 2 branches and tangos and then just rush boots to make sure that link gets minimal duration. I think TA is just a better hero than Razor right now, which is sometimes a simple enough explanation to why it's still going to do okay. But I honestly like Nigma's draft a lot more. It may be due to ignorance about the power spikes of Lone Druid.
Yeah.
But I think they have enough tools to remove him from the picture, and the pace of the game required to slow down the pace of Nisha on the farming pace. Like, they're gonna run at him. We talked about it coming from the mid laner. The gyro's gonna participate in this as early as like 6-7 minutes.
But I really am gonna need to see Kuroki step up. Like, not as a captain, not as a drafter, but as just an individual player.
Make it 2 plays.
He has to get things done. It's a tough game. He's gonna have a rough laning phase, but he represents so much pickoff potential. It's him who's gonna really, with gyro, he needs to help mid and get a couple. To start with some plays right now.
All right, well, let's see how this series will kick itself off and who takes the first game. We're going to find out together with our commentary team of Fogged and Odie Pixel.
Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty hyped up for this one. I haven't gotten to see too much Lone Druid, and I think this Razor pick actually makes a lot of sense, right? It's good versus both of the cores in a way, and do it throughout the game, throughout the lane also. Of course, TA has gotten a bit better versus that Razor in the matchup since you do play more of that farm game, but can definitely see what Nigma's going for this constant fighting. But I think Secret has their own approach to this because we've got this very like quick, very strong lanes that can also collapse on Roche very easily. So yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going to go down and how much battling we're going to get.
The battle begins.
Ooh. They got them all. They sure did. They set themselves up really nice. It was such a quick opener the way they actually just ran up into the high ground, so just asserting their dominance right away. Like it. And this, so the thing about this, I've seen them a couple of times now playing with this IO. We got to watch a lot during the DPC. Of course, it started getting banned a lot, but GH is very active with his movements. Like I'm pretty sure even though he is playing this like babysitter for this gyrocopter, we could see him make rotations onto mid lane to help out Miracle. Since he is versus that TA, could definitely see a little bit of a collapse coming out. Yeah, I think it's really good just because it's good versus both of the matchups, versus the Lone Druid and versus that TA. Also, you can build pretty good. You can build very like kind of these defensive supportish kind of items to help out your gyrocopter. Like Halberd is incredibly effective this game since you see that TA, you see the Lone Druid as well. Could definitely see him go for something like that. I actually think they're both kind of just going to build a farm because IO's going to give that extra sustain. So sometimes Battle Hunger and the Snapfire like pressure can be annoying, but I think IO counteracts that. And I think on the other side, he's got Enchantress. So for the most part, Puppy should be able to secure that lane. And Puppy's actually going to start bullying Kuro a little bit as, you know, we do see that pull behind the tower right away. So it's starting to trade some right clicks. So Kuro's actually going to have to drag it into the tower. See what Puppy's up to here. Going to start putting the pressure on. He's got the Harpy. My Control going to eat a lot of damage here between this one. A couple extra nukes. Same thing for Kuro. This is a pretty devastating creep. Puppey now starting to deny his own sentry so he can open up the availability of that camp. Since the wave is already kind of forcing into their side, he wants to have that available in the next minute. I'm mostly staring at mid because right now it's pretty even. Yep. In the past, it used to be a pretty Razor-favored matchup, but now, exactly like BSJ was saying, you just rush boots immediately. Like, right away on these TAs, he starts with the quelling, so he gets a little bit extra damage to start, and then he gets boots, so he won't only get drained a little bit here. Actually continues to drain, so 45 drain, but he's still got a decent amount of damage to work with. He's got something. Yeah. It's definitely going to be eyes on, like... Yeah, got to be eyes on Yapsor right now, yep. He's got to be a little careful. He'll be okay. He's going to get a side pull off, a big one, too. It's a stacked camp. So GH is trying to stop it, and he's going to eat quite a bit of pressure himself here. But that's going to be a very big wave that just effectively is going to get denied from those creeps. So they're actually just trying to run him down. They have 10 stick charges, so trying to actually maybe potentially get the kill on Zai, but Cookie's forced.
Is a great conductor.
Yep.
Blessings.
Yaps are starting to get the stacks going for the TA. So we're going to have double stacks around the Ancient and that hard camp. So at Nisha, it's going to... Sure, he's a little bit behind at the start here, but he's going to be able to power farm a lot faster than this Razor. So it's going to be up to Miracle to really make moves to invade or look to pressure other side lanes to get ahead.
It's obviously bottom, GH and RTW playing, very much holding each other's hands here.
Very important too, the barrier does get quite a bit stronger for these levels, so My Control, his lane gets harder, I feel like. Yeah. I wonder if they actually maybe give Zai some of these stacks down bottom. I know they probably want to give them mostly to the TA, but Axe also needs to have a game. So there's a little bit of an overlap there that they do have quite a bit of heroes that do want to rely onto those jungle creeps at some point in the game. So we'll see how they decide to distribute it as bottom. Yapsor again getting very low. But he's got
to be able to take down. Yeah. Well, the missile not going to pose too much of a threat, and they know that. Of course, only playing with the 1 point in the missile in this laning stage, not putting anything more into that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wonder if they actually skip the point in it because they are playing versus that matchup. They can just kill it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because you usually.
I mean, at least you're making him use it. If he's shreddering the missile, he's not shreddering you. You know.
But he's getting the gold, dude. It's 50 gold. It's pretty valuable.
I mean, that's true. 50 gold.
But you know, sometimes we do see these gyros playing more of this farmy type of game, and you see them maybe maxing like the flat cannon early on. But I don't think that's the style that Nigma really wants this game. I think this is going to be a very battle-heavy approach from them this time around, since they are playing versus these 3 greedy kind of cores that Secret's gone for. I think we are definitely going to look to see some collapse come out from this gyrocopter very early on versus this TA.
No, definitely. Yeah, they do not want to give Nisha the time to hit those fast early item timings. They want to force him to try and turn up, and they are, as you say, going to have that insane team fight round. Mind control. Once he, when he gets to the 6, obviously he isn't going to be there too soon. I mean, both offlaners having a bit of a slower time when it comes to XP. As there we have it, and he's going to get caught out of position. Miracle's trying to get something in return, but Nisha Puppey Yapsor here. This is looking like a pretty dead Razor. Nigma getting caught out around this mid lane as Secret are able to bring in the numbers and come in with the outplay.
Nice play by Puppey using the Mud Golem that splits into the shards, gets the 4x hurl boulders at the target too. That was very nicely done. As they both do meet up, they leave Zai alone on an island, as we do see happen quite a lot for them, and now they start looking to actually play around Nisha and look to actually maybe claim the enemy triangle a little bit here. So Nisha kind of farm over here nicely. Some good aggressive moves. And Matu, he's fine alone. As we said, he's been given the entire free lane, so he's loving life right now. My controlling level 4 on this Mars, and he's not going to have the same recovery outlet as Zai does. As Zai's got these stacks if he does want to work on them.
Extra stack up here on the Ancients. But yeah, absolutely for Nigma, it's going to be all down to how hard they can bring the team fight once it's ready to go. As Secret, on the other hand, you know, their heroes needing a few more items or so to really have that mid-game hit out of the laning stage that Nigma can have with their ability to learn. Kuro once again around the mid. This time he's got the backup. Miracle's in. Kuro's actually able to get the salve off as they turn. Nice moves here from Kuro as he lives only just. But he will manage to get out, and Nigma this time, they'll be the side to claim the kill.
Pretty cool actual thing that they're doing here as Secret, though. Like, they're using the traps aggressively into the triangle so that when Kuro walks over there to maybe get D-wards and there's an extra support, it's actually like 2 heroes are there because traps are just so powerful early on in the game. Just even that damage that they do come out with.
Nisha indeed able to apply good pressure while still managing to maximize his farm here. Of course, no surprises, still top CS right now as the T8. He's able to keep his efficiency very high.
What do we got here for the runes? Looks like it's going to spawn top. Nisha gets a bit unlucky. Miracle. He's going to be very happy because he does have that bottle, so he fills it back up. And now Puppy, he might be in some trouble.
He's looking pretty dead here. Kuro's found him. Miracle's going to come in for glory. He might try for a neutral deny. It's not going to work. Miracle's got the nuke damage to take him down. There's another kill here around the mid. This time, Nigma, a much better setup for any sort of movements. Sure, earlier we saw Secret come around this area. Now Nigma's definitely telling Secret they're prepared. If you come over here, we're ready to take you down.
Yeah, it looks like Yapsor maybe wants to start applying some pressure down toward bottom. Since ILTW is just alone down here, and it just leaves the opportunity for GH to run around, maybe they do want to start looking for the gyro. Missile comes out. He actually doesn't get the kill onto it here, so the call down, he's going to land on Zai.
Yeah. They're going to have backup coming in as well. Miracle's in with the nuke. Zai's going to get taken out. Yapsor's trying for the TP, but they've got the damage. Nigma clean up both kills on the bottom lane. As they, always a little scary playing around. If you're that close to the tower, level 6 is on the gyro. If you don't lock him down, he's going to be able to set up for the turnaround there. And RTW does that excellently with the cooldown.
They're kind of invading the triangle right here, too. Sakuroki actually smoked up. Now he's getting turned on from Puppy. Matu's turning up.
And he does have the backup of Matu and his bear, so Nisha, despite being linked pretty heavily there by Miracle, this should be fine. Matu's still trying to get the bear in onto GH, onto the side. Zai's got the cool control onto Kuro. Kuro's out. Matu's going to be able to continue to chase down GH. GH trying to tether the safety, but indeed these traps just all over the place, consistently slowing down Nigma. As soon as they sort of get in too deep, it's very hard to get back out of Secret's territory with the amount of traps they have laid down around this area.
Everybody rallies over. Like Secret identity, they know how important this area is. Of course, with all those ancient stacks. So, and Matu, he just wants to push him. Oh, he gets the root, but that's just a little bit of a love tap there.
Yeah. I mean, Matu, he feels strong. He's had such a good time up top. The levels that he's picked up, he's on track for a good timing on the Maelstrom. He's ready to start running at Heroes. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from both teams already. Both sides showing that they're prepared to brawl. Nobody's dodging a fight here.
I mean, they absolutely have to. Like, we know at some point Secret, they're going to look to force that Roche really early. I was checking to see who's building a medallion for them. I think it's just going to be the Snapfire. So they've got the meld, they've got the little shredder, they've got all that to be able to go for it. And Nigma, they're going to know, and they're going to be able to fight around there. They have really strong team fight around the Roshan pit. That's going to be one of those big next targets that we are seeing. At least Matu continuing to play around this bottom side, giving Puppy some levels toward top, since Puppy is only level 3 right now in this Enchantress.
Mid.
Got the Lance already finished on Nisha, so this incredible long distance now that he can play versus the Razor is going to be really nice. I wonder if he actually goes for like the full Hurricane Pike potentially in this game. Since he is playing versus the Razor, it actually has even better value than usual. We'll see if he does go that route, because usually you just go for your explosive damage anyway, and he is playing versus like IO Lion, so very squishy heroes that potentially he just wants to get the Deso and one-shot them, so...
Yes, I think it's nice a sort of concept Hurricane Pike is. It's a lot of money for a 4-star on a carry hero rather early. So I think there's definitely a chance we might see it later, but I'd be surprised if Nisha gets it early.
Yeah, I agree. And there's ways that they can break the link, right? They have Savage Roar. This is actually one of the important things I didn't really get to touch on, but Savage Roar in this game, really effective versus the link, but also really effective versus Tether. Those Tether targets, you can break the Tether in some situations, and that can be a really big, powerful outlet that Secret could utilize. We do see Nigma rotating toward bottom to defend this tower.
Yeah, and do you like this? You feel that Nigma, they should be in a position where they don't want to let this tower go down early to Secret?
Absolutely. They should look to fight every... You have a gyro. You have a gyro with the IO who's got Maelstrom already. Like, you're so buffed up from this magic amp that you get from the overcharge with Maelstrom too.
Oh, there we go, Tom.
And Top, the reload.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to go straight for Puppey there. I mean, RTW, I don't know if they were needed, but, you know, they smelt blood. And they wanted to be involved. So straight up to the top. And they do indeed. They get an objective off the back of it. So not just a support kill. This tier 1 tower will be falling. And of course, with the relocate being able to take them back, they're still in position to hold bottom. In fact, they're starting to poke onto Zai. Kisses coming out from the side. Missile in onto Zai. Zai incredibly low. Miracle ready to come in from the side. Matu gets the ult off, but the Link's there, forcing them back with a fear. But mind control, he's got the spear. That's going to be Matu gone. Secret, they're having to back off now with no lone druid. Secret are not in a position to fight Nigma. As Nigma, they just diving in past the tower here, pushing Secret all the way back with the flat cannon. As Puppey, he might just die to this, and he does. Mind control's able to snipe him with the spear. Does end up dying for that effort, though, underneath the tower in return. So, well, we saw, indeed, Nigma just very feisty here, ready to bring the action, but maybe pushing on a little too far there, losing mind control for just securing Puppey on top of it.
And it actually gives a lot of gold because Zai's the one who gets the kill, and I think Zai is super crucial right now to Secret being able to fight back because they need a way to initiate the fights. Right now, the only way of initiation is somebody charging in like the lone druid like that, so Zai getting enabled a bit closer toward his blink Zai. We're trying to get close to him, but won't quite be able to. Some nice fights from Nigma, though. I like that they're just contesting, looking for all these active plays, because I think that's exactly what their lineup is about. You have this Gyro, you have this Io, you have this Mars. You're going to be able to fight constantly around it, any of those cooldowns. And you have Razor. So Razor's one of those like really strong early fighters.
Let's see in terms of Matu's progression. What's he got coming out here? Just some extra boost. So yeah, but I mean, after the Maelstrom, what do you sort of expect from Matu on the lone druid nowadays? You still just going full in on the right click?
Yeah, I think the quite the build is like the usual one. Yep, you go for like this Mask of Madness, so your bear just destroys these towers. You get the super fast speed, the Tuso catches anyone. Top, Puppey again.
Well, there we go. I mean, yeah, GH and RTW, they want to make sure they're every time that Puppey goes down, mind control sets up again. And just making sure that RTW barely misses out on any action. 3-0-3, keeping this gyro very high in terms of kill involvement.
There's a reason we usually see this IO banned out from GH. They're very good about playing the active relocates, as we are seeing already in this game. And we do see them defending all their towers. Top, we continue seeing mind control playing up here. They could get caught out. They have the blink on Zai.
They've got the jump. Mind control. Very, very dead hit. Yeah, that arena's not going to do anything at all. He's already out.
That's quite a bit of time, too. It's 90 seconds that it's going to be on cooldown. So I feel like Secret, they're not really as cooldown dependent. They didn't use the kisses either. So Zai, I think he can look for another active play. You're not going to have to worry about that arena nearly as much now. You can definitely
they want to catch RTW and GH down bottom.
Yeah, they're going to swing more here, too. Is the Deso finished? Nisha's about to have Deso, too, so he can come join as well. He's level 14 already still in this TA.
He's going to go for the quick call onto Kuro underneath the tower. With the kisses coming in, Kuro's out of the tower with the Hex and the stun, though. Zai's caught in the cooldown. RTWGH running him down, and with the finger, they blow up Zai. The kisses from Yapzor not enough to bring down Kuro. As Zai goes in for the jump there, tries for Kuro close to the tower. Maybe not quite expecting RTW and GH to be that close in return, as once again, Nigma more than happy to take these fights that Secret bring them, even when Zai does get a jump.
I'm surprised they tried that without Nisha. Now that Nisha's here, they have tons of damage, but doing that without Nisha was, I mean, that was pretty bold there by Zai. Like, just two supports. The kisses are usually not really going to be enough unless you get, like, multiple different spins. You didn't know where the IO was, so a little bit of over-aggression. Yeah.
Mid tower goes down. Miracle has the space to take that. And definitely a bit of a slip up there from Secret, as Nigma just staying a step ahead so far.
Super ready for all these bottom pressure plays, too. Kuro gets spotted by a trap that he's finally found behind the tower, but he's got a ward in the lane now, too, so to be able to watch any of these aggressive moves that come down here, because they know Secret wants to get towers. You know, they have Lone Druid. It's 16 minutes. They haven't been able to really tap any of them.
They want this 2-1.
They've actually lost 2 towers themselves when they have what you would look at as better of a pushing lineup. And now Mars ult's back up, so they didn't actually get any type of capitalization on that for Secret. Ooh, no way are they actually... They're actually taking the Roche.
You don't expect this. I don't think you expect this if you're Secret. You're taking this away from a TA lineup. This is a big hit here from Nigma. And yes, I don't think Secret expects this at all. You don't necessarily expect Gyro IO to go Roche this early in the game. This was one part of Secret's game plan to take, but Nigma's got it. Aegis here, 16 minutes in for ILTW.
I can guarantee you anybody who looks at these two drafts would not say that Nigma gets the first Roche. That is such a big, that's such a heads-up play. He's so farmed. Like Treads, Ags, Maelstrom already finished up on this Gyro. He's got some excellent timings. I like the GH actually goes for his medallion build this game rather than going the usual mech that we have seen. It actually works out perfectly just for them to be able to go for that. And they are playing versus this entire, you know, this whole minus armor draft also, so it makes a lot of sense for him to go for this medallion Solar Crest build up.
And look at this bottom. Miracle and Kuro trying to set him in the trees. Miracle's got an arcane room ready for this fight. He's going to head straight in onto Puppey. I mean, Secret, you know, they're sort of showing some of themselves down here. But Nigma, again, they're just sort of coming and getting these kills. And it does still feel like that Secret, maybe especially after seeing that Roche go the way of Nigma, Secret, they've got to reassess the game plan here.
Absolutely. I think they need to just start bringing Nisha into the fray. I think he needs to maybe even get Blink Dagger first, and then they just need to start making plays with this TA to get them back in the game, because it's starting to look pretty rough. Like, Nigma's just started to make all these heads-up moves, and it's easy for them. Azai makes the move bottom. Nisha's in the area.
Sick. They're going to have backup coming in. They're bringing in with the relocate. Zai's going to get burst before any action even comes into play.
Nisha doesn't have a blink yet. He can't get on top of him at the same time as the axe call, so they don't have the follow-up at the instant moment.
Mind Control trying to get in there for the catch onto Puppey. With the 4-star done, Puppey is able to make it out. But yeah, they keep trying for something down here on this bottom lane Secret. It's never working out for them. Nigma, they'll take the tower, they're getting the kills, 11-6, 3K lead. Nigma playing this just sort of lineup that they've entered the game in with perfectly, and it's definitely causing issues for what Secret wanted to do this game.
It's crippling Zai's game quite hard, honestly. He got a decent Blink Dagger timing, but without a good follow-up like Nisha with a Blink, he can't actually go for these kills. Now Nisha has Blink, and now they can actually do these type of call plays where they'll have some type of follow-up, but Nigma has been very prepared, and now they're starting to get pretty damn tanky. There's already a Talisman of Evasion on ILTW. There's already, what, like an S and Y and potentially a Plate Mill finished up on Miracle too, so two of these cores are going to be very tough for them to bring down. It's really going to only be Mind Control if they find him, if they are able to just instant burst him with those Blink follow-ups. It's a big concerning here for sure for Secret.
And you sort of look at the net worth difference in some of the cores, and sure, you say, you know, he's only 1K behind that of Mind Control, but you know, Mind Control, he's 2 levels ahead. He's level 12, and he's a Mars, right? I feel like even if they're at like the same level, Mars is just able to offer so much more in comparison to an Axe, say, you know, that's a similar level of underfarmed.
Oh, absolutely, because their actual combo plays are what? It's like the Lone Druid's going to be able to beat on an Axe Call or something like that, but it's mostly going to be the TA and Snapfire. When you look at the lineup of Nigma, they have phenomenal follow-up with that Mars ultimate. They not only have the call down, they have everything that comes from the Razor, they have this Lion as well, so yeah, it's looking really good for them right now. And they even now have a Blink Dagger on the Lion too. Kuroki has somehow found all this farm. So he is huge. They have double forms of initiation. This is looking pretty tough right now.
I mean, and how much of a game does this look like in terms of a game where Matu can sort of just, you know, play his own game, live the Lone Druid life, push out lanes, go for the split push, and end up sort of getting to the point where he is able to carry this? Like what sort of the carry potential look like in this match for a Lone Druid?
It's not nearly as easy. It's going to be because this Link. You know, that's why this Razor pick last was so damn good. Not only just because the lane versus the TA, but overall aspects of the game. Like linking a TA in a lot of situations isn't the most effective because of how quick her burst damage comes out. But a hero like Lone Druid, it's all about the long drawn-out fights where his damage just starts ramping up. These roots keep coming out. If you're linked up on the bear, you're done. Like, you're not going to be able to actually fight at all. So Secret, they need something big really start to come in their way. They're going to look. Minute till 8 to finish the play.
Anisha, he's sort of trapped up to the side here. Might not be in the arena, but he's been caught. He can't get out. He's sort of stuck in the corner. That's Nisha out. Let's see if Secret can do anything in return. Matu's trying to send the fair, and of course ILTW, he still has that Aegis. Miracle's been able to get round, wrap round onto Yapzor. The stop for Kuro lined up onto the two of them, catches Puppey, catches Matumba, man. They will lose Mike John. Matu's able to push them back in time with the fear. And the bear, it's going to suffer here as ILTW Miracle run down the bear. 300 gold there going the way of ILTW. Matu inside, it's time to head into the trees, having to back off. As, Miracle nearly catching the dash with a field. Kuro, he's looking in for the Zai.
Trying.
I mean, Zai, Zai was TPing out, but he actually cancelled his TP. Maybe seeing an opportunity to fight back here. Get that battle hunger off onto Kuro. He has got TP backup, so indeed Zai holding his ground. It's going to pay off. He's able to blink in, take out Kuroki. The decision here to keep the fight going, it's working out for Secret. They've taken out LTW the once. Zai's able to come in with a call. GH, can he offer anything to keep him alive? He cannot. LTW will fall. Secret, they'll hold their ground here, and they'll finally be able to kick back at Nigma.
The cancel actually works. I was really concerned for Zai for a second, but it ends up working out. Also important, in the midst of the fight, they actually killed the quarterstaff on the courier from the gyrocopter. That was the finished butterfly already for ILTW. They take that one out in the midst of the fight. Pretty damn important because they are, as we said, mostly physical damage on the side of Secret, so that evasion would have been really effective for him. So a great fight for them to bring them back into this game. Still need another one of those to really feel comfortable.
Yeah, very good fight. You say a heads up hold there from Zai, realizing the opportunity to keep that fight going with the respawns coming in from Secret. Works out with that fight in the bag. They're able to get the push on, take that tier 1 finally away from Nigma on the bottom lane. As Secret starting to find themselves some footing here.
And who better to get these cleanup kills, right? Matu now up to level 18. He's got nearly a full item finished up now afterwards. Got the Mjolnir finished, and then also he's got a Javelin now up on his hero where he's going for that MKB because he saw, that butterfly's going to get picked up. He's probably expecting potential halberds maybe later on coming out from maybe the Mars or something like that. So does want to have that extra little bit of true strike. Nisha close to BKB as well. So yeah, that was absolutely huge. If they lose that fight, it's probably going to be a pretty tough comeback for them, but now they're in a pretty comfortable position here to be playing around this strong Matumba Man Lone Druid.
Zaiing this up, but into the gyre in the eye of that close to the tower. Not quite confident he'd have the follow-up. Yapso and Matu already starting to back off.
So very scary for these supports on the side of Nigma, as we know. If they get caught in the back, if this Lone Druid Bear just wraps them, if the TA jumps them, they can pretty much get one. Have to be very appropriate from Nigma. This mind control Mars, he has to be the one leading, or Miracle in particular. These two have to be the ones walking up, getting all the information. They have to watch out for traps is another big thing too. They got to carry tons of sentries this game, because if the supports get seen by traps, that's where it's going to allow the TA and the Lone Druid to thrive.
We go in the mid, Miracle. Aggression over to the side there. Nisha steps in, he instantly gets Hex. Kuro catches him, Nisha's not ready. An instant catch there from Kuro leaves no chance for Nisha to get off his newly purchased BKB. That's Nisha out for 70 seconds. Nigma's ready to run down for more. They're chasing Puppy up to the high ground. Miracle takes down the Enchantress. Yapsor's gone as well. I guess just being not prepared there for Kuro to make that jump on him. Nisha tries to get the fight started on the front. Kuro instantly sees and finds his target.
Dude, Kuro's having a hell of a game. This early pickup on the Blink Dagger that he got from earlier, also maybe even the Keen Optic catching off Nisha a little bit because that cast range. The spear misses, but doesn't matter. Now, up to high ground, Rax is easily going to get cleaned up here.
Absolutely, yeah. Straight up to the bigger objectives. This mid-Rax, it is gone off the back of that quick move from Nigma.
I love the itemization that we're seeing right now, too. Look at this pickup from Miracle. Just AC full finished up before that fight, too. So they just know. There's like no magic damage really going to be coming out from Secret. It's just kisses. That's pretty much it coming from Snapfire. Everything else is physical. So all they really need to do now is just build the counters to that physical, as we're seeing everybody do. Ghost Scepter on GH. I believe Lion. Kuroki also has a Ghost Scepter queued up. So
Miracle's just walking back in.
And Miracle's just running in.
Going for a little bit of a walk outside the base of Secret. There's nothing that bothers me. A few tickles here from Nisha. As Miracle is ready to hang around. Okay, that's a bit more than a tickle there. The bear comes in with a claws. Actually rips Miracle apart. Matu, he is going to die in return. Mind Control's able to clean up another hit. Zai goes down, but they've lost the claws here. The two of them here on Nigma. Secret, they're going to try and chase for more. And, well, honestly, Miracle did go for a little bit of a wander, nonchalantly close to the base. Bit of a mistake. Nisha might have tickled, but Matumba Man's bear, he was hungry, and he ate Miracle right up.
He walks up literally into the high ground, pretty blind. They have that, I mean, that ward is actually placed afterwards. They actually had no vision whatsoever. They get the mount, they get all the minus armor connect, and they actually look at their lanes too. Like, side lanes were in a pretty good position for them to back up and clean them up to get some farm, but over-aggression does make them pay.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And that war
spear, they shove it off.
They got enough damage here. Not quite, no finger for 50 seconds, so Nisha's more than fine. Easily able to be bounced out there by the cookie from Yapsor. But yeah, again, an additional bit of breathing room here given to Secret. Despite being in this position where they've lost the mid-racks.
And Roche does respawn right now. So that's going to be a next big point of contention. There's going to be Arena Blood ready. There's BKBs ready. Nisha?
Could he get to try and break the combo, but Mind Control's in with the Arena. Nisha this time around will be able to get the BKB up, but Miracle's in with the static link. Nisha's losing damage, he's losing HP. Nisha goes down, so does Yapso. Again, Kuro's aggression able to force the action, force the kills. As with those secured indeed, straight into the pit they go with just 3 alive. Very little to be done about this unless Zai wants to go for the YOLO play.
I think
he might do so here. Blink and BKB.
I think he might just have to. He's at the trap, so let's see if he can try.
He doesn't want to.
Go for it. No.
He doesn't want to. RTWGX, they're ready to bring the action straight away. Oh, Matumba man. Zai's going to come up with the call to try and help out Matumba. He'll get the fear off. They're bringing down RTW pretty low. They'll try pull. Oh, he's out. He's alive.
Gets the cheese off.
He's able to get off to the side. He gets the cheese off. He's back up to 4 HP. Oh, beautiful moves in. GH on the IO. They're saving them big time. There's 4 dead on Secret. Miracle's low, but he's going to be okay. Still got an Aegis. He doesn't care. He's ready to walk down mid again. As Nigma, off the back of that move, Roche in the fight. A beautiful move. I believe passing over the cheese there at the last minute. Getting him out in time over to the side so he could eat it. The combo plays there. I mean, they're just... GH just keeping everybody alive today.
That was so quick the way they passed out. It looked like he was still even taunted for a second before he's actually to get that reload out of there, but does end up surviving from the pass off from the cheese. That was beautiful there coming out from Nigma. And big thing I want to highlight of is one of the critiques that we did have a little bit of Nigma during the DPC season was vision. Ward vision and sentries and all that. Just across the board was a little lackluster sometimes from Kuro. Look at these wards. This game, it's been beautiful. They have a base ward right now, so they're going to be seeing Secret all set up inside of there. This ward in the mid lane is what allowed them to actually go for this relocate play as well. It's been top notch right now from Kuro today.
Oh yeah, the panel sort of said coming into this, didn't they? Sort of eyes on Kuro, and
yep.
Yeah, this game so far, Kuro absolutely performing.
He is hungry for sure. ILTW now is a full Satanic, about to hit 20. Miracle level 20 online. He's got a DD in the bottle. His full BKB inside of his backpack.
And it does just seem, even with the farm that like Matu's got, that sort of that difference between him and the Jara, the fact that they can easily get ILTW on top of Matuma Man just makes these fights ever so hard for Matu to approach in the manner that he wants to as a lone druid.
And they've got these pretty good counter matchups for the cores and the way that they've itemized. Mind Control jumps in for a grab. BKB from Zai will stop it for a moment here, but he did not commit the ulti. It was just a spear, so he does force a BKB. So for the next fight, no BKB on Zai. He's gonna get exploded. The mixed physical and magical coming out from Nigma is just a bit too overwhelming. And Secret, as we said, it's only physical damage, so that's all that Nigma has to prepare for, really.
Yeah, and of course Miracle still has that Aegis ready for the next fight.
He does. Now they've got this mech too on GH also for this little bit of extra burst. And of course they get a pallet sword on LTW.
Yeah,
of course. Why not?
That's pretty much part of the build here.
And they get the Cloak of Flames on the Mars as well, so that armor plus that DPS to break refraction on top too. It seems like they're getting everything going their way this game. Except for a couple of one of those, dive plays, of course, from Miracle jumping up the high ground. But besides that, it's been pretty clean so far from Nigma onto the high ground. His base ward is still there. They did not know about it. This ward is spotted by everyone in Secret. Zai waiting. He's still down.
They're going to come over the corner. The arena's down. Matu sending the bear. The bear gets destroyed. The bear's gone.
There's no extra bear. 20 seconds. That's another Rex.
20 seconds. I mean, you're not holding on to this Rex then.
No, you're not.
Nigma, they'll take this second set very easily. Still a tier 2 top, so Secret will have that to rest on. Nigma may even start poking at the tier 4s here.
Yep.
Zai's out for 30. No buyback available on him. He's still a fair bit of gold short of it. It's Nigma. They're looking to close up this game. What can Secret do with the 4 of them? Yapso trying to split them back here with the kisses coming out. See if RTW really cares. I don't think he does. They can come close to him. He's got the Satanic ready to pop. And if he needs to, and he's got the backup at GH, he trusts his life in the hands of GH. And understandably so, and again, there's the catch. Nisha immediately caught. They'll try and break him out of the combo to the side, but the fingers down. Nisha out of the game. No chance to get that BKB off yet again as Kuro's able to get the catch on him. And there it is. GG is called. Nigma hitting hard with some excellent Dota here in game 1. As Secret,
pretty.
They could not quite keep up with them.
No, that was, besides like the one little mistake
Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
See the Grimstroke as well. Like, they are pretty confident that they're going to be able to handle the puck, which is why I'm hoping, you know, Kuro just says, all right, guys, no worries. I'll tank this one for you guys. I'll play it. I'll just ensure that we can come ahead in our lanes. Coil's the ideal too. They get the puck early. Okay. Again, like you said, Chiefs, IG, they banned it.
I mean, they banned it, and it worked out for them. I mean, you just played against this. That was one of the main reasons why the fight that should have been your, okay, now Lone Druid is online, comeback fight incoming. No, I will stop that from happening. Yeah,
and
okay.
Stakes, like Secret, to confirm, Chiefs, Nigma, they're 6-3, right?
Yeah.
So Secret are 3-4, but they have another series after this.
Correct.
So if Secret wins, then they 2-0, we'd have a tiebreaker.
I think yes.
Yeah.
That's IG, by the way, they're facing. Actually, I don't know what's happening with IG because they lost game 1 to Gambit and that was very uncharacteristic. And I have no idea what's happening over there.
I could yell up and ask, but I have.
Sure.
No, I'm not gonna.
I can't
he
see
can't hear us. He's too loud.
He can still hear you. No, I'm not sure if that headphone you have wearing that headphone. Can he hear you?
No. He can't hear
Let's not yell. If you're curious about how it's going with the other game, there's another stream going.
Well, either way, it would need to be a 2-0 because IG dropped game 1.
Yes.
So, main point, basically just setting it up, is that Secret need to win to have any chance at advancing into the group stage. If they lose this match, they're gone. They're going home. We won't see them again till August.
Yes. And we will see them in August because Team Secret, just like IG, by the way, and VP and EG, they are one of the teams that's guaranteed to make it to TI based on points if they don't change anything on their roster.
Well, I don't think anyone.
I don't think it's gonna happen, but I figured I'd add that caveat.
That would be,
you know.
That's a very interesting conversation though to think about. Is like, what are because there aren't really any protections built in. You qualify to TI and have points to spare.
You can replace some players if you wish, but why would you do that if you have that amount of points?
Exactly.
It means that you're good. Jeez. All right, we got some core bats coming out from Team Nigma. We got Monkey King Medusa, Morph out, and on the side of Team Secret, more cores. It is the IO combinations of the Gyro, the Luna, and the Slark, and that means we at least get something different with the IO combined for this game round.
I respect your persistence on remaining.
So there is one big difference between us three, you two versus me. My earpiece is actually on the side of Slacks.
Oh.
So it's blocking out some of this
really
loud.
tactical. I'll have to remember this for future panels if I learn to cross-check what's on the other stream to find this one.
You like Ursa into Wisp?
I do not like Ursa in general, but I have been wrong a little bit where I will stick to my guns that this hero has to get like a sub 15-minute Roche and a sub 30-minute second Roche where he gets the Ag Shard and then just runs over the game with that whole Diffusal Morbid BKB build. And if that is not what happens, Ursa sucks. So we have to keep, we've got the plot already laid out for us. Now, what are the characters that we're going to throw in there? The protagonist in this case is Ursa. Nigma is about to establish their own antagonist.
Are you gonna tell us who won?
I was about to ask. I was waiting for Brian to stop talking.
Who won? I don't know. Dude, you just casted the game.
1-1. Cool.
It's 1-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So IG now. 4
I don't know.
and 4.
They are really rooting for Secret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Secret wins this. We get this cool scenario where the last match of the wild card would need to be a 2-0 for that team to force.
For either team, which is perfect. Cool. You mentioned Ursa. Not generally, you don't like it that much. When nobody liked Ursa, Matu was still able to make it work. I'm talking about the online season 2020. It wasn't the DPC season at all, but 2020, Matu Ursa, he crushed it. Despite that hero being dead in anybody else's hands. So, I mean, it might work. It might not, obviously, but with the Winter Wyvern now, though.
This is the other issue I have. We have a couple more stuns. All right for Nigma, but they do have a tendency at times to just sack their lanes. Wyvern, Wisp. It's not the greatest in the laning phase. That's a cool pickup. Excellent with a DK and a Grimstroke. You have insane amounts of magical bursts now, and just incredible pickoff potential. Very tough to play Puck and Wyvern into this, and I just realized, like, this is a Puck mid, unless they're going to core the Wisp, which I do not expect. It's an impossible Puck game. Like, this is...
Is there a way to make it possible, or can Winter Wyvern be in core? I know. Probably not.
Dire team back.
No. Okay. They go for Spectre.
I think this is the best IO pick left. I was running through the options and I couldn't think of anything because all the heroes seem too fragile. But Spectre, I think with the way they're lining up their draft on the side of Secret, rather than being the IO counter or IO pairing that kills people like we saw last game, you have to be the IO pairing that doesn't die. And this is, I mean, Skywrath Ursa, that's all they're meant to do is screw over whoever the IO partner was. So I do think Spectre was probably their best option. I'm curious if we're going to see the Echo Saber Spectre. Did you see that yesterday? Yeah, that was cool. It was against it was against DK Ursa cores precisely.
It was. Why is it cool?
He went for a pretty early maxed out Desolate, and that early burst damage of double hit with the Desolate proc was surprisingly effective against these high armor, tanky, beefy boys that we see in the air.
Bit of survivability.
Yeah.
Mana regen, which Spectre loves because dagger is your only method of actually pushing.
It does have IO, but it still would help.
New secrets turn to
This is the only thing I'll say. It's just not the style I like to see them play. And I know they just got away with an AniMaj against Execration.
Yeah.
But nothing against those guys because they really played their hearts out. I was very impressed with Execration. They did better than expected. But Secret, they're that tier above. Like this team.
I mean, are they? They have still yet to prove. Execration almost 1-1'd everybody. Team Secret, they done that yet, Kyle? Have they done that yet? If Team Secret lose here, I think they have the almost exact same records depending on what happens with the next series. Don't diss Execration so much, please.
It's the caveat. I just don't know if you can afford to play so slowly. Like Fair. Secret, they may have been beaten, but like this is traditionally how you anger Puppy and his squad is to beat them, and then they come back with a vengeance. And in this game, they have an incredible amount of kill threat. They are just in total control of the laning phase, and Nigma at this moment need their mid puck to go absolutely bonkers against a Skywrath and a DK.
They have so much
5 seconds
damage on Secret and so little damage on Nigma. That is a concern of mine. I hope this last hero spews out some damage.
Well, we're about to find out. We got a lot of offlaners banned.
MC. You don't typically see MC's last pick. Nature's Prophet?
I also thought that one. I love Nature's Prophet, but I don't know if they didn't need something more tanky. Don't know if Darkseer's the answer, though.
Yeah, I was wondering if Darkseer was reasonable with Wyvern, because it looks good with the Spectre, and it solves their mid-game damage issues, but it seems like a really awkward lane.
I've never understood how to play a lineup like Nigma's properly. Like, I was not a bad player, but I wasn't necessarily great.
Don't sugarcoat it.
Simple concepts, I picked stuns. Okay, that's why I keep reiterating it on the panel. Stuns always look good. When we didn't have stuns, we'd lose games. Nigma's lineup is so complicated, you don't actually have a way of killing a guy. You can Wyvern ulti, you can coil, and oh my,
we mentioned damage issues.
Game.
We mentioned damage issues, and they just picked Underlord. So now you have a lot more damage issues because he's got the aura built in, and then he buys a bunch of aura items such as the pipe and the greaves to sustain his team. I'm with Kyle here. I think I already know what you're gonna say. I'm leaning towards Secret pretty heavily, but if Nigma manages to take like 1 or 2 really solid fights where they somehow muster up the damage,
if they can do it,
they will win late.
Out of position.
They will win late.
They have the IO Spectre late game. They can draw it out. They can vacuum curse. Ursa's gonna kill all his teammates.
They're gonna Echo Saber slow him on a 5-second cooldown.
Oh, I'm scared. It's Pollock. The laning phase, they could technically. Miracle, all right? There was ever a game for Miracle to demonstrate that he is still a superstar on the world stage, you know, one of the best, not in the region, but in the world. This is the game. He is hard countered by like 7 abilities on the enemy team. Yeah. He is the only real guy that can actually kill enemy heroes unassisted. Good luck, have fun. We're rooting for you.
I'm rooting for Secret for tiebreakers, man. Wins, they're in, right?
Yeah.
So
we're gonna find out what's gonna happen here. Game 2 right around the corner. Team Nigma versus Team Secret together. He picks on Fog.
This one does definitely look quite a bit harder for Nigma, drafting themselves last game with lots of stuns, this time not so many, and it's just going to be this puck as pretty much their only real decision.
That right, you're going to expect it to play into some difficulties, so it's going to be very interesting to see what Miracle's able to pull off in a game where Secret do seem to have a lot of answers for it.
Yeah, I'm going to look at my control a little bit too. I feel like some people just like forget, you know, this guy is playing his Darkseer. Like this is his tried and true, like staple.
That's true.
Miraculous hero, and that is a hero that can actually provide you a decent chunk of damage if you're able to get away with it, but difficult from Nigma. Kind of passive style. I feel like Secret this time has turned up the aggression heavily and also picked themselves much stronger lanes this time around as well. So we have this Underlord versus Spectre. I think we've seen this pick up a lot versus the Spectre just because it's really hard. You look at Spectre's base damage, we can just glance at it really quickly. You have like 52 with this Quelling Blade and all that. Underlord has 71. Just in the lane is going to be difficult. YapzOr is going to be able to just constantly push out harassment, and we'll see how the lanes ends up going. We'll see how Nigma actually ends up setting them up as well, as Matu starting to eat some harassment, does have that Earth Shock to get away again, so should be able to survive this onslaught. But yeah, definitely looks hard. So I think it's quite a bit of a different game that we do have, where Secret's going to be able to play very aggressive. Nigma is going to be more about this like defensive kind of style until they do get these level 6s online.
Now, let's see. I mean, last game, the execution from Nigma was top tier, and
it was.
You know, it's going to have to be that, but even better this game to really pull off, as you say, what looks to be a rather difficult lineup against Secret's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, this, like they said, the puck is countered in like 3-4 different ways. There's a pit, there's a DK stun, there's a silence, there's a secondary silence, there's a leash coming out from Grimstroke too. There's so many different abilities, and you know, I'm not a huge fan of Skywrath, but in this game it made so much sense to get it. Versus both the Wyvern and the puck, even versus Darkseer can be very annoying if you get him pre-surge in a lot of situations, or pre-getting his vacuum off. It can be a very effective hero, and they have a hero to actually keep it, you know, keep the actual Mystic Flare being effective in the mid game with that DK hard stun, and even with the pit. So yeah, it does feel quite a lot harder, but we'll see how it ends up going, as we do have this IO Spectre up top. And we do have Darkseer plus Wyvern, a very different kind of lane. I don't think we really see Darkseer paired with Wyvern too often, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Nice Puppy.
Good damage onto Puppy here.
The nice vacuum.
Got the level 2 with a vacuum. And he's dragged back. Fairy fires up though. Puppy, he's not going to die today. He's able to get out of there, salves up.
That was his top lane. LTW actually's got himself 5 CS already, so hasn't really missed much of anything. Zai's got 2 denies, but pretty decent so far for that Spectre in the start. The lanes already, we're seeing those last hits in particular, and bottom, they do end up getting the kill.
They're going to go for Kuro. Here. Kuro's in trouble as well. Oh,
should be all right.
He doesn't want to tank tower hits here, so he won't push on any further. Or let Kuro live. Already know he's sort of living there on his last bit of regen there, that salve that ideally would have been hoping to save for mind control. Might still do so. But some good aggression. We're going to see this from these two right now. Ursa and Grim. Sure, you know, with the Darkseer and Wyvern, you want to put a lot of spam, a lot of pressure, but they are ready to turn. They'll be ready to bring the fight back to you if you dive a little too close to the bear.
Yeah, and you know, most people, almost like everybody, actually, you get the vacuum level 2, as we saw. You know, he showed it as well too. So when you show that, that's when Puppy gets the opportunity to get that level 2 with Matu. You can go for that aggro play too. So yeah, I do feel, as we said, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a very tough laning phase here for Nigma. They're going to have to play for recovery afterwards. As even the range creeps. A dagger used by ILTW to attempt to secure a range creep, but it gets denied from the Underlord's 80 damage. Can't even get that.
Yeah, that always hurts.
I can't even get a last hit with your dagger.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, all three lanes really. It's not an easy start here for Nigma.
No.
The challenge is definitely there for this game. But hey, maybe that's what they wanted, you know, Nigma. They said, you know what, game one, a little too easy for us. We want to have a, you know, step up the difficulty here in game two.
For sure, and they do still have some great like ultimates that they can utilize later on with the Darkseer, with the Puck, with the Wyvern and everything. There is some cool damage that can come out, but they have to get to that point. They have to be in a decent fighting form as Yapsor. Actually getting ran down here, steps up too far.
Well, that's a rather nice one here for RTW and GH to get. They also get some lovely damage onto Zaya with a bit of a body block from GH coming in again. And
Beautiful.
A good few hits. I mean, really, he's going to have dagger up again in a second there. GH. I mean, Zaya's going to live, but definitely being beaten right back to the tower there by GH coming in with some fancy footwork.
Yeah. Yapsor has to be a little more cautious how far he steps up his bottom. They will get another kill here with the Wyvern. Mind control. They're giving him a lot of that extra experience. I see Kuroky's playing away from the lane a bit so that he is enabling mind control. Wants to get those early points in Ion Shell up so he can actually play a bit more aggressive. So nice stuff coming out here, at least inside that laning phase. It looks tough.
No, for sure, yeah. I think considering how tough some of these matchups are, you know, I feel like we've probably seen lane setups like this, especially up top, where the Spectre's just got nothing. You know, that's not the case here. RTW is still able to find something back over towards mid. Nisha and Miracle running one another each on the incredibly low HP. Miracle has got enough mana here for another burst with the Orb and the Rift. Nisha
Look at the skill build, too.
Aggro with the Fairy Fire.
Standard Miracle in here, just going for full aggression on his skill build. Sometimes you do see the phase shift in this matchup just because you can dodge the Breathe Fire to not get the damage reduction so that you can actually last hit, but full aggression from Miracle to just clear out the wave, and it does make it a little easier for him to do so versus this DK.
Yeah, and I like it as well. He knows damage is going to be the issue early on when he's making the moves.
Sure.
He's got to make sure he's coming into these side lanes and he's doing the maximum amount of damage possible. Bottom lane, so they can get Puppey again this time. Matu's able to step across and help out. Look towards Mind Control, but Mind Control's out with the surge. Puppey, the slow down onto Kuro, but Matu doesn't want to waste any time away from the creeps. Heads back to the creep wave, but at least with his appearance, he's able to keep Puppey safe this time.
Yeah, they're doing well bottom. Mind control with these arcane boots early too. As we said, he's getting a lot of that solo XP, get the cold embrace at level 3 too, so now he's starting to cut the waves, and he's going to be able to get that free farm as well versus Matumba Man. Even though they did give up that kill early, they got one themselves.
Dire's middle tower.
And LTW, he is getting healed up a lot from GH, as we saw that headdress coming into play, and he is picking up raindrops, so trying to absorb some of the damage from Yapsor. And yeah, 26 last hits, not too shabby versus the Underlord. That's actually quite a lot better than I thought it would be.
No, absolutely. I think considering the setup, RTW is going to be pretty happy with what he's getting out of this top lane.
Yeah,
as I say, I'm pretty sure I've seen Spectres have a much worse time against an Underlord. You know, sure, Zaya's farming, but the fact that the Spectres getting just as much, RTW, and definitely some of the GH factor in this, of course, is the IO just keeping the Spectre topped up and healthy. We saw how much GH was able to do from start to finish last game, and we can definitely expect a repeat performance from him once again on his IO this game.
100%. Yeah, it's a 30 damage disparity, just for people to really recognize how big of a difference it really is with the Unknown. That's when he only has like 4 stacks of the Atrophy Aura, so it's very impressive that they're able to do this so far. GH also continued to get the pulls off, so they're getting good positioning as mid. Miracle. Forced to the coil with DD.
Oh, he's looking pretty...
Oh, actually survives. That last little tip of the bottle.
Could Nisha not get the last hit in on that? Hey, was he just... So. He felt he would have snapped the coil? Okay,
I think he would have snapped it.
It looked like he sort of just stopped running at him. I mean, maybe I was mistaken.
He was at the edge of the coil.
I thought he was going to have that last hit. I thought he was going to have it, but he didn't. He didn't.
He didn't want to break it. Didn't want to try for it. The initial, probably like the raindrop ends up blocking probably some of the breathe fire damage from the initial go. So that's probably what ends up saving him in conjunction with all those bottle takes. But yeah.
I thought he could get the hit, but he couldn't. He holds.
You would have gone for it.
And that does mean he was able to live. Sure. 7 minutes in, just less than 1K in it. All things said and done, I think Nigma's going to be rather happy with the passiveness, really. All 3 lanes up. They're farming just as well as that as Secret.
Yeah, now they send the Spectre back to base. GH actually uses a salve as well as a full clarity to keep Miracle topped up. So Miracle actually doesn't go back to base during this. Even though he drops so low, he sticks around the area, finishes up a camp, and they're actually smoking him. He's got coil up in 8 seconds, so could potentially surprise down bottom. Matu does have Enrage, but the 2 supports are very fragile on the side of Secret, so they could definitely look to kill them here. With level 3 Ion Shell too, it's a lot of damage that will come out. See what they find.
Now the wall drops down, the core coming out as well as Miracle jumps in from the side as the first RTW's ever come over the cleanup as well. Matthew's going to get out with the TP just in time. But Nigma brings, it's just out of nowhere there, the action. Wall drop down, GH and Miracle waiting in the ring of wings and ILTW. You know, he couldn't have been any better there. Coming in, getting the 2 kills himself as the Spectre with, you know, pretty much the dream first haunt of a game for a Spectre.
It was all because of the way that they set this up, right? Keeping Miracles healthy, instead of him having to go back and reset and maybe make a TP out there, they do this immediate move with GH just healing him up. I love that. Kuroki also taking the mid lane during the DK form, so there's still decent hits that are going to be coming out into this mid tower, but he got some XP, he slowed the push a little bit, and they get a nice move. As we said, those level 6s are the big thing to look at for Enigma. Those ultimates will still be very effective to play around this Darkseer, who's had a good start. It's max Ion Shell, so this used to be a common pickup here, the Spectre plus the Darkseer, because Spectre utilizes that Ion Shell very, very good with the dagger. You're always sticking on the targets. You're pretty tanky too, so you're always able to get on top of them easily. And he is going to go for that Echo Saber build, so maybe taking a page out of Fly. It was really nice. I did really like that build. It did look really effective here with the double Desolate as bottom.
See bottom. If they've got the damage here to take down RTW and GH. Keeping it tethered, and indeed the attempt there from the 3 of Secret, Puppy, Zai, and Jap. So it's not enough. You know, they can't deal with the Spectre right now, even in these early stages. It's definitely going to be a bit of a concern there for Secret. As you know, one thing to be said as well from these lineups, as much as we sort of highly rate the ability for Secret to catch, Nigma, they've got a lot of sustain, right? Even for this puck, you know, Miracle, if he gets tripped up by a stun or 2, he's backed up by a Wyvern, he's backed up by an IO, he's backed up with by a Darkseer that's going to have some utility items down the line. There's a lot to keep whichever core is core very safe, even throughout the long duration lockdown that Secret's heroes have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be going for the double defensive kind of items. I believe My Control probably will go for at least a hood this game, and they're going to have the mech on the IO. So on top of that already sustain that they're going to have from their just heroes, they're going to have those on top as Miracle. Does get caught by the
there with the first stun. Cold Embrace and the tether comes out though. They're ready to back up Miracle, keep him safe. Nisha trying to stay on top of them. Has he got enough damage? He'll try and get out with the ult, but the silence is in. Secret, they throw everything down onto Miracle, and they will be able to catch him. Not able to get out this time. Dragon form up as well. They'll try and get some missiles to the tower. The re-relocate is going to be bringing GH back into this, and Secret, they're prepared. Nisha moving into position up on the high ground. The wall will get dropped here. Mind Control to see if he can come in from the side. Vacuum down onto Puppy and Yapsor. They've lost GH. Puppy will end up dying to the illusion of the Iron Shell in return, as Mind Control able to pick something up in trade there for losing out GH as well.
At least they're punching back, they're holding the tower, and they're getting ILTW farm at the same time too from Nigma. If Nigma is able to weather the storm in this game early, their lineup does scale. They do have that Spectre, so this is all really good moves right now from them for sure. Just looking for the battles. Even though Miracle does die, they're still able to punch back. Nisha starting to take away some of these stacks, also going to get slowed down. Miracle's connecting, Coil still down.
Going for Nisha here.
They bring ILTW, they really want this kill.
Nisha's going to try and turn it all the back with a stun, but Miracle's already on the high ground, jumps in with the orb. Nisha's gone. Another kill here for Nigma.
These are great moves right now from Nigma for sure.
They've got Coil. They're ready to go for more. Miracle's in. He's going to find Yapsor. He's going to find it too. Coil's going to go down, as that's Yapsor gone. Matu's TPing in. He's going to look for GH. See if he's able to find him. GH into the tree. They'll drag it back there, able to keep GH safe. The curse comes out from Kuro. He's in with the wraparound. He's locked down. Zai and Matumbaman. Nigma surround them. Matu is dead. Zai tried to retreat for this, but Nigma, they're just diving in. It's a triple kill for Miracle. Zai, he's going to get taken out as well. Ultra kill for Miracle here at the 12-minute mark. There's Nisha. He's TPing in. Nigma, they're going to want to keep fighting this for sure. As Nisha, I guess he's kind of tanky. He does have the other dragon form, so Nigma, they'll give him some respect here. Backing off. And there we have it. The first pick puck. Heavily countered, they said. Miracle, he doesn't care. He's coming in, he's making the plays. And with the backup, the sustain, and the team fight and coordination that Nigma have really stepped up so far in this wildcard showing, they're making the magic happen here, Nigma.
They're out playing across the board. Like all the little plays, the little mini vacuums and everything to pull and save their teammates. It's beautiful so far here. And just constantly battling in this early game with the Spectre. So it's really nice to see them actually being able to do so. Nisha's been forced to buy a hood. That kind of says everything. He's like, wow, they actually do have good damage. There's a lot of magic damage coming out. I need something to deal with this.
been denied.
Secret now a bit on the defensive posture here, and still not given an opportunity from Matamaman to really go for that Roche. As we heard the panel saying, you need Roche. Like this Ursa, when you're going for this type of build, the Diffusal, the Mask, you need to get that early Roche on to open up the availability for the second one early on. Right now there is no Haunt, so maybe there's an opportunity for them to potentially go for smoke, but this ward is already placed down. As we said, Nigma's warding so far in this tournament has been top-notch. Just, yeah, very early aggressive plays that were not expected. The Spectre already has an Echo Saber. That is really nice.
Yeah, I mean, already even without that first time, the involvement from RTW has been perfect. 3-1 and 4, 13 minutes in a game that's such as this. You're going to be very happy with how much you've been able to contribute already as a Spectre in the early game.
No, absolutely. Yeah, YapzOr is going to be much more careful with his positioning, because he's so crucial. He really is, as this Skywrath mage. He has to be so careful, because the Haunt automatically reveals him, and then he's just dead. Puck gets on him, and he's going to get pretty much one-shot. That's why this hero overall has been a bit lackluster most of the time, so YapzOr has to be more careful with this position. Maybe using smokes early on inside the fights during the Haunt even, just to get that position. Fights during the Haunt even, just to get that positioning to get the silences on this Puck, who's very...
Matu will play Ursa, Nisha, Dragonite, Zai, Underlord, Yapster, Skywrath Mage, Puppy, Grimstroke, and then on the side of Team Nigma, we got Spectre for ILTW, the Puck for Miracle, the Darkseer for Mind Control, and I on the played by GH, and Rookie playing Winter Wyvern. And I think with that, can I? I know it's time. I see it's time. Please, Fog, Dowdy Pixel, take it away for game 2 again. Thank you. Oh, keep talking.
Oh, that was the perfect handoff of the
talking. The longest introduction we could possibly manufacture.
Stop talking. Let's go.
All right. I think we're in. I think we're good. Owen, you there? Is it just me? Oh, God, please, no. Don't. Okay, well, that is unfortunate. Where is Owen? Do we even have same? So the other thing I was looking at is, what about same wards? Because I did not pay attention where the wards were at the start, because I think now we're seeing different warding coming out, so.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know if Owen's being heard. I think he tells me that he is talking, but I cannot hear him. Hello, Owen, I hear you. Hello? I got you now, baby.
We're good. All right,
All right, let's go.
Right, okay. So yeah, let's go.
Do you remember what the wards were?
No.
Okay, because these look like new wards to me. These look new to me.
What you just asked me. I mean, my memory's terrible. But well, so anyway, obviously, very incredibly unfortunate circumstances. I guess we're just gonna have to see sort of how this differs to how it went the first time. At least, how many minutes were we into that last game? It was about 15 minutes or something in, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
So we'll see.
It was a bit past the. It was definitely past the 13-minute mark, because 12 minutes I think is when he was about to get his defusal finished up and the hood was done. So yeah, 13, 14 minutes, and there's new wards for sure. I'm looking at some very different wards. I see some tree cutting coming out from Kuroki and from Mind Control, so they have a different spot on the ward bottom to be able to watch stuff. I see different wards from the side of Secret. Also for top lane, looks like they're doing a different approach to maybe pressure this Spectre. Since the top lane I think was the biggest surprise for me, how well ILTW did. So yeah, let's see how it all plays out this time around. Let's see if Miracle is able to do the same kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think overall the biggest takeaway from the laning stage last game, I would say that before those sort of fights started coming around the mid, all cores were farming pretty evenly, right? Like all 6 cores had a pretty much even share of farm out of the laning stage, which, as we were saying, I think was definitely more of a difficulty for Nigma considering their heroes. So we'll see if Nigma is able to indeed at least get that sort of same sort of start out of the lane.
Yeah, right. I'm mostly going to be watching top because that was the one, like I said, the biggest one for me that I felt like ILTW should not have gotten that many last hits. So I think this time around, if Zai is able to play the lane a little bit better, he should be able to come out a bit more ahead inside of that one. Bottom, still seeing the same type of aggro onto Puppy. Still in a little bit of trouble here, but he will be able to back away. So similar kind of stuff, different. I don't remember if he had Inkswell level 1 either on Puppy too. So a bit of different stuff, and we'll try to just remove that one from our memory.
Yeah, we'll see, because in terms of sort of the kills we have, I believe Secret got an early kill route in this bottom lane, but we saw overall Nigma, they were able to really bully Puppy. So Puppy's positioning is going to have to be very much on point.
They had a really good start on both of these side lanes, actually. The Spectre and the Darkseer both had this incredible start where Mind Control was level 3 pretty early on. This time, that's not happening. Spectre's actually actually been pressured a lot more by the Underlord. We're seeing Yapster actually able to put some pressure onto GH, unlike last time where we did see Yapster actually go down. So a bit of differences already coming out here where Nigma, now the levels are much different. Mind Control's having a much harder time in this bottom lane.
See around the mid lane, pretty much even farm. Sneasha and Miracle match one another, and we'll see indeed. Eyes are going to be on Miracle. That's what we said last time round. It was very difficult to really do what he was able to do. We'll see if he's able to pull it off again. He did come in with a phenomenal plays on the puck, as we've seen.
Yeah, it looks like overall, bottom is going really well right now for the Ursa. He's getting several denies too. He's gone for this overpower at level 2, so he's able to power deny the creeps on Mind Control. Yeah, not quite level 3. Kuroki's trying to give that experience just like last time to the Darkseer, but not as much being given. So yeah, we're seeing quite a big difference, of course. Look at that Underlord 16-5 right now to the 10-1 of the Spectre. He's having a much better time. Gonna get that ring of health out really early, and Yapster not under pressure this time either. Potentially even gonna get a courier snipe himself here too. Let's walk under tower. Won't be able to get it. Eats a tower hit. Miracle. going to steal the bounty.
Behold! A prize!
Ooh, quick little
that
John.
one,
I like it. Just in case, because he doesn't know about the stun, how close it was there. So nice little play there for Miracle, just in case. And now is Nisha going to run for the other rune, or is Miracle going to be able to orb and collect that one for himself as well if he'd like to? I don't know if he's going to want to miss that many last hits, though. We'll see what his option is.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to head back. Still has the bounty rune up here, of course, ready to take. But we're seeing, you know, sure, again, a slow start the first few waves, but RTW, he is starting to catch up a little bit again. You know, he's not getting completely zoned out at the laning stage. He is still able to find a decent amount here on the early waves.
Quite behind, though. 22-7 to the 17. Last time he was pretty much even, so now it's much harder for them to actually bully. YapzOr, so as we said, you know, last time he did die. This time he's gotten a much better start, actually has a crown, so his harassment and his overall early game is going to be much better out of that. Now, all 3 lanes going in Secret's favors. Nobody going down just yet, as Puppey starting to get some aggression onto him. They've got a vacuum as well, too. Should be able to get him.
And they've got the damage. First blood goes to Nigma here as Kuro and Mind Control are able to use their power here to bully Puppey in the laning stage, just as they did last time. We'll see Matuma trying to turn for Mind Control, but some nice moves here with the Surge and the Salve. They'll be able to get away from Matuma Man's claws.
This time, no cold embrace, so that's another thing. There's going to be a lot of things changed. I probably should stop just referencing it at all, but Kuroki goes for 2 points.
I mean, it's very hard not to, right? This is such a unique situation that, you know, as of course the panel said, hopefully this will never happen again, but you know, it's very tempting to just sort of cross-reference what we did see in the early game of last run through.
Yeah, Mind Control still going to be getting those arcane boots at a pretty early time, but not able to put as much aggro. They still do get the first blood, so that is good, but Matu is getting much better free farm. He was getting good free farm down here anyway, but not getting as pressured this time around. And ILTW, just like you said, he is catching right back up. As they do have that headdress, they have this regen, so it's looking still pretty good in this top lane.
Now the question is, as sort of was talked about, obviously the remake rules did only regard the starting items.
Yes.
Will we see something different from Nisha? Will he not go for that hood again?
I think so. I think the blink is much more needed this game so that they can actually make these aggressive plays, because then it's not going to be them getting initiated on, as it was pretty much every single time in the last, you know, in the initial game, where it was the puck jumping on them and them like using this haunt to jump on the opposite side. Well, now, you know, if Nisha does go for that blink dagger, it'll change things up. I think that's the better approach, and he's actually getting a much more effective ultimate this time onto mid. Puck actually forced to go back to base. GH not able to do that thing that he did last time, where he healed him up, clarity'd up, and allowed him to play very aggressive early on. Bottom, Mind Control.
Well, they've got him. Got the control there. Puppey able to land the combo. No escape for Mind Control. Set up some action for Matuma down on the safe lane.
They do have level 6 on mid for Puck, so Coil is available. They also cold embrace the catapult. Kuroki keeping that one alive for a bit longer here.
We'll see top. Getting a little aggressive here onto Zai.
Those hits start to add up.
Actually being done it. Yeah.
The Desolate plus that overcharge really does start to hurt quite a bit there. Zai should still be okay. They have another dagger.
I think he's going to want to dive. He was tempted, but of course not knowing quite what would be waiting in the wings there from Secret. They won't dive any further. Nigma, LTW making sure that he doesn't push it too far, and he is able to continue to secure, which is what, once again, some very solid early game farm here as the safe lane Spectre.
They're still going to get that really early level 6. We see the stacks coming out too. Kuroki's got a humongous stack at the hard camp for Miracle to farm up and then potentially make that aggressive move, as we did see. As we mentioned, you know, that's still the same game. So it's the level 6s are the big point where Nigma's going to be able to make those aggressive moves. Overall, Secret's draft does have a lot of counters versus this Puck, so Miracle does still have to be a little bit careful. As Nisha, another ult popped, so he's going to be able to just bully Miracle a little bit out of the lane, also hit the tower too, so maybe we will see that rotation very soon. I believe that's also a Veil now, already finished up on YapzOr, so very early little bit of damage amp that they're going to have on their draft to be able to bring down some of these tankier heroes like the Darkseer, like the Spectre. And he's got stacks going.
Nice seeing with this, and incredibly cost-efficient item. Around that sort of 1,500, very valuable purchase, which I am surprised that we don't see necessarily more of.
I agree, actually. I always am confused when I'm not seeing more Veil pickup. Sometimes it's a little bit awkward
because it's so cheap.
You want other items, but it is so cheap. It really is. The build-up is also very nice because Bassi is such a good item. My Control is actually the one who takes the stacks this time, so they're going to actually prioritize his farm in comparison and actually look to defend their tower a little bit more. They're actually keeping 3 heroes in the mid lane to protect versus that DK form, so Nisha's going to go to the jungle. He's going to use that one to maximize farm. They're going to give Yapso the lane. Yapso has to be careful, though. Miracle's diving him.
See if they can get this back up in time. The Secret coming in with the TPs. RTW's got the horn ready to go. Moving, take down Yapso. Turn over towards Poppy as well. Nigma, they'll be able to get themselves a double for RTW. Now, over towards Matsumaman. He has got the Enrage, but they're going to be able to dive in on this. As the Enrage is about to come to an end. They're in with the silence. Nigma, they're looking towards the bear. Matu trying to jump away, but another dagger's out to triple kill for RTW. Now over towards Nisha. TPs and respawns starting to come in from Secret, but Nigma, they're just diving in with this aggression. 9 minutes in, underneath the tier 1 tower. They're looking towards Nisha. Nisha is very, very low here. So they've got another nuke to take him out as Miracle.
Gonna try.
He's hunting for him with the orb.
He gets
him, but the silence is out. Miracle. He's not going to be able to jump over in time. RTW is now going to opt to back out of this as Nisha is looking for GH. GH tether over to the creep in time. Stick charges. It's not enough to save him. As Yapso will get the double.
Already up to level 5 now, too, on this Skyreth. With the Veil, they bring everybody in to try to counteract this movement that comes in from Nigma. They were prepared for all those level 6s for the big haunt coming over. And My Control, he actually doesn't end up joining the fray. He actually stays bottom to continue his farm. So Secret come out ahead in this one.
Honestly, again, to sort of compare with last time round, RTW's first taunt, very successful, gets a double. This time around, sure, there's some casualties around him, but he gets himself a triple kill.
He does.
And he's out of there. So a very, very important fight for RTW to, again, get in and get out of this. Over in the river down bottom, Nigma will be able to run down Puppy. So without a doubt, RTW, I'd say he's in the same place as he was in the first run through. This is a fantastic spot to be in as a Spectre.
And Miracle, he does find a fairy. I don't believe he had the fairy trinket last time around, so he's got this, which is probably the best item that you can get on the puck. So he's probably still feeling pretty happy about that. He's got his treads. Witchblade will be a little bit later, as we said, since they prioritized the Darkseer's farm a bit more. And speaking of Darkseer, actually making a move on to him down bottom. Should have the damage.
When the Dragon Tail's done and the DD on Nisha, they certainly do indeed. Mid lane, Miracle looking to dive in onto Yapso. He's going to drop the coil as well. Getting back up, coming in on time for Secret Puppy.
The leash.
Him with the soul bind.
Double silence.
He's able to turn this around. Puppy getting him with the stun. He's got the setup. The double dragon tail to them. The cold embrace is keeping Miracle alive. It's not enough though. Zai lays down the firestorm. Secret bringing the defense around the tier 1 tower, and Zai with a big cleanup. Triple kill for him. A lot of magical damage as Secret are ready to turn up and fight back against Nigma.
And Puppy with a very clutch soul bind actually gets the double silence coming into play, then the double dragon tail follow up, and Zai with that veil even buffing up the firestorm too, just clipping onto every single one of them there. A nice reaction coming out from Secret. Mid tower though, they're still trying to pressure, but Nigma's bringing the reinforcements, actually TPing 3 heroes here to help out Mind Control.
RTW meanwhile getting the space down bottom. Echo Saber, a couple of 100 gold away, and then he's going to be working into the defusal. They keep this tower alive. Sure, heavy damage done by Secret there with the push around the Elder Dragon form, but the tier 1 will still stand for now.
And Nisha, he is going to be going for that Blink Dagger instead this time around. Definitely feeling like it's a lot more important because he just has the combo play. It's always going to be much more effective, and you're versus the puck. So if you're going to be the one starting the fight, it's going to change the way that the Spectre actually is able to join the fights afterwards. Yeah, Echo Saber's done. How's the pipe looking on for Mind Control? He's actually a bit delayed. He's got the Soul Ring and the Arcane Boots on top, while Zai, I believe he actually does have the pipe finished. So Secret, their fighting form is looking quite a bit stronger right now. But Nigma, as we said, with those big ultimates, they will always be able to kind of outnumber the side of Secret if they're not prepared.
So see how Secret play now, whilst these results are back up.
We got some lag.
At least a player-initiated pause here, so
yeah,
should
but
be
hopefully, man,
no big deal.
that's scary. I mean, any type of lag or anything right now, it's like, oh god, please not again.
Yeah. Well, I believe it's just an isolated issue here with the lag, hopefully.
And we're looking at taking a little bit of glance at just like skill builds right now. Puppy, he's gone for 3 Phantom Embrace. Makes a lot of sense this game. They're really focused on the puck. It's also just really good this game also versus Darkseer. The Soul Bind, as we've said many times, this silence is going to be very effective. Matu nearly has Diffusal finished up, so that's going to be really strong this game. As we've mentioned, the Ursa, overall, this is just the better build. It's going to allow you to be more aggressive, and it's always going to be effective versus something like Cold Embrace, where Ursa is only physical damage, but when you have that built in, it does change the aspect of it.
Oh, as well, RCW this time round, queuing up the Radiance.
Radiance, yeah.
Next in the build-up. Do you think he can get away with this? Is this sort of the move for him to try and go for here? He's got a decent timing on the Echo. Just try and go for that Relic Crush now?
I'm cool with it. If they get to the later stages of the game, their draft is going to be unbelievably powerful. So, yeah, I like it.
sure.
If he can get to it, of course. I mean, if it starts getting a little bit too chaotic because, like, the Roche is going to get forced at some point, maybe he has to deviate from the build. Maybe he does still have to go for that Manta too because the silences can be a bit pesky. But we'll see what happens because they do have this crazy amount of fight that we know is going to kick off. You know, that Roche, it's going to get forced at some point from this Ursa. Nigma's got the responses. They have the team fight.
Absolutely. I think it's definitely going to be down to, if RTW does indeed go for this Radiance build-up rather than the Manta on the way towards it. If Nigma can keep that sort of pressure and focus around mid, it is going to continue to just open up these side lanes. Of course, for Secret as well, Matu making a lot happen with the space that he's getting on the top half of the map. But as you say, definitely more pressure on Secret to get that action going a little earlier than Nigma would maybe want it to.
And they should be able to.
Refusal straight into BKB.
Nisha's about to have his Blink Dagger, so that's going to open up opportunities across the map to look for this puck, hunt him a lot easier. But do have to watch out, as we said. You know, the ultimates are in favor of Nigma, and they've got pretty much everything up, just the wall down for about 20 more seconds, but they don't need that one really for the big fights. It's mostly about the Spectre Haunt plus the puck combination to be able to join in the frays, and then you just need really an Ion Shell on the Spectre. Yeah, Nisha is going to have it done. And as we said, you know, they're going to have this is a pretty big power spike window here for Secret. They've got Pipe, they've got Diffusal, they've got Blink. It's definitely go time for them to look for something. And they do have a ward bottom. So they see the Darkseer at the moment. Don't believe they had a glimpse of anybody else just now. I think ILTW actually snuck himself just past this ward down there. So they got to be prepared because they have to bring at least 3 heroes into most of these fights because they know they're going to get outnumbered. There's going to be a relocate, there's going to be a haunt in, there's going to be a lot of numbers that Nigma's going to bring to every single one of these action plays. And they are pinging mind control, so they are wary of his position down bottom. Well, Puppy just gets himself a little bit of farm right now.
Let's see what they can get. Nisha leading the charge.
They see him, that ward, that sneaky ward all the way on the right side. It's about to be timing up, but it's giving them a lot of information. GH still kind of in the area, but he's going to get popped quick. Let's see if they're ready. The Veil, they've got the damage. Or do they?
Or do they?
They will eventually.
He does still die. YapzOr immediately TPing out as soon as the horn comes in. See if RTW can keep a hold on this DK long enough. He's got another dagger out. Miracle is going to make their way over. He's able to get it off. So, even with the horn, they're not quite able to turn things around. Mind control goes down. Secret get the kill. They get out. They lose no one.
I was going to say, oh my goodness, is he actually going to survive this? The Ancient Seal debuff, the increased magic damage, plus the Veil just a bit too much. Top is hurting ILTW quite a lot here. He's also forcing the tower. Nisha, Zai, Invis.
We'll see if I can get a catch here. YapzOr trying to get him range so that he can offer the backup. Miracle.
He's got to be careful.
Got the opening room.
The silence.
Into the silence. Dragon Tail as well. They'll come out with a cold embrace, but it's far too much magical damage for Miracle to withstand. As Secret getting active, making these moves.
Is that enough for the Roche? I think it might be.
2-0-7.
Yeah, Matu, I think this is where you try to commit into this pit. Oh, he actually misses the leap over. Whoopsie.
Couldn't quite jump in though.
Nope. Now might actually have to switch it up.
Can Nigma do anything about this?
I think they can. They still have the curse. Yeah. Puck's respawning pretty quickly. It's still early game. It's only level 9 puck, so forcing that going to be a bit too hard. If he was able to leap in, then perhaps they actually can, but having to walk all the way around, even 5 seconds at this point can just make the difference.
Radiant are
and Miracle goes his way bottom.
For RTW, 1600 on the Relic, so
pretty good.
He's making it there. They're clearly focused on that, and as you say, I think if they can get a good timing on that, there's definitely going to put a bit more urgency on Secret to get stuff done. Otherwise, this Spectre is absolutely going to be a problem.
Yeah. Miracle is going for Blink this time around. He kind of just has to because of how his game's gotten now. He's 0-3, so he needs some tone. He needs to be the one to start the fights for his team so that the Haunt can come through into the back lines. So does have that one. He's also going to be able to play at least a round of Nisha's Blink Dagger, perhaps maybe dodge some of those stuns and stuff like that too. He's got to be very careful on this puck now, as we mentioned. It's a hard puck game. Still tons of silences that will always be coming into play. And now he's got the Blink. And about 40 seconds until they do have Haunt available. So right now they're still just playing, kind of sitting behind ILTW, babying with the two saving supports.
Now this is the way to do it. I think if Nigma can sort of keep this tempo,
Dire are scanning.
and Secret don't get a big lead,
Dire's
and aren't able to make plays onto the Spectre, Nigma's going to be very happy with this sort of downtime.
Yeah, and Ursa's gone for a fighting item too, right? He's gone for this diffusal build. So if he doesn't get something big pretty soon, it's going to start being a little bit more effective. As we'll be able to jump into it this time.
And then this time he gets away with it. Nigma not in position to contest this. Secret well set up to keep Matu safe. He's having that mask. He's got enough life still to be able to take this out as Secret. This Roshan will be theirs.
They've got all these item timings, even a haste 2 inside the bottle of DK, so they can definitely look for some type of action here, but it's the same thing. Just keep watching out for the numbers. They still can get outnumbered quite easily from Nigma. Nigma still all positioned around mid. Them losing their mid tower hurts a lot, because now it does open up the map a lot for Secret to kind of just play however they really want, not having to be so worried about just these super heavy collapses that were coming out. And we do see Nisha actually like babysitting behind Puppy bottom. They have this aggressive ward too, this defensive one. Miracle. They've got him.
They've got him. They're in with the opener, and as soon as they find that first initial jump on the puck is just done for every time by this lineup.
Very sneaky ward. Both of their wards this time around, these two bottom wards that they've had, were just pretty much out of range of the sentries from Nigma. So Nigma not able to see them making their way over. As BKB's next item's on the horizon for the two cores.
Time to go for Matu. Another Matu's playing pretty deep, pretty aggressive. We're going to see Zai come in with the Rift, though. He's brought the backup. Puppy and Yapso are here. They're ready to turn. They turn towards RTW. RTW's going to get blown up by the combo. They're ready to try and look for more. Vacuum back onto Matu. And Matu, of course, he's got the Aegis, so he's not feeling scared at all about committing in onto Mind Control. Gets him with the jump.
Doesn't even die.
Zai there, bringing the team in with that Dark Rift, able to make sure that Matu is fit to fight back.
That was such a nice, 5 out of 5 right there for Zai, for sure. Bringing up all the backup. And we were talking about numbers from Nigma. Didn't really factor in that Dark Rift to be able to actually bring the rest of the forces there if there is an Ursa under pressure. And he doesn't even die. So still has Aegis. He'll be able to get that BKB safely. Same thing for Nisha, and that's going to cause much bigger problems because most of that damage that is coming out from Nigma is magic damage throughout kind of all stages until Spectre is a monster. So that is going to be really hard for them to really fight into. We've seen them just kind of farming back at a pretty big deficit now. 6k gold lead for Secret, claiming the enemy jungle as well. They get a Philia as well. Philosopher's Stone onto Yapsor.
Pupil's Gift, Essence Ring. 3,200 on the Relic. LTW is nearly there. They are down 6k right now. Nigma is Secret, doing a good job of getting this early lead. They're looking to play with. And they will have this timing. Yeah, BKB on Matu. They'll be able to run heroes down, and not a whole lot that can be done to hold him back. They'll have the curse at least if they want to try and target him, lock him back for some of the enrage of the BKB. But other than that, Matu is going to be quite the struggle to deal with in these fights.
Absolutely. The support still will get eviscerated quite quickly from that Haunt, from the combo if they do get on top of them easily. So Secret does have to still watch out for them, but the cores at this point are very hard to bring down. Double BKBs, they've got Pipe. Zai's even going for, looks like potentially very greedy kind of item on the Underlord. He's got Sage, he's going for Sage Kaya. Haven't seen that one too much on Underlord for sure. I feel like you could see it maybe if he was playing versus something like this super tanky core like Timber Saws or something like that, but yeah, I'd be very surprised if he does actually commit for it. I mean, it is a broken item, 100%, but I don't know, a hero like Underlord, definitely a bit curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really even like a phenomenal game for a Halberd, is it, either? I mean, no. I guess it's nice to summon the Spectre, but it's not really sort of what comes to mind first. So I guess it is, yeah, likely that he isn't he going to turn it into the Sanjim Kaya.
Now they're hitting top tower too. Okay, this tier 2 is already dropping, and this is all just recurring things that happen because that Aegis is able to survive top, so they're able to play really confident up here. Double BKBs. Nigma can't fight this. They need to wait until really the Radiance is online for ILTW, and it's gonna kill the supports, but like I was saying, the cores at this point are just way too beefy, and they have BKBs, so that magic damage is gonna be negated pretty much entirely from the Radiance burn. Matsu trying to take advantage. He still has 50 seconds.
Nigma just continuing to do their best to keep ILTW's space that he needs to farm in as safe as possible.
Gold and sweet.
30 seconds still left on that Aegis.
And they're trying to find him, and they're not. ILTW consistently able to move away from this ult.
GH always kind of hiding behind him too, as you see, like sitting in the tree lines, just ready to relocate him out in case a big aggressive moves comes out, which it looks like it is starting to get it set up. Puppy.
ILTW's going to need some help. And GH's going to have it. He's got the relocate ready. He's going to just take him out of here, get ILTW back to safety. GH will almost certainly die for this, but it gets ILTW out of there. He'll be able to pick up that Radiance.
Can they catch? Can you get any type of hit out of this? Looks like Miracle's trying to force the mid tower out of that space, since it did see 3 heroes down bottom. So he's got the rift. Is he going to bring the team mid to fight? If they can perhaps get a catch, YapzOr is waiting with the shadow amulet around mid tower. Not going to quite be able to find Miracle, though. He plays it careful. Miracle very low on mana. They're actually going to move toward top. They did see the darks here too, but lanes all kind of being forced in from the side of Nigma. Miracle going to go back to base. 8k gold lead now already. Getting quite a lot more out of the map. Nigma not able to utilize these ultis at that frequency that they'd like to right now because of that Aegis advantage. Now it is gone. They're still having trouble because there's just these BKBs. The cores are too strong and Kuro.
I mean, he wants to step in aggressively here. Even without the Aegis, the BKB alone allowing him to feel as strong as he is. Secret really trying to use this power that they've built up, but Nigma do continue to do a good job of avoiding it.
Yep, and they are smoked now. And they have a DD on the puck, too. See what they can connect. They have ridiculous team fight. They have great ways to get information for these squishy backline heroes. There is a Glimmer finished up on YapzOr, also one on the Grimstroke. So do we have a Dust on any of these cores? We have a Dust on GH, but maybe in some of these fights he's not going to be able to get in there. So perhaps maybe ILTW, they might actually want to pass off the Dust to the Spectre soon. Because it's going to be his job to really just clean up those supports immediately as soon as Haunt comes out. And it might be difficult for GH to actually get in there. Don't know if they saw both of the Glimmers, though, so that could still catch them a little bit off guard. I know they saw them building it up, that's why they have the Dust, but... Secret just continued to get this farm on.
I mean, Secret, objective-wise, what are they really looking towards next here, Secret? Is it a certain item that they're waiting for before they try and push down mid, take tier 2s, or?
No, I don't think in particular. I think they're probably just feeling that they are getting so much more out of the map that they're like, okay, we're triple core scaling. They're only scaling on one hero. Like this Darkseer he doesn't have the best wall heroes. Like sometimes you have like these crazy agility heroes that just pop off. Like an Ursa wall isn't really the most effective. DK is actually kind of decent, but that's just about it. So I feel like they're probably just scaling a bit harder because of how much space they're getting on the map.
But so much more.
Yeah, it's certainly kept the case so far. 14 for 5, 10k lead here for Secret so far. 24 minutes in.
Yeah, and they're able to play parts of the jungle from Nigma. Like look at Machu's positioning
they're getting
here.
over there.
Yep.
And with this warding, they're able to play and take away some safe spaces here of Nigma.
Maybe Black Dragon is going to be the next big thing, because that looks like who he's going for, and it is very effective this game. As we've mentioned multiple times, Nigma's draft is majority going to be that magic damage, so that is going to be really effective. It's going to be pretty crazy how tanky this Nisha Dragon Knight is going to be, and he's very close to it. So maybe we do see them look for fighting around that, but also we do have 2 minutes until Roche. So that's usually the bigger objective when you are playing with these Ursas, when you can get an early Roche, you get the secondary one for that shard, and yeah, he's going to be so strong, so tanky. The Van Brace as well. This DK is going to be a tough cookie to crack. Until they get him actually isolated, it's got to be like, it's got to be pretty much isolated by ILTW and him just blasting him with Desolate. Other than that, it's going to be pretty impossible for them to actually kill Nisha at this point.
See that. Feeling confident to show ILTW on the mid lane.
Yeah, they're smoked up behind him too, maybe hoping that they try to go for this aggressive move. He's tanky too. He's got this Pupil's Gift. He's got Yasha, 2400 HP.
Yes, yeah, for sure. With the backup of GH and Kuro, you know, they can do a good job of keeping the Spectre alive for the burst. Gonna poke out an early BKB here from Matsu. Root down onto Mind Control. Mind Control able to get away. Nisha chasing in.
He's got the dragon.
Stun onto Kuroki, and they're focusing the Wyvern. They've got the damage. Kuro's going to go down. BKB out from Nisha. He's ready to continue to push on. There'll be a buyback from Kuro. Bolts come out. ILTW trying to get in on the action. But he's silenced, caught in the pit. ILTW needs help. He needs it now. GH is going to try and come in with the 10 of the heel. Looking to keep the Spectre alive. ILTW still somehow living as he's out to the side. He's actually going to make it out. The Glimmer Cape's there. ILTW will survive. Secret, they're starting to bail. Zai takes the rest of them out with the Rift. But somehow there, ILTW does not die. A buyback is required from Kuroki, but everyone else on Nigma remains alive. Mid. Until that one mid. They got anything to keep him safe in the vacuum, dragging back the two of them. Another cold embrace. GH in with the tether as well. They're keeping Miracle healed up. GH goes for the TP out, but a Dragon Tail will put a stop to his escape. At the least, he throws his body and gives the chance for Miracle to escape. Kuro trying to hold them back with the Winter's Curse, but they still are able to chase through it and around it. Kuro will die there, out for a good minute now.
And Roche is respawning right now at the worst possible time for Nigma. Secret's going to be able to go in there and finish it up with no time. Going to be able to get a free shard, Aegis, and Cheese for this Ursa too. And that was the buyback. The Wyvern actually buyback completely necessary. If he doesn't do that, ILTW goes down. Fight is a complete stomp from Secret, and now they get this opportunity to go in Roche. And game is looking quite difficult right now here for sure. As this Black Dragon actually just allows them to get into backline so easily. Usually, like with Nigma's draft, they actually have the ease of being able to get into backline because of Haunt. But a Black Dragon just walks up a cliff and initiates onto your Wyvern. What the hell can you do? That free pathing definitely coming into play.
Amatsu on the hunt immediately with the Aegis picked up. Charging into the triangle of Nigma's half.
And with the shard too, he's so much more survivable to just run in versus these heroes. Damage just really not there for Nigma at all now.
Dire's middle tower has
I want to say they need more time on the side of Nigma, but it really does feel like it's playing into Secret now at this point because of just they have triple core scaling. It's just this Spectre who needs a Manta desperately to be able to disengage, and just even for damage, like we were saying, this actual Desolate is going to be really important. And they're actually surrounded. They're under vision right now.
GH, he's been caught. He's shooting with the Dragon Tail. ILTW, is he going to be able to get out of there? He's got no TP for 15 seconds. He's turned off his Radiance to try and hide. But they'll find him here. He's trying to get out, but with the stun, the amp up from the Ancient Seal, he doesn't stand a chance. They blow him up with the Mystic Flare.
They're even chasing for more. Puppy walking up to the high ground confidently. 15,000 gold lead for Secret. And it really is it's all the Spectre, so when he's dead, there's pretty much nothing that Nigma is gaining on the map. Miracle, even getting the jump there from Nisha. Should be okay, though. He's got the Glimmer.
And he's got the BKB as well, Miracle.
He does.
So, always has that ability to fight back if they see an opportunity. Mind Control dropping the wall.
Slows down the push.
Be able to hold. They push back Secret. Not too much damage done here to the tier 3. Secret, they'll back off for now.
They actually have so much overwhelming damage at this point for the Spectre. It's just like this, the actual Sanjin Kaya from Zai is working. With the Ancient Seal in combination with Veil, I mean, it is so much damage that's really coming out into this tanky Spectre. And it's just continuing to grow as we see also, I believe I saw the DK going for a Silver Edge, a kind of dead item that we really don't see picked up almost ever. That's going to be so effective this game, because it really is, it's only Spectre at this point that's going to be doing much of the damage on Nigma. Everyone else just kind of has to run away. Very tough game. 16,000 gold lead. How's this experience looking as well? Experience is much higher. Experience actually around the 20,000 mark here for Secret too. So
they're going to be sending the tomes all to RTW. They just need to buff up the Spectre as much as possible.
Even carrying now Nether Shawl.
Sort of chance here.
Yeah, they swapped over the Nether Shawl to him. Just any type of magic resistance increased for him. We'll be able to reclaim their outpost, at least for some moments here. Secret just farming the entirety of the map, though. They're only really getting, like, it feels like only like 20% here for Team Nigma. And they're having to try to prioritize ILTW's farm, but Mind Control still has to do his job as a Darkseer. He still has to Ion Shell waves to push it out so that they can actually get some type of space on the map. But yeah, Secret continue to capitalize on pretty much everything here.
I mean, yeah, what does sort of Mind Control do in this sort of game? He's got the Blink Dagger queued up. I mean, maybe sort of focused on trying to find some sort of huge vacuum into Curse setup for Kuroki. I mean, what else do you think's on his mind? He's got 3k gold here.
I mean, there's not really too many other diverse builds. He's had to go defensive for Aeon. Just the other one is really just the Aghanims, but yeah, that's just about it. Not really too sure what else he can actually itemize for at this point. As Nisha. He's trying to set up. They're gonna get some TPs coming through here.
He's in straight away. He's gonna look to try and open up on RTW. It's GH.
He's bringing him out.
He'll take him out. They're not going to have any funny business there. They know that Secret's heading over to follow up on that Dragon Tail. They'll get RTW out. GH, of course, he'll die for this effort on the way back. Nothing to unfortunately get himself out with. So Secret, they'll be able to pop the IO.
They're just running away with the control of the map too. With this Shadow Blade 2 from Nisha, it's even harder for Nigma to really get outside at all. And they're even just watched. There's so many wards on the map. They're actually just staring at ILTW. Kuroki steps outside of the base for a second. Will be able to survive with the Glimmer. Miracle attempting to push out bottom as best as possible so they do get a little bit more space on the map. But yeah, just looking so damn hard. So many different combinations that Secret really can use to just kill and catch anyone they do find.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see how well Secret can poke at the high ground. We'll be without the Aegis, but the Satanic is pretty much done here for Matu. Gonna try and get in onto RTW. RTW has a lot of backup though. Kuro and GH just making sure they are in fine position to offer up the safety that RTW needs when he's jumped.
He is carrying the dust now, and he does have his Manta finish, so he still does have some opportunities, like we were mentioning, to just like eradicate the backline, just completely delete this Grimstroke and Skywrath. I'm seeing that Puppy's actually going for some type of defensive stuff. He's got a Vanguard. He actually takes the Philosopher's Stone away from YapzOr to get this farm up so he can finish off a Crimson Guard. Just all tanking up, really. Because if they can survive the instant blow, the instant burst that comes out from Nigma, they're going to win that long-out fight. The real only success, the only hope for Nigma at this point is if they can insta-kill heroes and start out with a just number advantage. So if they can just make these fights last longer on Secret, which they're itemizing for, it's going to prove to be very problematic for this Spectre. They're smoked up, they're ready. They've got the Silver Edge done on Nisha, so he's able to break the Spectre. He's under ward here. GH still hanging around the area.
And he needs to. He's got to be ready to save RTW at all costs. There's Nisha. Start the offensive here onto GH. RTW, he's going to head straight up the tree line here, see if he can get out. The Secret they are chasing.
Spider legs. Scary Underlord. Gets the pit.
Still got the Manta. And he's holding on to it. And he's going to come out with a horn, try to jump away to safety. He's able to get back up into the base. As Matu was pushing mid, so gave him a target to jump back. As Matu diving in, may have got the kill on Kuro. But by him doing that, it did also give an opportunity for RTW to jump away from the rest of Secret.
Absolutely. But it is a full defensive hunt, so 2 minutes where Nigma can't really make too much happen on the map just besides just farming. So we do see Miracle. He's actually, I believe he bought out a full AC onto this puck, so anything to just kind of buff themselves up, prevent from all that physical damage that is coming out. But it's so much mixed damage that's coming out from Secret. It's not just physical, it's magical, it's everything really.
Not for sure. I mean, this at least amps up the potential for the Spectre.
Yeah, and he does have the
minus on the enemies.
Yeah, and he's got the Orb of Destruction as well with the Phase Shift attack, so he is reducing quite a lot inside of the area when he does connect onto everybody, so that'll help a little bit inside the fights. They need anything they can get, really, at this point on Nigma.
And they're looking for RTW Matu.
They're just on the hunt. All swinging down as well. We see the Underlord and Grimstroke trying to cut off the retreat. GH desperately trying to hide himself away. Gets a TP with a tether. Nice play there. ILTW will be able to protect his pretty little GH. Also be able to TP back to base, but still, it's this constant hunt. They're not getting much out of the map at all. Secret rifts top, control the top side of the map as well.
Now, I'm certainly making Secret work for it, though. These moves from Secret not always ending up successful, as Nigma are dodging them quite nicely. But as you say, this ramp up in farm overall for Secret just increasing at terrifying amounts here. 21k lead now for Secret.
Yeah, Miracle's actually the one getting more farm out of the map because ILTW is just having to play so scared. He's having just to run away in like 90% of this game right now. I do see Matu for a second here. Kind of limited on mana. He's down to 270.
They're going to try and have a bit of a poke at him here. Get the ults off.
Nice attempt. They go for the coil into vacuum and to break the coil and potentially try to kill him before he's able to get anything off, but not able to actually get it. Now there's no coil.
RTW set back in. Manta's still on cooldown.
His mana's getting
burned. Embrace protection. Coming in with the BKB. RTW trying to get out of here, but they're caught him with the stun. GH is going to be able to take him out in time.
Nice.
GH gets him out of the side. Another save here from GH on the IO. Keeps RTW alive and out of harm's way.
He still has to be careful. He has 13 stacks of Fury Swipes. That's why you see Matu took that talent. So those Fury Swipes last an eternity on the Spectre. He still can't walk in. He's taking 624 bonus damage from the Ursa per hit. So he can't walk back in still for another like 10-15 seconds. I actually really like that talent in this game.
Yeah, against this sort of tanky frontliner, especially in the situation, as you say, where, you know, a lot is on the Spectre. For as much as Miracle's catching up on the puck, you know, when it comes to just being there on the front, all the pressure is on ILTW.
It is. And it's these long-duration team fights that Secret really is looking for. Nigma trying to capitalize right now on something. Puppy is extremely low on mana, so he's down to 170 right now. He's got some clarities coming out.
They're going to try for Roche.
Okay, they've got the Manta, so they've got that Desolate. That damage is really good on it. Matu's here.
The BKB's still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Matu's got to be a little careful. No BKB for 10 seconds. Quick jump over to the side. RTW trying to get away from the combo. They will find him. Zai is considering taking them out with a rip, but he's going to hold back. June calls down. Miracle moving in. They put the vacuum out of the four of them. They try to focus down Puppy, see if they can bring down the Grim. They can. Puppy to fall. RTW saved in time with the cold embrace. They're giving extra time here for RTW to play on. The Manta is back up and available. RTW looking for his next target. The curse holding him back. Kuro with the curse. He's locked down Nisha. Nisha is falling quick. He's falling fast, but Nisha's able to get off the cheese. Nisha able to get the heal off. The turnover towards RTW. Puppy, he's brought back for this one. Miracle getting himself out of the route, but the slows down onto ILTW. Secret, they get the kill on the Spectre. As Masu finds the double kill. Now Secret still seeing if they can try and find more, try and find Kuro or Miracle here off to the side. Mata will start working at the Roshan. Kuro's into the trees, looks like he'll make it out of there. Nisha's hunting for Miracle though. Miracle. He's going to look back in towards Puppy, but he's away. Miracle plays it safe, tries to get away from Secret, who are continuing to try and chase him down into the trees here. He has got the TP up, and looks like with this sort of movement, Miracle has been able to avoid the chase of Secret. Secret, they got what they wanted. They get the Roshan.
Nigma just has to dance around the fight and try to outplay as best as possible. Secret just kind of forces the issue, just takes the fight because they're just so tanky. These three cores are pretty much unkillable. It's still too hard, and thankfully he does have a cheese, of course, on that DK. It was close to him bringing down from a nice curse from Kuro, but yeah, still overall Secret. Much easier ways to be able to execute these fights. It's like 4D chess that Nigma has to really execute to actually get anything off.
Mind control. They're in with him. Again, Kuro gives us some safety over the cold embrace. Matu committing on here with the ultimate. Get mind control back to safety just in time. As they separate him from the tier 3 tower, Secret are going to continue to push on. Fortifications up, and so's RTW's back in the game. That's the tower gone. Secret pushing on still with the Aegis on Matuma Man. Going to try and get as much as they can here. RTW heading in. He's able to step out of the pit in time.
How do you
push back Matuma Man?
How do you touch this Ursa? I mean, with Satanic, with all this type of heal, he also got the Aghanims from that Roche. He is unkillable. He also has the Ink Swell behind him to strong Dispel. It's just this Ursa's out of control. There's nothing they can do to really contest him. They have to find the back line, and they can still. That's the one thing, is Puppy did use that buyback last time, so if they can actually clean up the back with this next haunt, maybe they have still a chance in this one. It's looking pretty damn impossible, though. Matu.
Miracle.
Look at these stacks.
Will still be able to jump out in time though. Quite has the back up there. Yep, some Puppy weren't around. Bottom lane Nisha. He's out hunting, but they have a sentry down. RTW will see him. Get the illusions out. Start to turn. In fact, GH is going to come over to try and offer a bit of extra firepower, but Yapsor's turned up. Nisha getting rather low, though. Heavy damage here done by Nick Burst. Meanwhile, back in the base, he certainly is. He's looking for mind control. Mind control. He's going to get saved again. Kuro with the cold embrace. Matu diving in deep for this. Trying to fully commit. The vacuum off the side. Mind control's able to get away. Matu's been silenced. RTW trying to go toe-to-toe with him, but the Fury swipes are stacking up. Miracle committing him with the BKB. Ripped up from Zai. Will be put to a stop match. Deciding the Secret wants to stick around. But Man does still have that Aegis. Root will catch Kuro. Try and get him away here with the Glimmer. X-Swell stun goes off. Matu going back in, taking down this tier 3. Secret, they'll get another high ground tower.
There you see that power, really, of this Ursa with all these buff-ups. Satanic gets popped, he's back to full HP. Nullifier also coming into play versus the Darts here. Whoa! ILTW still have all these Fury swipes on you. 12, 13, 14.
I mean, they're in on him. Ace got Manta stun in the second connection. Get him out. The X-Swell stun's going to connect. They'll come out with the curse, trying to hold them back.
He's dying.
It doesn't matter. ILTW still falls. The damage is done. Yaps are able to find him with the Mystic Flare. Miracle jumping into the backlines. Here they come with a buyback horn. They're looking to turn this. Can they get any kills out of this Nigma? And they'll look straight over towards Yaps. Or Mike Strong Miracle goes straight over towards him. Puppy will get turned upon by ILTW as they bring down the Grimstroke. Miracle saved just in time. Kuro again in with the cold embrace, keeping Miracle alive. Matu, he's still got that Aegis as he's diving in, chasing down Kuro, but Mind Control doing his best with the body blocks. Keeping Matu away from Kuro. Nisha comes in with the jump onto GH. GH, he's out of the game. No buyback, down for 45 seconds. Matu, who'll go down the once. They brought down the bear once. Can they do it a second time, though? No GH, they're lacking some of the safety that RTW does need to get in. RTW will buy a bash and just trying to spend his money on anything he can to try and help with this defense. As Matu, he's diving in onto RTW. Slowing down with the Shiva's guard, 20 seconds until GH is back in. Matu, turning over towards Mike. Traitor has both the ult and the BKB to rely on. Trying for the barracks here, so is Nisha as well. Popping the Elder Dragon form to try and take these objectives. He's backing onto RTW. RTW saving time at cold embrace, but they've got the magical damage. ILTW, he's down for 100 seconds. They'll have GH up in 5, but they've got to try and defend Enigma without their carry, without their Spectre.
Dire's bottom
That's got to be
Secret. They're moving on, straight towards the bottom.
42
Tier 3 tower not standing a chance. Nisha jumping in. Still has the cheese. He's going to pop it back up to full HP. Kuro trying to slow them down with the curse. They've got the vacuum wall follow, but nothing to come after that. As Matu go ahead straight over towards Mind Control. A cold embrace buys him some safety for now. GH takes him back to the fountain. But the bottom racks are gone. Secret have claimed the Megas, and they're ready to start claiming some lives as well. Over to GH they go. The IO out of action. As GH and RTW just have to watch from the side here for 50 seconds or so. A Secret, they get the first tier 4. They're moving on to the Ancient. Nisha jumps in, stun onto Kuroki. As Kuroki's out, another hero down, no buyback. There's 3 dead. Secret looking to push on and get the second win here in this 2-game series, and they've got it. GG is called by Nigma, and Secret will take this game too.
They got out of control. They just farmed the whole map. They didn't allow Nigma to really get much of anything out of it. The 3 cores, pretty much unkillable, as we said. The supports, they were still getting taken out from little. So banding up at all either. Just easy to get information of them, gets on top of them. They can't cast anything really.
This TA hero, I kind of feel like, so it's definitely good, right? Everybody's playing it. You've got this Ags build you can go for, even if you're not going for it early, because I know people are opting not to do that now, even though that was kind of the trend at the start when people were picking the TA. It's still this late game thing that lets you be so strong in terms of your ability to be across the map in the late game. With that being said, I feel like there are answers to it, and by at least like mid-group stage, we're probably going to see the TA falling down into like the second phase of picks, because like Batrider's win rate is insanely high in pro level pubs. It's 56%. He's been buffed like 3 times in a row.
We do see Bat banned quite a few times against the TA though.
I think there's a lot of heroes that are starting to get more popularity that are just good versus TA. We saw the Razor, for example, that was really nice. Sure, the lane is really strong. In mid-game, it's not really as effective because the burst damage that TA doesn't really get affected so much by Link.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, Batrider's really good. Darkseer's a really good option too. There is a lot of heroes that really do mess with
Viper, Ember, like these heroes are both getting taken out. Yeah, I do think this TA is a little bit of the flavor of the month. I was talking to Quinn yesterday about the Morphling. I was trying to figure out, like, is this really a first phase pick hero, or is this just some trend? And he was like, nah, this is a trend, you know, probably by the mid-group stage we'll see these things fall.
I was gonna say, you said flavor of the month. With a tournament like this, it's more like flavor of the day, maybe day and a half, right?
Yeah. I think already like Morphling's off the table immediately. You see Lion and ET and you're like, yeah, I don't want to play Morphling.
Yeah.
It makes it really difficult. It's just a tough game for you to just play versus their spells innately. So I think that's,
And ET counters literally every agility carry in the game. It's very sad.
Does go a bit both ways. Of course, if you go for Aghanim's build and you're taking the ET and you turn it to Despair and then you have this immunity and stuff like that. But it takes time. ET crushes you in the early game. You don't get to that point, and then you have this control of the map. So, yeah, I mean, they're not going to go for it anyway. TA and Morphling just feels a bit too greedy. So let's see what IG's approach is. They're going to get the Timber. Cool.
Oh, okay.
Hey, did you guys notice that?
What's that?
Obviously, IG is Radiance, but the announcer person in game said Team Secret's turn to pick.
I didn't notice.
Well, no, but it was the Timbersaw time.
Oh.
So it was
right.
Right?
What the heck? That must be something with the
pick order that got picked. Yeah,
you're right.
changed.
I didn't clue into that.
Sorry, that was a really random thing that I'm not even sure if I heard it correctly, but that's what I thought.
That's true. I didn't hear that.
Went right over my head for sure. They have the Ursa Band, the Jug Band. Those are starting to make more sense if they are going to be looking for this Timbersaw to have a good lane. I was really actually hoping to see a JTCK actually this game, because I've been watching him play this all the time. I love it. I think it's actually good versus TA in a lot of situations too, but we're not going to be so fortunate. Yeah, I think it's so cool when they play that carry from the off lanes.
Yeah, they go like minus arm like that.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, what the hell? If you do this in NA pubs, you're getting low priority. It's Overwatch case.
Oh, it just plays straight up.
It just plays really quickly.
Really quickly after the pick / at the same time. So I was wrong. I mean, it happens all the time, so it's fine. I'm used to it.
So we see the Lesh pick. I mean, that's another. It's tons of instances of damages. It is very good versus TA. Can get exploded, but you also can just run over a game and you start to apply the pressure rather than getting pressured from a TA, which would, if TA starts to get an advantage, that's where the traps start to become much more frustrated. If you're actually the one leading the charge with the Lesh, then it does make a bit of a different scenario. So I actually like this pick. I think I was actually expecting to see like Lesh TA every single game at this major.
Yeah, so was I. I mean, the Lesh hero just seems insanely good. It's another one of these heroes, like we talked about the TA Aghanim Scepter. Like maybe it's not something that you're going every single game as a first or second item, but it's still pivotal in like making the hero able to do crazy stuff in the late game. And Lesh, the Ag Shard, to me also is something that's like that. It gives you some options that you didn't have before. Like defending high ground with Lesh is so goddamn easy with that Ag Shard. You can just chain stun people if you get Arcane Blink. Like it gives you these really cool options. And actually go for a Monkey King.
Okay, so they did this earlier, right?
Yeah, they did.
I believe, they blast picked it, especially into like these melee heroes, and also versus Timber definitely makes sense. The other thing about Lesh 2 versus Willow, right? I guess that's the other thing I didn't touch on. Lesh owns Willow. You can't do anything. You run into Shadow Realm, you just die instantly. You feel really sad. Shared Willow has their own ways to kind of kill Lesh, but it's mostly Lesh favored. And also, I actually like your point about the high ground defense, because I think like ET, really good king of high ground defense. You get this shard on the Lesh too, so could potentially prove to be some problems for Secret.
Another reason that I really like a Lesh type hero with the Timbersaw, Death Prophet's another hero that's great at this, is that Timber just stands in front of towers and tanks, and sometimes, like, if you just get a Treant Protector or something like that, you just protect the tower because he does these little tiny instances of damage to take the tower. But if you actually have a hero to abuse the fact that the Timber can just perma-tank a tower, it's really annoying. It turns him into, like, this pushing monster, and then you also, in picking the Lesh, you deny the Lesh pick coming out from the other side, where that's one of the heroes that makes sure that Timber will never pop off. Bat Rider, the exact same, and that's actually out. So the two answers are out because one is picked, one is banned.
10 seconds remaining.
I have a question regarding the Willow. Yapsor, Season 1, picked Willow a lot, had a lot of Willow in his games. I went for Ags first. Is that still a good thing?
I didn't think it was good even when he did it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't remember that. Yeah, that was crazy.
I was like, why the hell? There's so many other things. Whatever, he's got an Ags game, it's fine.
That legit, like, became a pub trend for, like, weeks after that, too. That was so annoying.
I mean, he makes it work, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he makes a lot of things work.
That's fair, that's fair.
There is always, like, a beauty in Dota where, you know, it's always like anything can work, but it's about how you play with the item. If you're playing as if you don't, if you're playing as if you have an Aghanims and you're being very careful around it, you can make it work. But if you're playing as if you have, like, this save, or you're playing as if you have, like, a Yules for setup, then you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it looks really devastating, really sad.
If he does get it early, Lion's gonna have a sad time. Mostly.
Yes.
There's actually quite a few that are gonna have a sad time.
Speaking of setup, I feel like Secret right now lacks a hero to actually go in and do stuff. Like, every single one of their heroes is a +1. Like, TH wants to farm, Monkey King just wants to farm. Willow and Grimstroke, like, want some hero that runs in to play with, so some Mars Centaur type hero if possible. And so Mars is, of course, first phase banned, even though he's been nerfed 20 patches in a row, still is just so goddamn good at running in and doing stuff. Tide gets banned out because that would have been a good option.
So which tanky boys are still left? Axe comes to mind. Magnus.
Yeah, Axe does seem incredibly good. That's a super good call.
It's a Zai hero.
Yeah, he's a huge...
He's a fan.
Axe player. The Magnus is a little slow, I think. You could maybe get run over by the Timber Saw, but then again, you have the Monkey King to abuse the Timber, so maybe you're not so worried about the Timber being an issue.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
See, it's moving to Doom.
They've got the Grim, so I mean that one does definitely fit the narrative a little bit better.
For sure.
Doom does get pretty eradicated though. From Timber and Lesh, you can't just actually feed, but you do get such a quick timing, right? Your BKB, and it is looking like kind of like the snowball draft that Secret's looking for. That makes sense. That definitely fits.
So are we looking for most likely a Fly hero then? Because Emo's surely gonna play Lesh, right?
Yeah.
So what's Fly gonna get? There are so many good carries still in.
I think it's fairly hard to try to outscale Secret right now. I think the Doom is naturally going to outfarm basically any core that you're any core in the equivalent position on the enemy team. TA of course is the same thing. Monkey King probably not going to get some Battle Fury build, so maybe that's not the same in terms of the opposite position. But it just looks like a hard late game lineup to play against. I think if you're IG and you have the Leshrac, so you can probably push early. So maybe something like a Drow wouldn't be so bad.
Banned. That's exactly what Team Secret also was worrying.
Oh, okay, they
just banned it.
In the Drow is one that I saw it taken out. So
yeah, no time left. They're gonna go for the standard.
So good against the Doom in lane. It's definitely very annoying playing into those skeletons because you have to pop Scorched Earth if you want to kill them, and committing that ability is not something you really like doing as Doom because that's how you get away. That's how you actually kill people.
He's picked into the Monkey King. I actually don't really mind Monkey King versus Wraith King so much.
Yeah, that's a nice.
He dies and then you come back and the ult's surrounding you.
Hard.
So what are we thinking?
I like the Secret lineup. I feel like they have a mix of.
By all these nerfs.
Yeah.
But I'm still also not really a big Monkey King fan either. So I am definitely a little bit torn by that. I feel like JT could actually just like take over a little bit here in this game, but maybe his lane is just going to be too hard versus a Grimstorm and Monkey King that he's not going to be able to get offline.
That's a tough lane.
That is not an easy one.
Like if it's just the Monkey King, it's like okay, maybe you can survive that. Just play with the nukes, but with the Grimstroke, like you just jump on him and he dies.
I think I just favor Secrets because they have this insane type of scaling. Like even if they make some mistakes in the early game with this TA draft, I feel like they're still going to be able to get this unbelievable scaling just because of Doom as a hero, and I do actually like this matchup, the Monkey King versus Wraith King, just a little bit better for the Monkey King. So slight favor here for Secret for me.
Right, we'll find out who's going to take this first game and get an edge here. The two teams that are already qualified for TI, they still want to do well at this major. Let's head over to Kat and Kyle to talk about the game.
Yeah, what an incredible circumstance we're here facing. The major winners in IG. Also going to TI, both here on the brink of a...
Five teams in the game.
Yeah.
Whoever wins has a shot to move on if they also win the next game. So no matter who wins here, the next game, game 2, will have incredible implications on a potential tiebreaker. It's getting late.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's very rare. There are often times where teams are sitting by and they're watching a series happen that the outcome of that series will have an impact on their hopes in a tournament, but very rarely is it go both teams.
Yeah.
Because Nigma, they would love to be able to see a 1-1 score at the end of the series, and they would be in, no tiebreaker necessary. They would be the second team going in.
If IG wins this game, suddenly everybody, there's a lot of people a bit upset on social media. Everyone becomes a secret fan because a 1-1 means 100% Nigma, they go forward 6-4. And yeah, to your point, I think the last 2 weeks of the DPC across all regions, I mean, if you're lucky, 50% of the remaining games had some serious implications.
Yeah.
We're in the final series, and we are certain the final game will have something at stake. But Emo's Lesh against the mid TA of Nisha. Secret going for a more late game heavy draft. A lot of team fight as well. IG, Wraith King Lesh. Really squishy support duo, but very good at scaling into the late game.
And it looks like they're going to be starting off with an aggro tri-lane here, trying to put pressure on the Monkey King and then leave the Timbersaw to do what he needs to do in the 1v1. So already they've set up with lanes that I think, Kyle, they're going to be very happy with,
Definitely.
right?
Yeah, Timber in a 1v1 against a melee strength hero, that's solid. Monkey King loves having a level advantage, incredibly difficult to obtain one if you're stuck in a 3-on-3 lane. And we don't typically see tri-lanes very often, but typically these determine who wins the game. Because you fall behind here, you don't really have an avenue to switch things up. But IG, they're likely going to try to dominate lane, maybe get level 3, level 4. Then once Timber's 6, he can come top with a big level advantage against the Monkey King, and suddenly it's not the Monkey that counters the Timber, but the other way around.
Okay, so how do we make sure that you win an aggro tri-lane? What are some of the key components? Because we don't see them too often nowadays.
First things first is controlling the pull camp. You can already see a body block with lineage. Oh, no, sorry, that's key. You cannot let the stay lane tri-lane get any sort of pulls off, because either A, you're going to get some extra bonus from front of the creep, but what's more likely, especially with an experienced 5-light pop, you're average on 4, that they'll pull just the archer and deny it. Just the melee creep and archer. No, it's not hittable button.
The easy camp open while simultaneously preventing the hard camp from being pulled. They did get that double. Looks like they really want that kill on Kaka. They do have Spirit out. Super looking to be able to defend Kaka. He's not going to be able to do well enough. The App Store claims the first blood, and in fact, thanks to the stroke of fate, he's probably going to be too slowed down to catch up with the App Store. In fact, if anything, he's got to be careful of being caught himself. So, Secret did a good job. You opened up the easy camp, got first blood, things are already turning around for them.
Nice bodily fit on Kaka, so he gets the most value out of his death, but really well done by the Secret to support you up. They're stronger, arguably, in this level 1 trade 2 range versus the 1 melee 1 range. They defend the easy camp, they get the kill, and now they will hard camp, that's also stacked, so that would 100% deny wave.
Trying to get the hard camp pull again. It's so hard to stop pulls sometimes, because you can get some aggro off of some of the neutrals, but it only takes one to ignore you to be able to get a crucial pull in, and now Secret have to be able to solve this somehow. They get the last hit on the big creep, Matamba Man overlaps it with his Boundless Strike, and they get a couple of the last hits on the creeps, but still, some denied.
Yeah, and you can see the important bit is that they now establish lane control. That's what all this was about. They get the deny, so now Wraith King can free farm, and Matu, the problem with Monkey King, if you're near your own tower, you can trade hits effectively, you can get these stacks up, and start dominating a lane. But you can't really play too aggressively, especially against so many stuns in this IG tri lane.
Meanwhile, in the 1v1 against between JT and Zai, we do have, as expected, Timbersaw winning it out, but Emo actually walking away with a kill, and it wasn't even close to death at all. What happened there?
Just outplayed.
Yeah.
That, I'd say credit to Kaka, right? The bottle refill gave him the mana pool to play more offensively on the TA.
Oh, it was during the 4-minute rune spawn, so he's going to be able to get both water runes potentially. Now, Kaka has actually rotated to bottom. This is not something Zai expected. JT is going to have that last whirling death to pick up the kill, so he was already winning that lane. Now, Zai going to be even farther behind.
All the little things, Cap. The death into the bottle refill, that's a kill mid. The pull top lane means that now you can leave your ET and your Wraith King in a 2-on-3 scenario. They have lane control. They can't get zoned out. Kaka then free to make a rotation. He swipes a bounty rune. This man and his Lion have been insane throughout this wild card.
I mean, throughout the last major, right? We just keep on bringing it up, like, why are people still giving IG Lion? Like, yeah, sure, they lose some games with it, but Kaka's always a beast on it. It feels like a risk that I certainly wouldn't be willing to take.
And it's just, especially with this Tranquil's build, you know, you get the mana drain. The hero never has to heal. And now he'll even look to play even more aggressive. JT.
He's got a Mango and a Soul Ring, so JT has plenty of mana to pump out some damage here. There goes the first disable. Missing out on that chakra may end up costing them the kill, though, because Zai, oh no, he's blocked in, and he just gets shot apart by the Whirling Death. He hit so many trees with that one. The supports are here, but do they have enough damage? They're both level 2. They don't do anything.
Oh my, how much damage was that?
It was a lot of damage. That was a level 2 Whirling Death. He hit a lot of trees, and part of that reason was he did get blocked in by the creeps. They're going to bring Matumba Man over here just to try and punish JT. They have to get this kill, and they should be able to now.
That's huge. So they have to do that. And this is the big danger. A lot of the time in these tri-lane versus tri-lanes, how does the laning phase go? But more importantly, what are the side lane 1v1s? Because you expect a level advantage out of the mid matchup. Hang on. Okay, just a trap slow way. No rune spawn. We should kill Kaka.
Oh, looks like Kaka just got a little bit too far forward.
Trap?
Yeah, I have to imagine it was trap, and then I'm not sure how Pumpy did that much damage by himself.
Either way, so the thing is, now you have an over-leveled Timbersaw, but very under-leveled enemy supports. So suddenly, JT just doesn't die. You can bring 3 heroes down here. If one of them isn't Doom, and you don't have 15 free seconds to chase him down, I don't think he dies anyway. And this is a big concern, because on the other hand, Zai, yeah, he's over-leveled, but somewhat under-farmed, and a Doom doesn't have nearly the same game impact or map pressure in comparison to JT on the Timber.
Yeah, I would say another note when it comes to tri-lanes is how level-dependent your supports are, right? And we can see there is a bit of a difference. Like, Kaka is able to move around with this point-and-click stun. It feels really good as a ganking maneuver, but Dark Willow, I mean, that's a very level-dependent support.
It is, and JT is just all over me.
Oh, he's not getting away from this one. He tries to do a bit of trickery to dodge the damage, but it's not good enough. Now top lane, they're actually going to go for the kill onto the Doom. YapzOr throws out the Brambles, trying to slow him down, but it's not going to happen. Emo is putting out another... Oh, he actually Curse Crown stunned Flyfly as well, and they've lost sight of Zai. Zai cutting down the tree, but Flyfly, like a bloodhound, sniffs him out, finds him, kills him, and they're going to take this tower.
This is the IG style, all about the pressure. Ever since that initial TP from Kaka to refill the bottle, he's been consistently moving around the map. He's now found kills in all 3 lanes. Matu's back top, but this is a level 6 Monkey King. I don't know. Tower is dead, my friend.
Yeah.
But look at bottom. It's a JT.
Yeah.
Who's going to be down here? He's infinite mana, maxed out reactive armor.
Okay, this is the time. They're going to go for the... Oh, he devoured to be able to get level 6, and now he has the Doom. I was going to say, without Doom, they're not doing anything, but he gets the level 6. Now they're going to look to just chase him down during this timing. It's going to take a while. In fact, he's got allies coming in. There's a chance here with 24 stacks. He can live through this one. In fact, he knows it too. Doom is about to wear out, and now he gets his revenge against Zai.
Oh, man. That was... That was that, right? That was the one opportunity, the one hero that could potentially get a kill on the Timbersaw. Zai played it about as well as you can hope for. As you said, TP's 5, eats creep, boom 6, but they needed that extra hero. Matu, if he's still bottom instead of TPing top, it's probably going to be a kill. Unfortunately, Nisha on TA, that's not a hero that's going to rotate at this point. He's still thinking about jungle stacks. He is there's no business getting involved, and my man JT is just a bullet.
Bramble going to hold him in place here for a second, and the stomp certainly not going to land, but IG making sure to keep up with Secret's movements. You could see Secret's trying to just throw heroes from side to side, trying to catch IG out, but...
Fly, he looks like he's going to go for a Midas. But why not?
Yeah, could be.
You're ahead. Might as well try and stay ahead. It's not as if Secret's lineup is made to pressure. Like, we talked about how greedy they were.
Yeah.
This is a 40-minute plus kind of lineup.
Yeah, I mean, so many of these Dooms that I've been watching, a lot of people playing it by. Nice catch from Emo. Leading off with a split Earth. Matumba Man will manage to get the Jingu stacks, but there's no amount of lifesteal that will keep him alive 1v1 against a Leshrac.
This is not looking great for Team Secret. Still very much in the game, but they're going to need levels. They need time. I always just find myself looking at the IG wards and loving it. Got nice vision, slight control over the enemy triangle. They should see somebody stacking Ancients as an example. Good vision around mid to protect Emo. He has that quick Yules. 10-minute rune's about to spawn as Kaka goes to check bottom. They have vision of both runes is another thing they tend to prioritize whenever they have one of these active mids.
Uses Shadow Realm and the long-range hit to deny the Arcane rune.
Very lucky. You don't want to give Emo an Arcane as they look to go pressure mid.
Yeah, I mean, the last Tier 1 tower remaining for Secret is this mid tower, the most important tower. The tower that helps protect your triangle and the rest of your jungle, which is something that Nisha, as you pointed out earlier, is still focused on.
This is a hell of a combination. Leshrac, press W, easy tower pressure. JT, walk forwards, tank every single hit, no fear.
I don't really see how Team Secret stops this when they don't have their level 6 on their supports. They don't have Soulbind Double Doom combo yet.
Yeah, but there it is. Puppey finally, I think post 6-10.
Well, they don't even have Zai. Zai, turn around, boundless strike, on it too. Zai is actually, the last hit from Emo comes out. Fly. He's going to be able to get out of the Wukong's command without losing his reincarnation. A trade out, though, that I'm fairly certain Zai will still happily accept.
Yeah, that's definitely a favorable trade. Top net worth on IG going down, but more importantly, it's the snowball. It's Leshrac. Saves you a lot of time. Arguably the best hero in this game. This is...
Now, I love Dark Willow against Timbersaw because you have so much magic damage, you can actually kill him, give himself his life, but if they kill JT here, it's going to be all worth it. He goes to high ground, TP out. Zai looking for a way to hit him, but he can't get there. Did he have the Centaur Stomp?
No, he had the Earth Smash. Yeah, I think it was just out of range, though. Don't think it would have killed him either. That's the active hood coming in. It looked like he was in danger, but he gets out of the stun, immediately pops it, and sure, you got him close, but Timbersaw, especially against a hero like TA, 3 points Melt Strike doesn't really do anything when the enemy hero has already 35 armor.
Yeah.
It's 12 minutes in the game.
Remember when Fly limped away at like 200 HP? And they just kept farming. Now he's full HP and sustained from this hero. Emo ripping through Nisha's refractions pretty quickly here. They're going to burn through the last little bit before the last shot for the Split Earth comes in. And Nisha, a pullback in the Chakram, should be able to execute, but it's just barely off the mark. JT couldn't pull it back fast enough because of the Terrorize, and now he's going to have to go for other targets. Will manage to bring down YapzOr, but they've already lost 2 here with Emo and Kaka. Now comes Zai. He's going to look for an easier target than JT. JT is going to be free to pretty much run at anybody he wants to. They're just going to have to dodge away from him as much as possible and go for the squisher heroes like they did, Emo and Kaka, in this fight.
That is a pretty impressive sequence of events, and I don't know, it's been such a long day, so much has happened, I forget. These are 2 incredible Dota 2 teams.
Yep.
Very well played, opening there. I believe Emo didn't burn the full refraction, unfortunately, so the Earth Splitter was still absorbed, but a really heads-up play to let the stomp land and then try to re-engage. Well played by Secret to peel and prod, saved both their TA and Matu on his Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job keeping this, like, it felt like they were getting stomped as we exited out the laning phase. All these tier 1 towers were dying. It felt like IG was totally outmaneuvering them, but they're only up by 1,000 net worth, so it definitely have stopped bleeding out so much.
It was an interesting maneuver. If they have a support there, that might be a kill, but
yeah,
Super, not just a coach outside of game, but now in game. Handy Sal. Always nice to get a helping hand.
I'm always looking at when people start leveling up their aura on the ET, because I feel like this may be a 2-spirit game, and then just start maxing out the aura, because that Leshrac will become so much stronger. He does have that magic resistance stripped away from the enemy. No trees there, JT.
It's going to be interesting to see how this Fly build pays off. You know, Emo, very volatile, bold player.
Yes. Fearless, for sure.
Fly, a lot more stable, typically gearing up to ensure that his team will at some point win the late game. But it's an interesting choice to go Midas and what's likely going to be a Radiance. Secret's draft scales quite well, although in theory, Radiance very good against the Doom.
They're going to go for him. They're going to go for him. They want him real bad. They doomed him up. They've got the aim swell. They're laying down damage, but he's only at 2/3 of his health. They still have an opportunity to chase, but Emo and Kaka are trying to cover his tracks here. And it looks like on his side of the river, Secret really can't pursue. Nisha was able to run down Super, it looks like, or maybe Zai helped out on that one. Fly. Almost losing his first life here, but they do manage to get the stun onto Matamba Man. He has a hood, though, so he's actually tanky by himself. They expended a lot of abilities there on the side of Secret to try and bring down this Timber Saw, and it wasn't enough.
JT is a master baiter. He is on the Centaur, the Timber Saw. He plays these incredibly tanky heroes and just invites punishment. And it was the same. IG, of course, the only hero to 2-0 Team Nigma. They forced him into a lot of errors like the one Secret just made, rolling all your spells on his hero.
Look at this wrap from the side. Matamba Man got behind Emo here, hopping through the trees, led off with the Boundless Strike, hoping that the mass rotation of Secret would be good enough, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a nice move. They felt confident to do that sort of play, because if you see, they have a really deep ward just in front of the Tier 1 Radiant Tower, so they knew there were no reinforcements in sight, but ultimately, that Leshrac way too speedy with the Botsiol's build.
If you're IG, are you a bit concerned that you haven't really cracked open this triangle? I mean, I'm just watching Nisha, rinse and repeat, farming that up.
I'm not sure. If they were, I feel like Fly might have gone for different items.
Yeah.
Because they had an opportunity where perhaps he just goes for like an armlet AC build. We've seen this utilized very well against heroes like TA, but he's decided to go for more of the scaling style. So that to me says, yeah, they're very comfortable with this. They're going to just trade the map. Emo also a very greedy item build, to be fair. It's an early bots. Doesn't have this 1150 HP, no armor.
Yeah. Yule spots, just pure movement speed build from him.
Dire's middle tower.
And they are trying to outmaneuver Team Secret, get a numbers advantage in all of these fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaya Sanj is the build for the Timber Saw.
Still a very close game. You see IG eking out their lead little by little. Now 2K. The tower's giving them that map control. Secret yet to take a single one.
Bottom tower was being pressured, but now Matamba Man caught the Yule Scepter from Emo. Kaka trying to get enough mana to lay down the finger, which does help get the kill.
He is so fast.
Yep. I mean, it definitely reminds me of last time Sumail was playing mid lane competitively. He had that Kaya Yasha build, right?
But that's the key right there. TA against squishy support heroes is the dream. And both Lion and ET, with no plus armor items, they just get straight up shredded. So he's going to want to find opening kills like that to start a fight. Then if the Doom goes off on either Timber or Lesh, that negates almost all their damage output. And theoretically, Wraith King won't be too threatening until he's got Radiance plus maybe another item or two.
Thing is if Kaka is careful, he really shouldn't be caught by that due to his very early Blink Dagger that he has, man. That's
18 minutes, that's not bad.
It's going to be hard for... Ooh, this flick from Zai, it looks like. Picks up a fresh BKB, and it's already down to 8 seconds.
He didn't get any practice with that in either of his last 2 games, so unfortunate to click that early. He's 0-5-2 with a pre-20-minute BKB. Just straight up rushed it, but it does make sense. Again, the goal of Team Secret, get onto the backlines, zoom onto a key core. And if you can't get into range of Leshrac without being afraid for your life, that's just not going to be possible. Top lane, Matu, I feel like we've seen him on trees more than we have in creep waves. Not the ideal game. Now going for the Echo into Diffusal builds. That's the max out damage in the ultimate.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, you can see why, though. Right? This Boots of Travel, Yule's Leshrac feels like he's kind of everywhere. So he can't reliably sit in the lane for too long. Now we've got a Blink Dagger online as well that he has to worry about. He's never going to feel safe pushing out these side lanes. He's going to always have to take a risk of some sort.
Is under attack.
This is the right move from IG. They just wanted tier 2. You saw Emo poked and pressured the bottom. Now they've brought a lot of resources, and of course, in typical IG fashion, they've secured nearly this entire area with wards. This tower means immediate click of the outpost. That'll start getting them a bit of an XP advantage. Both IG and VG do this very well, just kind of grinding out leads.
Yeah. This early level 15 for JT means even more reactive armor stacks for him.
The build on Flyfly. Now that he's got the farm secured, hang on, JT, he's just messing with it. They've learned their lesson, though. This is not a hero to target.
Yeah. JT's poking at them, seeing if Secret will respond, will fight back in any way. If they do, great. The rest of IG will be rapid on the rotation, and certainly no way JT gets bursted anytime soon.
It's Slinky style, you know. If you actually commit to JT, the rest of the team is close enough to retract. 5-10 seconds, they'll all be able to collapse. If not, they'll just keep farming, focus on efficiency in their macro.
So you're saying when he timber chains out, that's the stretching of the Slinky?
Exactly.
And then the rest of the team is the snapback?
Indeed. And now the top's dead. Look at all the sentries they've placed. They're sure, very sure, there are absolutely no traps anywhere in sight. How many? I think that was 8 or 9 sentries in this 3-screen.
Very thorough.
And a scan.
Just like they did with the tier 2 at top lane, right? They're cutting trees all over the place. They're going to make sure no Monkey King is hiding, waiting to start a team fight here.
That is 1, 2, 3, 6 sentries, 7 if you count the one in the pit, and 2 wards just to secure that area. But this, again, IG style. Last time we commented, it was 2K. Now it's 3 and change. They have the Aegis, first Roche. Very much in control of the pace of this game.
Now Kaka, he smoked earlier, turns around, managed to get the hedge fast enough onto Zai. He's not going to be doomed up here. Boundless Strike goes out. But with Emo behind him, Team Secret do not feel confident enough to pursue. Very tense game for Team Secret after they just played a very long 3-game in a 2-game series of the course of about 4 hours, and now they're looking at a situation where they may just, that all may have been for naught, at least for them anyway. IG will be thankful.
We had it, but felt like a full game worth of filling. Let alone the ones that actually got played.
BKB now for Nisha. So now it feels like Team Secret are getting to a point. They've farmed up enough that the Templar Assassin is online. For your opinion, Kyle, how much does this change the game? Like, do they actually have an advantage in team fights now?
I'm not sure, because the trouble is, Nisha got here, but look at Flyfly. He's about to finish a halberd. We've discussed at length already how effective it is.
Well, they got to go for it immediately. The smoke up initiation on a Wraith King. That's no big deal. He's got reincarnation.
A lot of minus armor, though, going into the negatives.
Yeah, it does feel like this is the perfect time for Secret to force a fight because of that Midas, right? He's just going to die to this Templar Assassin every time.
The halberd is going to be big, and he's about to pick one up, because if you get that off, suddenly TA fully damage negated for 5 seconds. You really, really want to try and get something done here if you're Secret, but it's much easier said than done. The 2 towers, tier 1s that is, still being held by IG, really limit the amount of pressure they're able to put onto the map. If you look across the river, there's a single sentry and a single TA trap in enemy jungle. That is not what feels good for TA.
They're going to go for Nisha here. Now Zai is somewhere close by, and he's going to go for it. Blinks forward, hits the stomp, the Finger of Death goes out, but Nisha's still fine. That Melt Strike from long range is not going to be enough to kill Emo. IG full retreat. Kaka is going to die before his teleport can complete, so no escape for him. 11-9 now, but it is still IG winning the game with a 5,000 net worth lead.
Yep, the armor talent on the Lesh along with the intelligence ring, quite possibly the best item.
Team Secret, they're moving fast right now around the map. They try to go, run forward bottom. Now all of a sudden they're making moves at top lane as Super is going to be the target of a rotation. Still though, IG doing a good job limiting their losses to only supports.
Yeah, I figured JT might do this. He loves splitting items.
Yeah.
Whole IG lineup does. So Sanj Kaya, now a finished Halberd. They've got 2 of them. Very important that Nisha gets a BKB off early, because if he gets disarmed once, God forbid twice, where does Secret's damage output come from? I mean, Matu is doing his best. He's going for the very, not inefficient, it's slot efficient, but scaling inefficient.
Yeah, it's early game items, right?
Exactly.
He's trying to focus on the now, which means if they don't win fights now, they're going to suffer later.
Compare him to Fly, not just in current net worth, but also remember Fly has gone for the greediest possible build.
Midas Radiance.
And he got away with it.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He read the game.
AC next up, controlling the armor. That's the name of the game here for IG and Team Secret. I want to say they need to do something, but what? Like, now is not the time. Arcane Rune bottled. Age is still active on Emo's Leshrac for 2.5 minutes. JT begging them, yeah, come for me, initiate on me. It'll be fine, guys. I have 41 armor. I don't even have maxed out stacks. Evasion.
Yeah.
The hood you could utilize, he's going to go for, is that a Bloodstone he has queued up?
Yeah. I mean, he had the guy anyway,
split it.
right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
I get it.
Found Yapsor. Tell the men. Okay, no, there's no way this is a fight, right? Okay, maybe they're going to try. They have this opening on Super. Emo is in hot contest here. He's going to go for it. Nisha's already killed the 2 supports, yes, but now he's a bit surrounded. He's going to pop that BKB, return fire onto Emo as best as possible. Matumban does manage to get off the Wukong's command before the stun comes through. They lost the life onto Emo. First life of the Wraith King is stunned immediately. The stun's up, the chain stun going off, but it's not good enough. They're running out of firepower. Now they're just going to get kited around. A stun on Nisha, a stun on Matumban. They don't have their BKBs anymore. They don't have enough damage to be able to deal with IG, and they get run over now in this team fight as the captain is the last to fall for Team Secret.
Wow. Remember, loser of this game, eliminated from the major. We will not see them again here in Kyiv at the AniMajor unless they 2-0 this series and take the tiebreaker. And right now, IG, I don't want to say they've got this locked up, but this is their game to lose. They have a net worth advantage, they have a tempo advantage, and they've invested for this phase of the game. Check out the item. I mean, Fly, he's about to hit level 20. JT already is. And if you look at the secret levels, Matumbaman's net worth, he has Echo Saber and a hood.
Yeah.
Like,
it's not great.
Fly is on item number 4.
Yeah. No, he's very rapidly, and like, you give this guy another 5 minutes and he will have a 10,000 net worth lead on this Monkey King. He's already got 8.
Oh, poor Matu.
Yeah. Not good for him at all. Another 16 strength as he hits level 20. Last outer tower soon to fall here. And IG, they've just been making sure that they took a lead, and they were very thorough in making sure they never gave that lead back.
That last team fight, I don't think you could go better for Secret.
Yeah.
Nisha 2-shot Super. He had a huge Psyblade, so that Kaka actually then got Melt Strike from the high ground and died as well. Actually, really well played from Nisha. They get the double Doom off, and it's 5-on-3. But they had double lives on both cores of IG, so they just respawned and wrecked them.
Yeah. Smoke up from IG. Looking for their opportunity to break Team Secret. Benicia, a fast reaction from him. BKB and kills Kaka. IG immediately call quits on that attempt of a team fight.
Hey, that's something.
Invisibility.
We take that. That'd be.
It's also another BKB charge, but
just something. I'm just putting on a clinic right now, though.
Yeah.
I'm serious. You can do videos. I think DSJ's already home right now. He rushed home to edit. Hang on.
Chakram. Refraction's been burnt out. Nisha, he outputs a lot of damage, but without his is BKB. He is so susceptible to the IG lineup as that Soulbind is going to do nothing to slow down IGs. They've seen their opportunity. Nisha's dead for 70 seconds, and there's a tier 3 to swamp.
Before they close this out, look at the wards, Cap. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Remember all the sentries on the left side of the map? They've just slowly crept over to the right. Now you've got 3 wards covering 2 lanes completely and the triangle. Somehow there's, I don't know how you get these many sentries. I thought they'd be out of commission at this point. There's 8 on the map.
Zai, they're going to try for an initiation here because at 28 minutes, losing a lane of barracks is going to feel so bad, but they just have no damage. They were all in on Nisha. They put everything they had, every bit of net worth that was left on the map into him, and without him, they don't have anything as they're just getting run over by Invictus Gaming again and again and again. Fly with a fresh AC comes back and a fresh life, ready to rock, ready to take 2 lanes of barracks, and JT is going to have a little moment to say hello to the support sitting in the fountain, checking out what Puppy and Yaps are up to. Quite literally flaming them right now with his pickup of the shard. Soulbinds the stomp immediately. They're getting a little close to this fountain. Maybe JT popped the Bloodstone. Never mind. Okay, BKB turn around with the Inkswell. They're going to try and go for this kill on a JT. It's a very massive one. If they can get it and get out the Terrorize, and that's going to be enough damage. Okay, let's start up something here, but a nice stun from Kaka. 2-man stun that leads into another stun. But now, Nisha, he just doesn't have enough to be able to survive through these fights. It's just it. Team Secret.
They're going home.
They're going home. 4th place at the last major, have secured themselves a spot at the International already, but they do not have a spot in the group stage for the 2nd major. IG, they now have a chance to be able to go in and
JT play Brood?
I think you ban the Mars if you're Secret because you play the Brood.
Yeah, but does JT
I don't know how
play
much
Brood?
IG actually does play the Brood.
They picked Brood.
They have picked it, but
I think they picked it yesterday.
They picked it recently. They
picked it in the same game, I think, or rather not in the same game, but like in this, it was on the other stream, I believe. We have seen IG play Brood, as far as I'm aware.
JT can play.
So AA also goes through as well, too, right? So we have a lot of heroes that were banned last time around that are now going to be switched because we see a Magnus ban, we see a Lion ban. Okay, AA is going to be the one, so they leave both.
Turn to pick.
They take the other one.
Assassin, okay.
Cool. All right.
Nyx Assassin is one of the few heroes that gets banned almost every time. I think it has the highest pick ban rate of the entire tournament.
So crazy.
And before this morning, or rather before today, because I've got stats only of this morning, he had a 63% win rate with 8 games played over 16 games of Dota 2.
Good hero.
It's a nuts hero. I mean, I think like at least for me, maybe this is like 5 position bias playing against this hero, but like, okay, there's the Brood.
They're gonna Brood for sure. Yeah, they have.
The fact that there are so many hills to Sentry Ward and that the sentries are so much smaller means that Nyx is basically going to always be able to run into your jungle through some random ramp that is probably not covered by a sentry, at least not covered by a sentry that also covers one of those high ground wards. So that's just literally the high grounds and the sentry wards make all Invis heroes significantly better. Of course, the removal of Necrobook also helps too.
Yes.
But I think this is just the best Invis hero currently. And if Clinks was OP, if Bounty Hunter was OP, we'd be seeing the exact same thing with these heroes, right? Just Nyx is the most well-rounded of these heroes. He's the stunning guy.
He doesn't need, I mean, this hero just doesn't need items. That's what I've realized.
You really don't.
You actually just don't, you might get an item and say, wow, he's got Ags. This is phenomenal, but you don't need items. You scale ridiculously hard because of mana burn, and okay, cool. So what, IG, they're in Mars, right?
Surely, yeah.
Guaranteed. So, because they've got that good thing versus Brood, they've got JT. I'm Wind Ranger.
I think that, I mean, okay, so the Brood pick, I can get behind. We saw Matu. No, we saw Zai, actually, I think, the other day. It was great. We've seen Team Secret do good things with that. We have seen them pick Wind Ranger first phase before. That didn't go so well. We know that it can be played by both Nisha and Yapzor. They can swap it around. Same thing for the Brood. Matu plays it, Zai plays it. They can swap that around as well, so it is somewhat of a flex. But I feel like it's a little cocky. At the same time, this is a team that is already guaranteed going home, so perhaps they just want to have some fun.
Sure, playing their favorite heroes. That would make me think that it's probably a Matu Brood then, because if he
I would think so too.
choose to play it, he will.
And I would hope that it's like, then it's probably going to be a Yapzor Wind Ranger, because I really hope they don't put like Nishan Wind Ranger versus Nyx. Like,
Yeah.
oh, look, a power shot.
Honestly,
Run into a therapist, you die, dead, boom.
I think something that I've definitely learned through the, even though I want to say this tournament's been 2 days, feels like a lifetime, but like I think picking Wind Ranger core with the Broodmother, who's also basically going to purely be doing damage, like the good build, in my opinion, is doing damage with the spiders. I think that's the build that everybody's doing now with like some Solar Crest. Maybe people are going Greaves for a while, but basically you're a right clicker with the spiders. But Wind Ranger, it's the same thing. Like you're doing these small instances of damage, you just get hard countered by Crimson Guard. And I think Mars is actually really good against both the Broodmother, because you can just easily clear the spiders, and the Wind Ranger, because you're just this hero who literally soaks up ranged projectiles. And so if you run both of these heroes as a core, then what happens is you just have the same hero counter both of them. Both of your cores are not going to do crazy damage in the late game, which is an issue.
I also really just don't like it versus Nyx, so, like, as well on top too, so it just makes it even harder, at least for me, to actually play the hero. Sure, you're disabled, that actually doesn't do damage, which can be cool, but I think that's better as a support.
Yeah.
As we've seen, the Lion versus the Nyx.
That works in both roles, you're right.
The last time Team Secret played Brood yesterday was, they played it together with an Ursa. And I think, Yankees, you were actually the person that said you really enjoyed that combo, of course, for the map control it gave and the Roche control it gave.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. Actually, they were on Radiant as well, because like whenever you're Broodmother, and they ban the Ursa, they get that out. It's one of those things you don't think about until you see it in a game, and it's like, oh my god, that's actually kind of ridiculous. Like, you're just Radiant, right? So Broodmother, you play in the offlane, you take the tower, you're probably the heaviest tier 2 pressure tower that exists in the game. I don't think there's any hero that actually pressures a tier 2 at like 5 or 6 minutes. And Beastmaster used to do it when Necro actually existed. But I actually can't think of another hero that pressures tier 2 like a Broodmother does. So she's the only hero that does that. You take full control of the jungle, and then conveniently on the Radiant, that jungle is also exactly where the Roche pit is. And then if you have an Ursa, well, free Roche.
I actually really like the way that they did that. Like, the power play I wanted to say. It was like 3 things were happening on the map at once. They're killing someone top because the Brood's pressuring, something else is happening bottom, and Ursa's rushing. You're like, oh my god, we get hit by the triple whammy.
It's good stuff.
Is there someone else that can do the same role?
Does it as good as Ursa? Troll, but
they banned it themselves.
Troll is banned, and also it's less good than I think than the Ursa. The Ursa can do that like as soon as he gets. I mean, really, Ursa achieves like a Morbid Mask level 6, and you can solo rush. So Huskar, but that's kind of a crappy hero.
Yeah.
Risk.
Super risky.
I like the IG3 bans though. They're just trying to set themselves up for strong game for the Nyx Assassin, and also pretty good lane for the Mars as well. Secret's going for their. I mean, like you said, a little bit of their fun heroes. You know, they've got this puppy Bane. He's played it a couple times. Did they have the Bane with the Brood as well? I think they did, right?
I think they did,
I think they had Bane, Ursa, Brood, +1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think I remember that as well. And they're going to get the Abba themselves. Abba versus Bane, really good. Shield, very effective. Also versus Shackle Shot, really effective as well. True. Doesn't mean double melee supports, though.
It's an annoying hero if you are trying to run the Brood as an offlaner right now. It's like you can't. Abba owns the. It's a support that owns like the melee trading guys. You just run in and trade better than they do. So, Broodmother, obviously, that's what you do now because you don't get the spiders until level 6. So, I think that is good in the lane against the Abba. But you want something that you're actually, with the Abba. But you want something that's actually going to abuse that and get some farm with the Abba zoning the Brood. If it is a Brood offlane, I suppose you have to be careful with that.
Yeah, it could still go.
Still fully flexible with the way they set up their draft. That's definitely true.
They're taking their time here, but they'll go for the Monkey King.
Going for it again.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Other than Nisha plays it too, right?
Okay. I have a crazy idea here. Zai Monkey King, Matumba Man Broodmother. You run the Monkey King off lane against the Abba. Dumpster him in lane. All right, just hear me out.
I'm listening.
That's all I have.
That's all you have.
That's all I have.
I was going to say, you're going to say that's all I have.
I do remember a period where he was spamming the Monkey King off lane. So was Seb. These guys were just fiending this, trying to make it work, and it didn't look like it was happening. But maybe here, today.
I'm really interested to see why they really like Monkey King, though, it does seem. I mean, this looks like a really nice Morphling game now, in the midst of it all. Maybe now Brood can go for this Orchid build to be able to actually pressure a Morphling.
Yeah.
And I guess with the Monkey King, they did see this triple melee core.
Melee, yeah,
so it does make it not core, triple melee lineup, so it does make it a lot more effective. But didn't know his core matchup at all, so kind of just pick it blindly.
Just mid's getting banned.
Yeah.
Looks like both sides think that the mid laner is yet to come out. So I suppose because the Abba Morph lane is such a strong one that it's like, all right, they're probably going to run these two heroes together. You just get the free heals, the full HP because of the Morph stats.
Actually, that's now the Monkey King's making a lot more sense for me, right? It's a Mars and a Nyx lane, probably.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to have to do some weird adaptation, a weird just pulling of the lanes, and Bane is the perfect hero to prevent that. You try to go pull lane, you can just get slept.
It was a bit similar to last game.
It was.
Maybe IG does some lane shenanigans here. Maybe they actually aggro into the Monkey King with some pick and then run this, run this Morphling mid and then run the Mars against the Broodmother.
That's definitely possible.
Which would do extremely well. It's the same situation we had in the last game.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I do think the Monkey King he's one of those heroes that looks really good at laning until you throw him against a tri-lane. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this hero has a very low armor and HP.
What would you like? I mean, honestly, Lesh doesn't sound that bad for me if IG goes for something like a Lesh aggro tri-lane with a Nyx.
I guess the only awkward thing is like Abba Nyx are the supports. That's the only awkward thing.
It is indeed. That's why you definitely need, like, if you want to run that, you need a ranged hero that's going to probably try to work with it. And I just can't really think of anything besides Flash.
I'm absolutely certain that this is like the best Batrider game ever. Is it banned?
Not yet. This time around.
I don't see why you would ban S if you're going to go Bat, but I really think Batrider just
that's mind games right
dumpsters. There. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's a. I mean, IG is the team that picks this SF.
Yeah, wait, that's the thing that I was looking at too. I'm
nobody else picks SF.
I like this Lash ban. I don't know. I was feeling like they might do something like that to shut it down.
This just seems like I mean, Bat owns all of these team secret heroes right now. It makes Monkey King's game completely unplayable, but I suppose there is the response pick, which is the issue.
And who plays the Bat then? Because JT's playing the Mars.
I think mid Bat.
You think the mid Bat?
I think he'd run some mid Bat.
Will be the
Bristleback. Oh, finally. What a hero, man.
That's another melee, though. This is quad melee. Well, I mean, Morphling's also pretty short range.
Kind of a melee hero.
This is like a 4.5 melee into a Monkey King.
Last time Team Secret played against Bristol, they had a Hoodwink. for the break.
10 seconds.
They played it on position 5, of course, so there's that. But we know that they've been experimenting with it, right? In terms of positions where to play it.
Yeah. Maybe a Nisha hood.
God, I'm so torn.
Surely not. I know you're looking at me. It's like, no, it's not.
Please.
I'm so
it's not gonna happen.
Just even without seeing the last pick, like there's a Brood, which I always like lean toward Brood lineups because when they have Brood players, because these guys just know what they're doing. But then there's a Wind Ranger and a Monkey King, and I'm like, ugh. And the other team though, they have like a Morphling Bristle, which looks pretty strong too. I mean, I'm so torn.
They need a really active hero for Secret. I think none of these heroes. I mean, this seems to be how every draft works these days. Going to the last pick is like they have a bunch of +1s.
They need something to kill Bristle. I don't know how they touch Bristle. Now they go.
Do we like the PL?
Wait a minute.
What the?
Wait a minute.
Who is playing?
So
Nisha's playing PL. Yapsor Wind Ranger.
All right, they definitely just asked him. All right, Nisha, what do you want to play?
King.
What's your favorite hero for this? So that does look pretty nice. Like if you just stand outside of the fight and burn everybody's mana. But with that being said, this is like 3 carries essentially on Team Secret. It's a bit greedy with a Bane and a Wind Ranger as your supports.
Someone's got to. I mean, they're gonna have to sack they're gonna have to sack their whole lineup for PL. It feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the analyzing of this draft, but there is a very high chance that it literally was, hey, what you want to play for the last game for a major? This major. And this is what comes out of that. I can only surmise from you guys' comments that you both like IG's draft better.
I'll lean towards IG. I mean, I feel like they have good ways of dealing with the Brood and you know, if you can deal with the Brood, then presumably you can deal with the PL. The Monkey King is an issue though. Monkey King versus 4.5 melee.
Yes, I mean, there's definitely some chances, but they've got a JT Mars. This guy's like literally the best Mars in the world, so I have to lean IG this time for sure. I could have probably done it last time too, but.
If the best Mars in the world will win this game, we will have a tiebreaker between them and Team Nigma. Let's find out if they get that chance or if Team Secret will tie this series. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Kat and Kyle.
Thousands of Nigma fans sitting there saying, screw you, Secret. How dare you take this opportunity for us to go further into the major? I hate you so much, but please, God, win this game for us so we don't have to play a tiebreaker, so we can just go straight to the group stage. And it's true. If Secret do manage to beat IG here, then they have, in effect, secured Nigma an opportunity to go to groups.
Indeed. And IG, of course, playing for their hopes and dreams to continue on in the major, and also to support their own region, because Vici, they're still playing for enough points to actually make it to TI directly. They want to prevent as much EU competition as possible to keep all the TI slots for themselves.
That's true. That's actually a good point. This is a regional battle, straight up.
And ultimately, I think that's the biggest irony. We had Slacks. He was going to make an announcement.
Yeah, it was a whole segment. He was going to start off having the headset, talking about Wind Ranger and an elimination game, but then he learned that Secret was already eliminated. He lost all interest in the bit.
Has something to do with them being willing to pick Wind Ranger. Hang on, Battle of the Rune.
This may be an early first blood as Kaka turns around, hits the impale, but Yapsor actually dodges it, and as a result, will collect the last hit on the first blood.
Who doubts the Wind Ranger pick? I ask you.
Yeah.
As an opening, even.
That was an incredible amount of right clicking he did there.
And it's a shame we won't see Team Secret again after this. This is their swan song, and it's a concept Puppy has loved. I remember losing to this all the way back at TI5. Vayne, Broodmother. He liked it a lot. Like these two kind of roam-intensive ranged intelligence cores, like a lot of Crystal Maidens and Bane, in this case Wind Ranger, you can play really aggressive in the Brood lane, give him a level advantage or farm advantage, and then just go away, you know, and have more lane impact elsewhere. Surprising, the Abaddon into the Broodmother. You can see how this works out. I guess just to remove the Q, the Bola.
Yeah, the E, but yeah, it's I'm not sure. Oh, he actually blocks in Yapsor. Yapsor's gonna have to use the Wind Run to juke his way around, but Super's gonna get a lot of damage. I bet he kind of wishes he had the passive right here. I mean, he might have actually been able to get the kill.
He's going to get the kill.
He is going to get the kill. Yeah, the Aphotic Shield is going to pop pretty soon. YapzOr is going to be able to get out of sight, though, pretty soon here. As long as he's out of sight, he won't take any damage. I'm pretty sure he's far enough away. He will have to bring it underneath the tower, and as a result, Zai is going to have our time getting some of this CS.
Yeah, so keep in mind, though, we saw this yesterday when Nigma played Tidehunter against Broodmother in the safe lane. You do have issues dealing with Brood later because you can't actively kill Zai. So, Bristle, yeah, you'll win the lane. You can kill the spiders.
Yeah.
But he's just going to run the spiders away from your hero and back lane and farm jungle.
Yeah. For me, I think the biggest difference is that they have Mars here, who simultaneously can hunt spiders and also kill trees and make sure the Broodmother is in an area, right? You won't be able to use those webs to just skid her away like she so often does. So I'm a big fan of the Mars pickup, especially in this situation. It's really their only answer.
Yeah, it's a really good point. You know, a lot of spells change in the last patch in terms of how they interact with trees. Mars Arena still, of course, kills them all in the area. So if you find Brood, you certainly have found him. And as our panel was saying, JT, best Mars world.
Yeah. Oh, he is really good. He's a very astute analysis, Kyle.
Thank you.
It was about as good as Cinderins. If it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game. If you found the Broodmother, you found the Broodmother. Nope. Zai almost getting caught by that last bit of quills. Any laner, safe lane carry that can trade really well, Broodmother's just going to suffer in lane. Because your entire identity, because you don't have spiders, is entirely about being able to use lifesteal to right-click people. And as you can see, cannot man fight this Bristleback. So
he's doing much better than LTW did on the Tide.
Yeah, well, that is certainly the case. 18-7 for the Bristleback, 12-4 for our mid lane Morphling, who's matched up against the Monkey King.
And you know, I didn't expect Super to do so well on top. He's just brown boots a bat and just happily running at YapzOr. And YapzOr is not really effective as you might hope, considering it was first two'd. One of the better 4 laners you would expect.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kaka and JT trading mostly even against the PL Bane.
What do you think about Phantom Lancer right now for the meta? Because we've seen this, especially in China. China started it, right? This huge resurgence of the Diffusal Blade as Kaka is going to take a lance here, gets the vision to be able to hit him with the Phantom Rush one more time, turn around, impale Puppey trying to get in front of him. See if they can block him in. The lance is going to give some vision. Nisha's going to have that Phantom Rush soon, but it's Puppey who claims the last hit instead.
And it's unfortunate. They would have really liked to give that to Nisha. As for the power level of PL, I'm not even quite sure. Probably, oh, wow. It's suddenly 400 HP. Okay. Looks scary.
Throws down a bunch of, it was like a Skyrim interaction there. He just ate a bunch of food so he can keep fighting.
Super blows us out, but he will live.
But yeah, it's a Diffusal Blade hero, right?
Yep.
In China, you know, bringing back the Diffusal Blade of certain heroes like Ursa. It really felt like they were pushing that one the hardest, and I was just a bit surprised that we haven't seen more of this hero. As Fly is going to be taking a bit of damage. Nice shackle shot. That allows them to get in front of Fly here, and they're going to just stick on top of it and eventually get the kill. This may turn the lane around for Zai.
Yeah, because he just gets levels. Yeah, I expect YapzOr, he just marks. He's gone. Take all the XP you can. Yeah. I'll go stack camps. I'll grab a bounty rune. It's now all about Zai's game. He wants to get 6 ASAP. Yeah, his CS might suck now, but get a spider army going, and suddenly you're not just taking top lane, you're taking a bunch of creeps as well. I like this. They actually just placed high ground ward super. I'm telling you, somebody make an instructional guide. I have not seen anybody in Dota over the last year ward better than Super, and he is the coach for this team. You won't see him play at a tournament again, most likely. I would assume Ollie will be able to make it to TI.
Yeah, no, he's definitely been doing an amazing job, but I have to assume he probably lends a bit of an ear to Ollie when it comes to strategy of warding, because
he's a lot of practice. He's making the maps.
yeah, he's that guy. All right, when you're in this situation, don't ward here instead. Yeah. No, it's
planning it out like CSGO coaches prep grenades and executes. You know, it's okay. So walk up to that tree, turn right 300 units, and then right on that stone, that's the ward spot. Matu doing what he can. This gets a little tricky now, though. Morph has that high reach, can get right on top of him. You know Emo, he loves to be aggressive.
Trying to secure the power rune here. Spawns bottom. And that is picked up by YapzOr.
And oh yeah, so
who's really going for it, huh? Super. I mean, I feel like Super, he's got an aphotic shield and a healing salve here. Unfortunately, the damage cut through the aphotic shield and broke the salve there. Super will finally fall. Oh, Man may be able to get a second kill here. This rotation all of a sudden turns into being mega worth. Double kill for him. The support was whatever, but being able to kill Fly, that's fantastic.
I can hear the Nigma fans in Twitch chat. We were just kidding. Team Secret, we love you. Keep this up. You guys are doing great. We love your draft. Broodmother Windranger is fantastic. Don't listen to slacks. And now, oh, another Shackle.
Beautiful Shackle. A spear. Okay, into that one tree with Pocket managing to let just a beautiful impale. That was a 3-man right there. Not only getting the kill on the Phantom Lancer, but allowing JT to juke for a little bit longer. Will he manage to hide away from Yapzor? Yapzor doesn't know where he went. He realizes it now, but it's a bit too late. Now he's the one potentially trapped in a little bit here. Turns around, Shackles up. Does manage to keep Emo back, and Kaka not feeling the impale so much anymore.
Yapzor learned from that last time he was blocked up in the trees with a timely power shot just to break them, but space for Zai. This is big. He's caught up, and Bristle, in theory, very good against the he was dominating the lane, but now it gets troublesome because he's going to itemize for the Vanguard rush. He won't be able to die, but Zai will certainly start out farming him, and the moment he leaves to say, do an ancient stack like no one else on his team can, that's a dead tower. And then Zai suddenly sweeps through your whole jungle. Matu, please be careful.
Matu is going for Super right now. I don't think they could do anything to help him out. Slowed down by the Ebola and turned into more babies for Zai. Fly, he can just kind of stick around here and protect the tower, but as you said, nothing going to stop Zai from being able to hit creeps, hit neutrals, and they may even eventually go for the kill here on Fly if they poke him enough and they feel like he's low enough.
And the double down on the PL, you know, Edgy, hang on, Fly. That's a back Genku Matu, keep in mind.
Yeah, Matumbaman managed to get all 4 stacks here, and somehow it hits him in the face. It's going to hurt real badly. You can see Fly shrugging off the damage pretty heavily, but Matumbaman does at least now have an opportunity to regen up.
So Secret, with the PL last pick, they just double down on just units, raw unit count. Because the AoE of IG is limited to the shield crash and the spines. Morphling hates playing against stuff. Any sort of creeps, any sort of illusions, not his forte. And if there's a PL with a diffusal just running at him, he would
running into each other inside of the jungle already. The Arena Spear catching Zai, and with the Adaptive Strike, they manage to finish him off. And Matumbaman jumps away to the trees safely before he's caught as well.
Emo bought bot's first item. Is that a thing? I have never seen that on a mid-morph.
Yeah, that man wants to just run around and turn into what? Windranger? Animalizer? Like, what is he turning into that he feels so confident that he can play super active as the Morphling in this game?
It could just, I guess, farm speed, right? You can link up with your team. No one, to be fair, no one's really that mobile. Like Bristleback Mars, not exactly a great kill combination. And bots is quite nice. You never spend another dime on teleports. Faster CD, bonus move speed. You know, back in the day, even on a hero like SF, you would sometimes see bots rushed just for the efficiency. Yeah, stay on that more.
Emo gonna put a stop to that Fiend's Grip. JT will be released from the clutches of Team Secret.
I don't know if that was ever gonna work, Cap.
Yeah, well,
vicious grip.
It certainly wasn't gonna work. The bot's Morphling.
That's true.
He was ready to go.
JT gets the room.
He's gonna have a hard time getting off any good Nightmares or Fiend's Grips with this Abaddon.
That's pretty much just a straight up counter. Didn't they pick Bane into Abaddon? No. Secret was second pick.
I was not watching the draft, to be honest. I was busy with other things.
Where's Owen's body pillow?
It's right next to me. Super.
Waters rise.
It's okay. He's okay. Matumbaman a little bit skittish about diving in too deep, as he should just kind of be happy, I think, with the game state, considering the fact that Zai is beginning to take that tower, I believe, and Puppy on his way up to Zai is going to be caught halfway through by Kako, who's just kind of sitting around with Vendetta, finds a support kill. Nothing major, but the big theme of this is what's going on with the Broodmother. Well, taking that tower, taking over the map.
Yep, and this time it's Secret that looked like they're ahead in the warding game a couple of centuries, securing this part of the map. And Zai now wants to cut. He wants to play top wave, kill jungle creeps, and at some point watch for the move middle. That's the big link, specifically around the PL defusal timing. It's coming up soon. But Emo with a nice move. Bottom lane, they're going to secure that tower. Matu going for the hood build once again on Monkey King. He'll be very tanky, and here comes that move.
A classic maneuver from a Broodmother at this point, where you take that top tower, rotate into mid, and immediately start putting pressure on the supports. They're typically standing around this tower, maybe actually take the tower with the spiders. It's something that IG is going to have to be very, very disciplined in positioning.
IG just have, they have the art of foresight in this game, where of course Emo's buying bots. He's playing against Broodmother Cat.
Yeah.
Somebody needs it. Otherwise, you're gonna have your Bristleback forced to kind of make them at 4v4, and then Brood abuses move speed to get that numbers advantage somewhere on the map. Hang on.
Emo is going to be caught before he can manage to get it off the Mort Strike, but he's got to go Scepter, and that's all physical damage coming from those two. A long-range shot from YapzOr almost clips him, but Emo's going to be good for now.
He's just playing for the later portion of the game, where he'll have the E-Blade, he'll threaten Brood, he'll be able to clear spiders, especially once waveform attack comes online. Yeah. And then he can join his team a lot faster than the spider. Never have to worry about that backdoor, I guess, well, would you call it ratting if it's a spider doing it?
Dire's top tower is
What's a
under
bug
attack.
version of a rat? Termite.
Close enough.
Termiting.
Wait, Nisha? What?
What happened there? Kaka.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He
attack.
just found a kill on the carry of Team Secret by himself. He found him low, farming up neutrals like what Tumbaman's doing now. That was a massive kill.
That's enormous. That's the hero that went, you know, once again, IG, they went for the greedier builds. Secret, excellent. They want to fight and fight now. That's a rush defusal on your PL, a hood on your Monkey King. They're not exactly investing for the future.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess the level 4 stun perhaps playing a role.
Definitely feels like both of these teams, more so IG, I guess, because of the Broodmother presence, they aren't really able to make the moves they want to make so easily. It looks like they're going to try and do it now, which is taking this mid tower. They do have the double damage on JT to make this a little bit easier. They're telling Team Secret, you need to fight into this Bristleback. And Zai, if he wants to, can try and wrap behind, but you can see IG, they're already lining it deep, and a boundless strike on a 3 is going to set this up nicely. Tumbaman, burned out of mana, will not manage to get off his Wukong's command, and he's stuck inside the arena still. Emo's going to join in, trying to finish him off. They do manage to do so, trade it up for the Nyx assassin. Nisha's not really ready to go for these team fights. The Broodmother is coming in. Here comes the group of spiders, and a Jackal shot actually lines up. JT cuts around and bursts down all the spiders. Managed to get the spear out before he goes down, but Fly is low. He's nightmared up now. The Abandon's trying to keep him alive, but a Fiend's Grip onto the Morphling. They've actually caught him trapped, and there's nobody alive to be able to save him. This Abandon has been pushed away from both of his cores. He won't be able to save either one.
That is Puppey for his boy, fighting not for his own team, but for Kuroki and his. The buyback, the sleep on the Bristleback to set up the grip for the morph. YapzOr double power shot swipes both kills. That is huge. That is huge. Punishing the dive from IG. The defusal was not there for Nisha at the onset of that fight because he had been picked off by Kaka. They were not going to have damage without a buyback from their captain. Now with the 2K gold lead, doubling up IG's kills, and Brood PL now top 2 spots in the net worth, plus they have map control.
And it feels like that was IG almost making a move, but that was so aggressive, it was out of sheer frustration. It was just like, we're getting closed down by this Broodmother. We need to force a team fight, and next thing you know, they're between the tier 1, tier 2. They get triple stunned by Tumbaman, and you're right, with buybacks coming into play, they didn't really have much of a hope of being able to win that fight. Things are looking a bit dicey now for IG. Yeah. And probably felt confident if they could win this series going up against Team Nigma, because they did 2-0 them in that very tight series we casted.
Indeed. And the way they were playing up until just that moment looked like they were just dominating. And how is JT so underfarmed?
Yeah.
I guess you know what it is? Emo took bottom lane from him at like 8 minutes into the game. Yeah, they killed tower, but JT hasn't really had a place on the map since. They just lost that fight. He's still 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger, so the initiation potential for IG really isn't there. And of course, Roche, we saw this in game 1, but it was IG controlling the pit as the Radiant side. Now all of a sudden it's Secret. Look at the warding. They've got their own, what, 5, 6, 7, 8 sentries all on the map. The scan comes out, but you're not going to be able to stop them. That's a Solar Crest Broodmother.
Yeah, I would have to say, like, I really think they needed to set JT up for more success. Because I think he's more of the counter to the Broodmother.
Yeah,
and the Bristle
saw that Morphling. The whole army died.
Yeah.
Not very good parenting from Zai, but I can't blame him.
Yeah, sometimes mother's got to do what she's got to do. Single mother and all that. Top of man. Slowing down Fly here. The advanced TPing in, but the Shackle's holding him down long enough for them to put some serious damage in. Last bit of heals. They need another shot, and they've got it. Nisha is now dove in so deep, he can kind of look at Super. Does have that ultimate to worry about, so Nisha's just going to try and reset with a Phantom Rush here. Kaka's going to go for the blow. Oh, we missed out on the impale. Nisha managed to dodge that one. He actually kills himself in the Spike Carapace, but he had that Aegis still. He's going to come right back with full health, full mana, and go for the kill on the Kaka. They've got that rather easily. Super's going to be chased away. The rest of IG, you can see their 2 cores. They're saying that's the Broodmother side of the map. We're not going near that.
Matu, wide right on that stun. Might have been able to kill Super had it landed. Emo, though, a ton of damage, and it's a big threat now. That's an E-Blade Morph left by himself, and he has no intention of joining these fights anytime soon. He wants skirmishes. Will they be able to defend the tier 2, though? That's huge for Secret because it allows them double outpost control. It's only 17 minutes in the game. That's quite early to have both XP boons.
I'm sorry, did he just find a salve on the ground from a shovel?
He did.
Oh, that's neat.
Cool. You can use those.
Oh, he was missing like 200 health.
Now, still anybody's game, but so far...
Morphling found him. Yeah, showing off the combo. That's an unstoppable kill streak as well. That's a big solo kill for Emo to pick up.
Yeah, the Fairy Stringer for the little bit of bonus spell damage. That is what you're talking about if you're a Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bit of mana issues sometimes as well. So
Of course, though, why does that happen? That ward, you see it on your screen right there. It's going to get sentry right away.
It's going to protect it. They're going to make sure it doesn't go down without a fight.
Now, importance of warding. Once again, you can take notes as we go over it. You're going to see Super's impact all game long.
Kaka underneath this sentry that's right next to this hard camp, and he's not able to get out of range of it.
Tier 2 items starting to be collected. What's Monty going for? Yeah, Echo Saber after the hood. He'll also be going for the diffusal build, one can imagine. So like Fogged and Jenkins were saying, you don't necessarily have great answers to the Bristle Morph, but theoretically, IG's draft, useless without mana, and you're gonna have a hard time keeping it.
No, certainly. Do you feel like looking at those later stages of the game, do you feel like one team has the advantage? Because they don't have the direct answer to the Morphling, but they do have diffusal blades. There's a Broodmother on one side, which does kind of fall off a little bit. Where does this end, ultimately?
Oh, well, we saw some of these shenanigans way back at TI8, TI9. There will be certainly a lot of
managed to get a spear onto the Broodmother, but where's the follow-up here? It's just Super catching up now. If Kaka can land a stun, but he didn't.
Wait, did JT... I don't think he got it in time, but he actually took over the outpost instead of attacking the Brood.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was doing.
He was just standing there, but yeah, it was outpost.
He just really didn't think they could kill the Broodmother, or what?
Maybe setting up for an emo TP?
Yeah, maybe. They're saying we need the Morphling to be able to kill, so, I mean, that's such a long duration of events, though. It's a long TP.
I'm going to channel this for 6 seconds, then you TP in. It's only 5.
If we could just keep the Broodmother here for 15 seconds, guys.
Plenty of time. It is important, though, that IG maintain a foothold there, because without a top tier 2, like that outpost is effectively just an extra 3,000.
Oh, Puppy, he's faster at being able to get the Nightmare off than JT is being able to blink dagger away. He was not expecting to run into the captain of Team Secret here in the trees.
But bear in mind, Emo, he's doing his own thing. That's the second pick off on the App Store, top net worth now, and it's a little dangerous for Secret, because they simply cannot allow an isolated support. Even Matu is susceptible to the combination. Also explains why he went for this hood. He cannot be burstable by the IG lineup, or his team is in some trouble.
He's going to go for it. Leads off bound the strike. Is it damage going to be enough? Emo will go. Oh my, why was he right-clicking at all? He didn't E-blade himself. He didn't waveform right away. Emo
just shrugged it off.
Yeah, seriously.
Matu playing with fire. Things out Kaka. Blink now on the App Store will pay dividends immediately, it looks like.
Kaka.
The App Store gets the stun off, but still had shots coming because of the focus fire. One of the two on the way is enough to finish. I like that. You see the shard built on the PL. It's coming out. Makes sense. It's all about the mana burn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to have to play these long, drawn-out team fights. Killing the spiders, looking for the spear. Whiffs it, though. Emo, maybe he can still kill him as he's locked inside of this arena. Yep, there it is. The shotgun is going to be enough. No matter how much Zai skitters back and forth, he can't dodge that single target.
If you go back to the location where Zai died, you'll notice another key component of that kill. Once again,
it is a ward.
It is a ward.
It's a ward.
It is a ward. JT blinks him with vision.
He's doing it. The man's doing it. It's so cool to see coaches in these situations. When was the last time we had that? It was like a Star Ladder event. Mikasa, right? Like he came back in. He was a coach, plays it out. He says, "Guys, let's do. This is my last event. Like this is the last opportunity I'm going to be able to play competitively. Like let's go out on a high." And that was a great story.
The last major, right? RMN. Yeah, maybe they don't make it out of the wild card, but
that was a bit of
he
blow.
balled out. Like
yeah, he did. Yeah.
He's playing mid. Secret, they're trying to do the same.
They found him. Kaka, they know he's lurking around here in the trees, and there's only so much. They're going to get a decent amount of damage onto Fly's coming in as well, but Matumman was able to jump to the trees. Instead, they're going to look at Nisha here with the Aghanim Scepter. It's rather easy to find the real one, but look at that. The vision on the high ground allowed Nisha to be able to Phantom Rush. Is that movement speed going to be enough? Emo seems to be locked onto him right now as he's turning into a Phantom Lancer as well. The real one slips away yet again as Matumman is causing some serious havoc, but the shotgun came in and finished off the carry of Team Secret. Matumman is still fighting around his Wukong's command. The problem is Fly is making sure he doesn't get a chance to jump into trees, but Puppy sees an opportunity, but the shield, it takes out the Fiend's grip. A shackle shot latches down. It does manage to kill the Aban, but Fly is going to take that extra health and run with it. He charges after YapzOr, making sure he's not going to go anywhere. Attempts to turn around and shackle shots, but it's denied. Fly with the double.
Top outpost taken, though, but unfortunately nothing else from Zai. He's not even involved in that team fight. Puppy once again buys back, but there's just simply no game impact for him to find there. No objectives close enough for him to teleport into, and the big problem, Fly's Aghanims. Like, you can't stop him, you can't target him right now.
Kaka, he's got Yules, but he doesn't have Vendetta. He doesn't have a quick way to get out of this one. Maybe Yules at the last second, another Spike Carapace, and then the Vendetta. Okay, he's good.
That's why the Yules really well played by Kaka.
Yeah,
that is just so composed. You can see why this is a squad that won the major. Now eking out a slight gold lead, but you can see big problems for Secret on the horizon. Doesn't matter.
Is not going to do enough damage, no.
No, it is not. And
I mean, it's definitely not because he's got the cloak thing. Nethershot, good call, Kyle. Yule's Scepter, a little bit of lag as the spiders die, but they will manage to land the spear this time around. But we'll say, yeah, that lag you're getting, that's just Broodmother thing. So if JT misses a spear sometimes because of that, don't blame him.
It's going to get worse, too, because it doesn't matter how many illusions there are. It doesn't matter how many spiders. When Bristleback hits Q, it's going to apply Nasal Goo to literally every unit in range. So it's actually a really cool way of dealing with all the stuff Secret has. Nice spear.
Great catch. That is a big pickup. Did you get a shackle shot? Is that going to be out? No. Yules into the impale. Oh, okay. A little bit of nightmare, a little bit of invulnerability. Time for Nisha. Running. Wukong's man goes out. They're charging after him, though. Nemo still picks up the kills. Matumman is going to wait in the trees. He knows his team fight is already lost. He's just looking for an opportunity to escape at this point. Down the river he goes. And away to safety as he rafts on out of here.
Oh.
Or does he? Okay. Spots him for a second. Cut down the tree. Matumman's already out of there. Don't think Matumman's going to take any risks with this one. They're doing Roshan right now. They've got a Bristleback lineup, Kyle. Roshan's pretty easy for them.
The second one as well. Free shard for somebody.
Oh, dear. Puppy, he tried his best, but he may not be able to do it for Europe here. We may be looking at a tiebreaker, a best-of-one tiebreaker between Team Nigma and Invictus Gaming.
It is not the anime storyline we expected.
Another spear. Lands it. JT. Spear ball coming in as well there from Fly. He picked up the shard, I believe, so.
IG, man. There's the last major. Looked a little complacent earlier today.
Yeah.
Got steamrolled. Was it Gambit who took them down?
Yeah, the fact that Gambit managed to win a game against them.
do believe they
Okay, Nightmare on one, Fiend's Grip on another, but Emo is coming in. He actually throws out and tries to protect Kaka rather than stopping the Fiend's Grip right away. Nisha caught in this bristleback mess that is the Aghanim Scepter. Another beautiful shackle shot that's holding in Emo. He's getting burned out of a lot of his mana on short wait for it, but Fly's there to be able to pick up the kill from the Quills. Humpy, he did what he could, but ultimately IG brought enough heroes to stop that Emo, who played his own game early on when it was looking kind of bad. His boots of travel playing along the side, and Matumba Man, a little bit of kill there on Super. But yeah, I mean, Faith and Emo
stays off.
He just said, I'm going to play my own game, guys, and now he's doing it. Godlike spree for him. He's carrying IG.
The trouble is right now, Super is worth both secret supports because he can just shield off the grip or the shackle.
Yeah.
Also, secret supports just feed. E-Blade combo, yet you're dead. Bristleback gets too many QWs off, yet you're dead. There's just not a damn thing you can do. And JT, he's free to save Arena for the big targets, the PL, the Broodmother.
And this is the worst time to see a Broodmother is when she's playing defensively on her side of the map, inside of her base. You want to have this hero like constantly on the enemy side, constantly ratting out. Matumba Man does manage to get off the Wukong's command. JT immediately responds, gets off an Arena, trapping this Monkey King. He's going to get no help from Team Secret. And now, once again, on the retreat, but this time IG, they can finish off, I guess, that range barracks, or maybe it's not even worth the effort.
Man, just trying to think about our screenwriters in the back. They must be working overtime.
Yeah,
everything
twists and turns on this narrative.
Indeed. Secret supposed to avenge Team Nigma, but instead they'll potentially lie defeated, looking up. Brother, I'm sorry.
It could be, once again, the Chinese region proving to be the strongest AniMajor. Long-range spear doesn't quite hit the tree. I'll miss out on a pick-off there.
14,000 gold, but more importantly, just utter domination across the map. Like, haven't seen something go that downwards parabolic since AMC. 21-22. I'm trying to think, how does Secret get into this, Cap? But
yeah, team fights are looking real rough now.
The trouble is that their whole lineup is predicated on having this like just unit advantage, right?
Yeah.
And the spiders and all the illusions just die to one shield crash. The goo is everywhere.
This early Aghanims pick up from the Bristleback, like that, they seriously hit a big timing when he had the Aghanim Scepter and Emo was ready to go with the E-Blade. And it felt like this advantage that Secret had been building, it was just destroyed instantly. 12-1-4 for Emo.
Radiant are scanning.
And like Ags is a great item in theory if you're ahead, right?
Yeah.
You're a Brood player.
Yeah.
If you're behind, it's just like, oh, I can make more webs.
It just doesn't do a damn thing for you. JT dropping the Arena to drop Matumba Man out of the trees onto the ground. A hard landing for him. He's trying to push him out of the Wukong's command right now. Couldn't quite get him far enough away. And now he's kind of stuck inside of this arena of death. Taunting Matumba Man. Matumba Man not going to take that, though. The spear almost catching him as he jumps away. Funny part is, he's got no backup. JT didn't have any assistance coming in. They're all on a different side of the map. Two of them right now in this bottom lane.
And they're just playing their own game right now. I love that from IG. They're very good at always playing different areas of the map. So bottom lane, Kaka's placing a ward and hunting a kill. Still is. JT's doing the same top. Meanwhile, Fly just took a tower.
I found a courier. He says, oh, the Phantom Lancer's here in this corner, guys. His courier just ran past me. They've got to be over here. He would be totally right. He knows the Broodmother's here at least, but he probably still suspects at least the Phantom Lancer. But they've dug themselves some sort of very strange tunnel. They're going to TP away. Zai will stay to cut the creep wave some more.
Never a good sign when both your side laners return.
Got him. Yule Scepter. Impale follow-up, and JT surely with the Arena Spear. See if they have enough damage. Well, Emo's here, so they definitely have enough damage beyond godlike for him.
The Slinky, just everywhere at once, looking out, scouting some sort of opportunity, and they've got many ways to delay gratification and find the follow-up stuns. A Yules into a stun, that's 5 seconds for Emo or JT to arrive. They're going to be able to do so. They still have that tier 1 bottom. They've got both outposts controlled. Now a DD on Black Blade with an early Abyssal Blade, so even more lockdown. Pretty much shreds the support by himself. He has, with maxed out Warpath.
Yeah, I was going to say, maxed out Warpath, double damage, Bristleback. If I'm Fly, I'm calling for my team, like, we can hit the tier 3 tower maybe a few times. I'll probably only take 10 hits. But if they want to be safe, they hold the map until Roshan's back up, right? No reason to take any risks with their major life here.
Indeed. And keep in mind, what's at stake here? Secret, they're already eliminated. However, IG, they must win, and they must then win the BO1 tiebreaker against Nigma.
What time is it right now in Keith? It is midnight, so we may be burning some of that late night oil here to be able to keep the wild card story going, close it out. Finally have the second team that is going to be joining Vici Gaming in the group stage. And no matter who it is, Kyle, I feel like these teams are going to go far. Right? Whatever 2 teams it is, they've certainly proven in this just tough wild card that they've got what it takes to probably make at least top 8, I would guess.
And it's crazy as well, the implications for TI, for regional power. China already with 3 slots secured. Aster, PSG LGD, and IG. They're all most likely, I think, 99.9+%, whatever. They're going to TI, guaranteed. Vici, they need top 6. They would be able to do that. That means China, with their qualifier, would get 5 slots.
Insane.
At a $40 million tournament. EU, if Secret don't win this, and if Nigma don't win the immediate tiebreaker, it means Liquid have the only hopes to earn an extra spot. Otherwise, it would be just Secret, Alliance, +1.
Yeah. Team Liquid also in a position where they need top 6. In some sort of weird scenario, maybe even top 4. Kaka moving around with an Aeon disc right now. So even as they spot him here, there is going to be ample time for his team to be able to respond to this. And you could see coming in waves almost immediately the BKB pop by Emo as he's charging forward, already catching Puppey. Zai skidding her way in the trees here, but look at that. He turns into the Wind Ranger to be able to cut down some trees. Shackle shots up the Phantom Lancer. Arena keeping him, and Matama Man inside of that. JT with just beautiful placement, and Emo looks even to shut down Zai and all of his movements. Remember, he's got Shackle Shot, he's got Power Shot. He can potentially spot out Zai, waveform towards him. Instead goes after a couple of spiders. But the rest of his team focused on objectives straight down the lane.
Still got bots as well, so we can join if necessary. The buybacks are forced. But can you stop them? That's the question. Zai's committing to the red. He has to. They're going to lose base.
They certainly are. And there is no tier 2 in that top lane either, so IG could just as easily force a move onto Megas. Found the strike, looking to slow them down as they start retreating backwards. Nisha poking at them with that Phantom Lancer shard. It chases them for a bit, but the TP, JT's going to be the first one to lead off, and Zai knows he has to give up on this. Still not level 20, by the way, which is why he's not able to rat to his full potential. Honestly, Broodmother trying to take tier 3s, it's slow as hell until you get that extra spider damage talent.
Yeah, it is. And just look at IG, they've gone full in on
Matama Man sees an opportunity, but it's going to have to be a fight without his captain and without Zai. A 3 versus 4 in the mid lane commences, and Emo, he doesn't give a damn about Matama Man. He's going straight for Nisha, who they already found with the Abyssal Blade. JT, he calls her to get back, but I don't think that's necessary because Team Secret, they're going to be calling the GG here. They have not done it. IG are the ones who are going to be progressing forward. IG will be the ones having the opportunity to play a best-of-1 tiebreaker against Team Nigma. Let's see. Is it going to be both the Chinese teams moving out of the wildcard stage in that 1 and 2 position, just like they did at the last major